What's your life? I know you think I'm mean, but you really gotta go. Cause if you're not here, I can lose control. I lose control. I can lose control. If you're not here, I can lose control. I'm having so much fun. I know you think I'm mean, but you really gotta go. I can lose control.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second qualifier of the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. Joining me today as on-air talent are the so very talented Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
We're talented, yay! Go us!
I don't know what I'm
Super
doing
talented.
here.
Oh, I love the beanie, by the way. Like, it's so nice.
It's just getting
so
colder and colder by the day, so I'm just like, yesterday we had a very long day, but super fun day actually. A good like 10-hour stream, good matches that went the distance. But at the same time, as the sun sets behind me in this window, I'm getting colder and colder. So this time I came prepared. I got my Eagle Fest hat. I'm ready to go.
I feel like I want to like rub your head for wisdom. You look like an egg.
What, am I
like, under sunlight.
Yeah, that's lovely hair. That's lovely hair.
Oh, there's
crazy.
wait, you have indents.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
This toque is starting to get tight. I think it's all like the brain power that I have from watching Valorant VODs. So my brain's getting bigger and bigger of like all learning like the meta. So this hat's just getting tight.
My forehead's definitely expanded since I've started like VOD reviewing, so I get it. That's a real thing for sure. But yeah, definitely bundle up, get cozy, because the format is very brutal. As we saw yesterday, it's very cutthroat, super intense. We saw some insane matchups, and this format's not going to get any easier. It's the exact same. And for those of you who are unaware about the tournament format, it's going to be 16 teams across 2 online qualifiers. This is qualifier number 2 in a single elimination bracket. There's just no second chances. If you lose, you're gone. You outies. But now, for those who dare, $15,000 and the opportunity to play against the likes of 100 Thieves, TSM, and Mocking are up for grabs.
Yeah, Mocking, because somehow Team Washed went through the gauntlet and beat everybody, actually. And even though I think we were having conversations where, it happened off stream where it was Turtle Troop versus Core in the semifinals, and we're like, man, this should have been the finals game, and it should be a walk in the park or just like baking a pie. I don't know what all the metaphors are, but it should be like an easy victory for or TTR or for Core if they play against Wash. And somehow it's just Wash that looked really good. A series that went into another map 3, and unfortunately Core running out of gas and then losing to Mocking's team.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of resilience to be in this bracket. Like you said, it's single elim, BO3s, and it all happens in one day. But there's also Challengers group stage around the corner, and a lot of these teams are in that. They may even be facing each other. So if this is one battleground, and then there's another battleground in like barely a week. So it's going to be intense. And then we also have a lot of collegiate players that are playing not only in yesterday's bracket, but today. So there's just that other level of competition.
Absolutely. And all of this is leading up to the grand finals taking place next week on November 26th, 2024. And that's, again, you get to face off against Mocking if you make it there. So me personally, I'm trying my absolute hardest to get there.
Yeah, and if not, I mean, at this point, everybody here is going to try super hard too, because we talked about another set of 8 teams in the second qualifier. Yesterday, there was Turtle Troop, there was Core, there was a bunch of good teams in that one. Sad Esports was in that one as well. This time we have Just the Tip, which is also, I think, the ex-Blinn organization that still has that same roster, but Lemonade Stand. There's a bunch of good teams going into this one, and I think if we're looking at the bottom of the bracket, it's the Ambrosia versus Winthrop University and Qbert Academy versus NBG. I think all of this is going to be like a fun bracket on both sides, but I think a lot of grudge matches in the lower side.
Oh man, I mean, I'm just the most excited to see Qbert Academy. I mean, that's just a team of like powerhouses. Like, what, you got Redux, you got, wait, do people know? Is this like a known thing?
Are we a known?
I mean, I'm down to start blowing on the panels of the rumor mill and saying that, yeah, this is probably the Sentinels Academy team, right? This is what the streets are seeing currently.
Yeah,
but it's Qbert.
Yeah, it is
Qbert's
Qbert.
like it's the mascot of Sentinels. It's a nice little cube.
Oh, today I learned.
Yeah, they were showcasing it during the Sentinels show match that they had, I think, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So super cool. I mean, Rob Moore doing a great job just promoting all the peripherals and all the gear that Sentinels is trying to sell out. But I'd rather sell out today on just Asus, ROG, Intel, and Soar stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's just the top of the line stuff. But I do think that more orgs should have a mascot, because I think that it's super cute. And also, super cool to have like an icon you can rally behind. You know, the Sen logo
I want you
isn't
to be
as
my
welcoming.
mascot, Ethos, so I could just open my closet, see you, and just hug you every time.
Yeah,
I think
no,
that'll just make my day.
As a full-time job, like, take me. You know, I'm unemployed. I'm looking for work.
Trying to get another son out there.
Gladly, Ted, come out. You know, take me in, man.
So down.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but-
I think this is going to be a fun game. I think the first matchup that we're going to see on this stream, again, for today, there's still going to be 2 streams happening at once. So this one here, there's the one on nights, but also a big shout out as today we're also on the Ethos Twitch. So big hello to everybody that's watching out there as well. But make sure that all the action or the main views, or at least you keep this window up for twitch.tv/Soar, because once again, we got a bunch of giveaways to give for the day today. But if not, matchup today, Winthrop University versus Ambrosia. I think this is a good one. I know that we're all hyped up to want to watch Qbert Academy at this point, Ethos, because a lot of them are your ex-teammates / friends. But technically, if you're looking at the bracket that we just saw and that we just flew earlier on, you would think that Qbert Academy should be able to win it easily against NBG and then make it into the semis, right? So it's nice to see the collegiate pretty much grudge match that's going to happen now.
There's a lot of matches happening at the same time, so hopefully we're crossing our fingers we pick the best one. I think we did, though, with Ambrosia and Winthrop, because I'm mainly someone's facing their former team. Screwface is facing his former
that's right.
team. He's on Ambrosia, was on Winthrop at some point, so little grudge match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if he can, you know, show up with a vengeance, or, you know, maybe he gets nervous. I don't know, Screwface. We'll have to see, man. You know, that's my guy Kyle right there. But like, you gotta lock in here. Your ex-teammates, you can never lose against your ex-teammates, man. That's just like a, you know, it's a unspoken rule. If you do, just lose aura. So you can't do that.
I wish I knew Screwface the same way, so I could just call him Call as well. But if anything, the lore behind Screwface has been super cool too. I mean, he's been like an EG sub for the longest time. Technically a champion because he was a 6-man for that EG run back in 2022 for that victory, or 2023 rather. But the thing is like, when he got the opportunity to finally have, you know, a spotlight to IGL, to play for Winthrop University and Challengers just recently, they didn't have the best of results, you know, just leading into the group stages. They were all hyped up. They made it through the open bracket, and then suddenly just not getting any single victories at all. So Winthrop University went through a couple of changes. I mean, even at that point, Moobs came back from retirement in Winthrop as well. And Screwface goes to play with Ambrosia, and now they're finding, you know, success and also winning against Winthrop. So it's a nice little, you know, revenge arc coming out from Screwface. And now you just want to see consistency coming out of it as well. So this is why we're, you know, putting this as a grudge match, but technically it's, you know, it's all fun and games between both of those teams. They're still friends with each other, but I think in terms of like the orgs in itself, it'll be nice to see if Winthrop could pull out the revenge against Ambrosia.
Yeah, Smiley and Caillou also play for St. Clair, so they're the players from Ambrosia. So there's a big rivalry between Winthrop and St. Clair, just from CECC to CVAL to just, there's all types of competition. So excited to see, you know, the collegiate players facing off on different teams. But this is mostly the Winthrop core. Of course, Flair is, I would say, he's been on Winthrop, and they move players around mostly on the controller role. But Vans, I remember you and I casted Silinx a lot on Winthrop, so Flair's going to be taking his spot. But this is mostly the Winthrop core that we know from Challengers.
For sure. It was a nice little like the storyline behind him was like Silence just pugging it and subbing in for, wasn't it Turtle Troop and even TSM or something at some point,
He's
and
floating
just
around,
helped them out doing like the mid-season cup deep run, got picked up by Winthrop University, and then again it was just I think it was at that moment where you're trying to do a lot of like last minute changes for Winthrop University, and they're just trying to salvage some victories to at least try to make it into playoffs for Challengers. I guess I'll call it season 2 at this point. But, you know, when you don't have as much time to prepare and much time to gel as a team, it's really hard to find a result right away. So it's nice to see, at least for Winthrop too, when you're looking at outside of Challengers, the pressure is like off your shoulders to try to prepare and do well to try to make it into the VCTs in partnership. So you have that opportunity now to just be like, okay, let's focus on us. Let's start back at square one and see where we could advance from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this match is definitely going to be a high octane match, high octane gaming. But before we get into all of that, I just want to say a huge thank you to our presenting partners, Asus ROG, and Intel Gaming for sponsoring this insane, incredible event with Soar.
Yeah.
We'd love the support for the tier 2 scene in general on giving them opportunities to really prove their mettle against some of the titans like 100 Thieves and TSM. I feel like there's not enough opportunities like that for the up and comers, and I think that this will be a really good opportunity for these guys to show people what they've got, put them on the radar for a lot of the people watching back home.
Yeah, and for people like Winthrop who have Challengers group stage coming up, their first match is against TSM. So I think they would love to, get to the main event to maybe get a chance to face TSM to get a warm-up match, or I don't know which one's going to be coming first. And what's funny is that Winthrop, if they win against TSM, they would face Ambrosia in that second round in Challengers. So it's deja vu all over again.
100%. And even on top of that, the storyline around that to try to get the revenge against CSM will be fun too. And we say it's going to be an easier game technically if you want to compare apples to apples, and you're looking at Valorant and you're looking at TSM and 100 Thieves. Technically you would think that TSM is the weaker team going into that, right? But you remember, this is also a team from TSM that made it somehow into the playoffs of Ascension, when the big four that we were talking about in Challengers the whole time were like the Oxygen Academy, the Dark Zero, and M80, and then I forgot the last one because I'm trying to speak so quickly, but it was still TSM that made it through above everybody else, and then almost I think top four, so yeah. It's when they peak, they peak at the right moment and start owning. So it's not going to be the easiest of runs for any of the teams that are playing through these two open qualifiers, but nonetheless, it's still going to be a good time.
And I think these two teams face each other already in July, Ethos. We were talking about in the green room. So Ambrosia 2-0'd them. So.
Ooh, why'd you say it like that? I was like, and Ambrosia 2-0'd them?
There's more. There's more between the lines, the rounds and such and things. But a lot can happen in those months leading between July and now, right?
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, it's also not like it wasn't a close series either. 13-10 was close, but then apparently it was also 13-5. And I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of a 2-0 where you can't even get more than 6 rounds on one of the maps. It feels terrible. You go back after you VOD review, you have that kind of fire lit under your booty, and you just want to get back in there and get another shot at them. And a lot of time has passed, and hopefully that they've improved a lot and they've done a lot of kind of understanding of their own gameplay and what they lacked on, and they can really just kind of meet what they were expecting last time when they faced off.
Cool. So looking at the agent select, this is the same composition that Winthrop ran before, but the double or the single duelist, but the double duelist on the other side. So Ethos, what's your immediate reaction to running the Gecko versus a double duelist with the Yoru? I know you're a fan of the Yoru.
I mean, the Gecko, it's fine. The Gecko Sova combo is very good, especially on a map like B-side. You can just throw that across danger with the wingman. And then you can just play off. B-side's very good for playing off. But I'm looking at Ambrosia's comp. This is very interesting. Double smokes isn't that uncommon, but running double duelists with double smokes means that you are gonna have to forfeit that sentinel. So it's all gonna hinge on how they play their defense and whether or not they can be proactive enough to take the map control that they need, so that they aren't just not properly rotated and they get people in the right places. Yoru does allow you to play both sides of the map, so it's going to hinge on that, but it's not completely uncounterable. You can wait it out and you can make things difficult. Abyss also doesn't have great TP lines as well, so if Screwface is pushed up on any of the lanes, then he's not going to be able to get a TP across to the other side of the map. It's one of those maps where it's very punishing for Yoru if you aren't getting value in the first 40 seconds.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ethos. We'll be checking in with Ethos between the maps, but let's get into game one of For Those Who Dare. This is our first match of the day, BO3, Winthrop versus Ambrosia, including some St. Clair players, a bit of a collegiate grudge match, but Abyss. Winthrop's choice, fans.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of the collegiate side for St. Clair, you look at the experience from Caillou as this Silva has made it even into the big stage last year for the Red Bull Campus Clutch with the St. Clair team, and made it up to I think quarterfinals on top of that. So a deep run that they had, some experience under the belt. And as you mentioned, the collegiate grudge match between that is going to be super fun to watch, as Winthrop University starting off the defensive side. And I like to see Winthrop University with this comp. I mean, they have an opportunity to play a little bit more passively, but they're actually sending the Cypher utility into the cross of the B site first. So they're just going to play passively, play around these smokes. Well, Ambrosia are just going to try to walk up for the contact, which would nullify this trip that was placed. So a great start for Ambrosia to scale in.
And a flash available for Screwface, and just waiting for kind of the jump in from Satellite, but it's just been so slow. And as they approach off the smoke, it's just a better angle from the Winthrop defense to get that immediate headshot. So Screwface down for the count as Ambrosia will just be elusive and pivot to the other side of the map. The middle map hasn't been watched at all. You're not having any cypher cams there. Smoke's back up now on the A side and pretty stacked, but multiple angles now. Smiley, oh, he couldn't get the jump on Flare. So now Ambrosia are doing this with 2 people down.
10 seconds left. At least they'll get the plant down, but this is going to be a big flip retake for Winthrop University.
Oh, that's the beauty of running that extra initiator, especially one with flash. And Flare, even though he had the blind and didn't have the shots, and down below Caillou says hello. So it still ends up being Winthrop at the end of the day with the 5 versus 3 that they were able to build up, and a good reaction, still having 2 or 3 on the side coming through the high ground and playing off a contact with the Gecko Flash.
Yeah, and with Winthrop University's roster, with Moobs coming back out of retirement, because he did announce that he was retiring. He's kind of like Mocking Jr. because I think he retired maybe like twice so far and came back under the Winthrop roster, which is fine, because if you're then looking at the rest of it, the core is still pretty much the same, right? So you're looking at that chemistry. Like I said, starting from step 1, the only new player that they're coming in to try to like adapt to that playstyle is going to be Flare, because Infiltrator, Jerk, Moobs, and Nasi have been together for quite a long time within the last year and played together during their career in leading into challengers. So that's the experience that comes out of that one. But to start off the round here, there was a little bit of miscomms from Ambrosia to try to split into that site. I think breaking that door was a little bit too quick without waiting for Satellite, so they need to fix a little bit of that communication for Ambrosia to make sure that they stick together, which will do so in this second round on their eco. Trying to create a diversion towards middle, group up on the side of B, sell another fake like they did towards that pistol, right? When Screwface got picked off, Satellite shot one shot of the Sheriff. It kept some players at bay towards that B side and weaken up A, and they were able to get a plant. This time around with the full pistol setup, if they're able to get a second plant, I mean, they'll be in a decent spot here for the gun round against Winthrop's bonus. There's still 2 players that you could see inside this A side ready for it.
And Nasi already used his drone in mid after there's a bit of a scuffle, some pressure on Infiltrator, and Jerk holds it down. Sight set, the same site being hit, and Winthrop strike true with first blood and second. Ambrosia will try to surround this box and gain access to someone like Jerk, and it's been tough. Ambrosia just can't seem to swing the rounds in their favor. It's a very slow going affair for Ambrosia. No immediate dash in from Satellite, no crazy util. I mean, the Sova util is being used to get info mid, and Jerk gets kind of the 1-2 punch.
And they couldn't get the plant of the second round too, but it's not that bad because it had the first plant in pistol. They'll be able to have a pretty decent buy. You can see full utility for the side of the attack, just half shields for Caillou, as that utility for the Sova is quite important for them to keep, and it's rather more expensive. And it's a great way to kick things off in the composition that you have to be able to leverage a Sova to default into this B sign, because a lot of these compositions that we saw yesterday didn't really have a Sova into that, so it doesn't allow for you to like drone up. But we'll hold that thought. Moves just decided to walk down and find contact and even do heavy damage onto Screwface.
And just initially, Ambrosia had the strat book. Like, they shot Flare down to 4 HP as he was setting up for a flash ping on A. Now Ambrosia gets to start on a decent foot, but they are missing quite a bit of health. The spike is planar, they're playing for main, but look at this flank. Infiltrator strikes, and this gets the attention of Screwface at 11 HP. They're gonna need some help, and that's why Smiley and Satellite turn their backs, and Infiltrator gets outnumbered. And Jerk, that was playing hide and seek. Ambrosia thought they got the monkey off their back. They thought it was only one flanker, but there's multiple. Now Winthrop have gained back control of the site, and they got Wingman defusing, who's gonna be sticking it. No, he gets shot off. Someone's gonna be continuing the defuse, but wow, Satellite holds it down, but Winthrop just surrounded and conquered Ambrosia at the end of the day.
Very nice try there for Satellite to try to clutch that situation on a 1 versus 3, but that round was a lot around, all thanks to Jerk 2 for Winthrop University. But this first push gets them great information. After you see Moobs die, he calls that there's 3 players there. But the second one falling down on that flank from Infiltrator, Jerk just threw a smoke towards window so he could focus on fighting against Satellite, places all the stars down so that the people rotating back from that B site, from Ivy, could really close that gap and try to get the perfect trades to convert this round and win the bonus on top of that against Ambrosia on that 3rd round. So unlucky here for Satellite. Just one little tap. Maybe it would allow him to get that clutch against Nasi. But Winthrop University, we mentioned the grudge match, back with a vengeance, and winning and converting the bonus round is huge. You see that there's a hero rifle in the hands of Satellite. Guardians to follow suit just around that. But this is, I was going to say, a full buy for Satellite that's respectable, because if he gets a pick and he dies, he's got Bladestorm for the rest of, for the next round, while everybody else could buy around him. So you'll probably see here for Winthrop University for the rest of the round, if they can convert, or sorry, for Ambrosia, if they cannot convert the round, they want to save some weapons or whatnot. I have a feeling that they'll still focus on orb control in the next round, that Winthrop University could potentially read up against them.
The Outlaw buy holds on A, the Cypher cams to get info at B, but with all the smokes and kind of started to crack open that side of the map, so all up to Nasi to delay things on that side. And with the star still up, he'll hug that back left corner and could pull Jerk over from mid, from the shadows.
Oh no.
To pressure back, and yeah, Nasi will spot that out the recon to see is anyone on the other side of the star, and Smiley will get past it, but Nasi is still cutting them at the heel in a fantastic lineup. That's a lot of damage done to Ambrosia, leaving this in a 2 versus 2. 9 seconds left for the plant, plenty of time. And Flare throws the flash up. You got Jerk with the Outlaw coming from the high ground. Difficult spot to push here on the perimeter of the site, as Wingman is going to get Screwface to check, knowing now that Flare could be coming from that mid cut.
The plant's bad, so they have to stay within the site too. Under the pressure, it just stuck in towards the wall, so they really can't play the post plant.
Even with the Cosmic Divide, it's not something you can work with, and they're still gonna go for it and just try to isolate the duel. Jerk versus Screwface, but with the help of Acreon, Jerk is down 3 for Acreon and the first one for Ambrosia.
Works out in the end, and I gotta say, Ambrosia did a great job too, and this was something that Ethos was mentioning at the desk. You know, you forfeited having a Sentinel on your side, and usually you focus that on a lot on how they want to hold their defensive end. But with the attack side, it seems Winthrop University has understood that weakness here, that you have no Sentinels, nobody's going to play some active checks, and you have opportunities to be a little bit more proactive, although they're doing a lot of solo pushes. So the flanks this time are being watched by Ambrosia and really punished Winthrop University. That could have converted really a pretty good round against Ambrosia from that start. But in the end, it comes down to the attack side that ended up playing a nice little buddy system between Screwface and Adrian to be able to convert and win that round.
Oh, it's a
Updraft now with a
decoy,
flash
and
from a
that's...
Dizzy misses.
Yeah, and then I like that Infiltrator was going to go for that floating play with the knives, but there wasn't a decisive push from Ambrosia to benefit from that, so I think Ambrosia gonna get out of dodge. But look at this lurk from Moobs, coming from all the way to the B side, has cleared mid. There's only one place Ambrosia can be, and if it's not in front of A, it's back in their spawn, so Moobs could get a good cutoff here. Satellite knows he has to re-clear this area. Moobs is gonna get an easy kill and the neural theft, and you're gonna know the spike is split up, the team is split up from Ambrosia, and this is gonna allow Winthrop to more decisively get into positions. But somehow Screwface still gets a heads up against the later lurk from Winthrop, pushing down mid now, and Ambrosia can head towards B, or who knows.
That's exactly it. It's just a slight overcommitment from Moobs. He gets the ping that allows for Winthrop to know that there's a 2-2 split, and they're still trying to default around the map and try to find a weakness. And then on that second ping, things that with the ping can win that fight by crosshair placement against Screwface and loses it, and that reopens the site. They chose correctly here for Ambrosia to re-hit on the weak side. It's a 4 versus 1 on that site. Infiltrators finding timing. get it.
Hunting season. Oh my god, with the Hunter's Fury and the knives, Ambrosia just barely. Oh, they didn't get the plant because they got pulled by the
that
grab
sucks.
well. Oh my god. Jerk MVP.
How is that the clutch here for Winthrop towards the end?
I need this.
I was gonna say Infiltrator tried to go for the heroic blade with the updraft floating towards the air and trying to get the daggers towards the planner. They did a great job to get off the spike and instantly get the kill, but didn't stay into a range where, you know, a suck would still keep them within the radius of where you could plant and going towards the edge. That was a big mistake there from Ambrosia to finish off the plant from Agrian. That's gotta hurt. Blade Storm available for Satellite. Mid control is their understanding here. For the last few rounds, there's been a consistent push coming out from the defensive side, and they want to make sure here that they could keep Winthrop at bay in these moments.
I like that later use of the drone from Nasi. He's used it so early round, and now he gets good information on some mid presence, and he's going to send moves to try and clear this, and it's going to be a team effort from Winthrop with even Infiltrator involved. Winthrop have good map control, and they'll just rely on a more forward camera from moves to give them a heads up on the B, and then they got trips all over for delays, so Winthrop off the recon. A more sense of confidence, but Ambrosia with the dimensional drift get an easy clear and a safe one for B, and a first blood as Winthrop now have to reestablish themselves on B after giving it up initially, and Ambrosia gotta go for a quick plan now that they have control.
Yeah, that's not too bad. They made sure that they got rid of the flanker, and now they could just play the flood retake, but Infiltrator just got caught.
Oh, this is a good retake potential off of Jerk and Moobs pushing in the same angle. Now Jerk on the high ground, and it's Acreon solo on site with Caillou, but just blocked off by the cage. He's not gonna have good vision. Acreon has to do what he can to buy time, and Caillou with nothing obscuring his vision can get some good assists. Now it's a 1v2 for Moobs. The recon will ping exactly where he is, but he could play off of his presence being known. We'll get a chance to pressure back the Sova to roundabout on Acreon to play as fast as he can. But time is running out, and he just won't get the defuse, and it's 4-2 still in favor of Winthrop.
Acreon's doing a very good job dancing around here, the site, when it's not planted for the spray and the spam from the bottom of the ramp. But needless to say, just before all this happened, look at how Moobs is so good on these first initial taps to jump up on Tetris to get that second kill, and then somehow right here, boom, on Screwface. But thankfully there's still some great shooting coming out here from Ambrosia for the remaining players within the site. And now it's just Winthrop University needing to be a little bit more organized in terms of these retakes and making sure that they don't get caught off when, you know, Satellite's trying to get these pushes with flashes assists coming out from Screwface. You gotta implement a little bit more of a buddy system to make sure that these extremities are under control before they could actually try to go for the full exit with their own util within the sites. And this time around, Ambrosia once again looking for the early mid control because they have an outlaw in the hands of Satellite. A good buy, actually, as you could see for the rest of Winthrop University. The best weapon that they have is a Bulldog, but also everybody's at least, at maximum, at most, half shields. So this is all one taps here coming through from Satellite. And Ambrosia has played it very slowly to anticipate a lurk, anticipate a stack. And the camera that they break does not really sound the alarm for Winthrop University pushing forward. So that might be a call here for Ambrosia, to understand that there's not going to be a stack coming in towards the B side and to choose correctly to rotate back towards B.
Yeah, the vision was open, and now the Cosmic Divide will help seal off that high ground doorway and the re-entry point from mid.
30 seconds left.
Recon's not even gonna get anything, so Ambrosia with a happy plant off of that. And this is just Nasi also, who held their drone for so long, and there was good information from Ambrosia that there were sheriffs holding close at A, so Ambrosia made the right call. Just flood into B. Cosmic Divide now gone. Very quiet retake from Winthrop, and Infiltrator with the dance, but against the rifle it's really tough. 3 for Satellite, 2 for Acreon, and Ambrosia start the catch up. It's an Asus flawless as well.
Yeah, great round. Again, a great read from Ambrosia. Usually when you see this camera being super active and you break it, and there's like an eco where you're seeing a lot of like this breach neon slash Cypher camera as a trap player, right? So after that breaks and nothing's being thrown, not even a shot, not even a single piece of util, then it gives an inkling here for Ambrosia that there's not a stack happening really from Winthrop University towards that B site. So it's a nice audible call to pull everything back, because it seems like the trap play was really happening towards this A, exactly those 3 players on that right side.
The op holds mid. Recon won't detect it. But it gives Satellite a heads up against Infiltrator. That Satellite just gets to hold the angle. Optiv, open vision at mid, and now when you're down your jet player on defense, the retakes are just
Here.
it's not gonna be as swift. And you still have, but you have a Thrash you could retake with. You have Hunter's Fury. Winthrop still have options if Ambrosia get a free sight.
That's the thing, though. Losing your op early towards middle, it's not necessarily even on a retake that's going to make it difficult for you. It's for you to try to figure out how you want to hold the site now. Hold your angles, hold your position now that you've lost full mid control. It forces out an early owl drone at that minute mark that sees no information yet on middle. And all this is full path for Ambrosia. They could still try to fall back if they want to. And you're forcing your opponents to just continuously rotate and be active around the map and leaving gaps in the process. But Ambrosia this time around are just looking for a full hit towards B, but they still have power of numbers. It's still a 5 versus 2 on that site.
With the Gecko Molly and the Flash, it delayed things for Ambrosia, but the timing's off and Ambrosia weren't affected. And as the star cleared, Ambrosia get an opening pick. They smoke back the top window and they get a plant. They can play from main, and Winthrop are just looking like they're wanting to save their weapon, although Nasi is still hanging around just for exit frags, but looks like a save.
Yeah. Infiltrator was a key component to the setup for Winthrop University on the defensive side, because him staying alive, he's able to help his teammates rotate back from the A to the B site. That's why you could play a solo player for moves on towards B. And then technically Nasi would have been able to stay towards the A site, so they have power of numbers on that side to set up crossfires, to be able to recon on the top too, throw that Hunter's Fury as you mentioned before, to potentially deny a huge site hit coming out from Ambrosia. But with him dying, then you have a weaker side on A. You can't really set up for a real trade on the side of Ambrosia towards the end, and you just get run over on that side, and you have no choice but to save right after. So thankfully, at least though, they were able to save the operator, so they have a new chance to breathe in this round and find some hope to bring things back, because they had a great start to kick things off on Abyss. It was a 3-0 scoreline, but now you're definitely seeing Ambrosia having good control on the map, where, as I mentioned before, the composition that they're running, it allows for you to have some much different looks around their defaulting, right? The other teams that are watching that had a Fade only or no Sova, they're always defaulting on his A side and having like flank watchers towards B. And this time, though, with a Euro that could TP left and right, a Sova that could even go for early drones everywhere as well, it really forces your opponents to be a little bit more proactive on information gathering on the defensive side.
You got 2 stars over at A, and we saw just how good the grab wells could be. I mean, Jerk single-handedly won Winthrop a round off of that. And just the extra delays, and you have the op on the right side of the map too, because you want to cut off Ambrosia before they get established on the site, because once they plan, it's been difficult for Winthrop to retake on that side, but Ambrosia just make a bit of noise and they pivot towards B, towards the lurk that Acreon has already begun, but there's trips all over B, including one on that jump side. So the recon moves will have to turn to shoot. It doesn't even know where it is, and it allows Satellite to get in position. You do have the dimensional drift from Screwface. Neural Theft moves doesn't need a team. He's a one-man army, and the trips haven't even gone off. He's going for the ace. And it's the Neural Theft that's helping him out. And Acreon happy to give that up. The Soar ace for moves from Winthrop.
Look at how specific and precise he is in terms of these duels that he's fighting against his opponents. Yes, he got punished a couple of rounds ago when he went for a Neural Theft and tried to go for the head-to-head against Screwface. But every single time, crosshair placement is perfect. Heads-up play, understanding where the flanks are coming from, especially when he saw that Screwface was in his dimensional drift behind it and made it towards Ivy. this is so good under the chaos that he thrives through, and this is not necessarily a role that Moobs really plays, right? You're looking at his player history when he was playing and grinding in challengers. It was like Reyna, Omen, some deadlock here and there, but not too much of Cypher, where usually I think of Jerk playing the Cypher role. And he's looking really good, playing the anchor role on the defensive side. A Screwface now this round, spotted by the Owl Drone. A group up towards the A side.
Ooh. The forward push for the first time from Winthrop to take fate in their own hands. They managed to still keep the op, but a Jet did slip by, and this is going to force Infiltrator back, and it just lets Jerk take the helm. And Ambrosia just did not know how to fight back, and the shock darts they injured Jerk, but surely this is a win for Caillou, and it is through the wall. 1v2, not impossible. Still has the recon, Hunter's here, but you can't use that by yourself, but you actually got a ping on Nasi. It's a crossfire? No, not a crossfire. It's actually a flank from Moobs. And it looks like Caillou got the comms, but thought Moobs was farther forward than he expected.
Just snuck through and crouched behind, and then never expected by Caillou. A great timing that came through from the flank towards the end. We've seen potentially just two amazing plays coming in from both Jerk and Caillou. Look at this tap. I mean, dude, this is the reason why you're seeing. I mean, we casted a different event last weekend here, Lemon Kiwi, and this time around you're seeing how the experience comes through from like challengers players, from players that are able to play on a global stage, that they know like how to deal under different types of pressure and thrive through it and get almost the clutches coming out from Caillou this time around. But the econ is still good. Both for Winthrop and Ambrosia. An op still available for Infiltrator. A smoke that came out early that potentially forces Infiltrator. I don't know if he activated a dash to walk through that smoke to find information first, but they're all focused to really fight back for mid-control before playing the retake towards A.
It's a good flood for Ambrosia, but no picks, so they are established. There's a Hunter's Fury. They also have a Thrash for plan B. The grab wall is going to delay things for Ambrosia, giving a chance for Winthrop to dash from Infiltrator, but he has the op, so he's just going to wait for the smoke to clear instead and have someone else drop. You still have Thrash there from Flare from the shadows. Maybe a flank opportunity from Smiley. He is 11 HP. And at the back, Screwface tries to get something done, and it's Nasi and Moobs that just have next level awareness. It's an all-out scrap, but Satellite and Smiley don't have full health. And the spike gets tapped, and it's through the smokes and all the fire and the flames, and the fuse goes through, and it's Winthrop with the lead. That continues.
How the heck did Nasi know that Screwface was still behind enemy lines? I thought that he dodged it, the Owl Drone, and instead of just jumping behind and trying to get the backstab kill onto Nasi, he just waited for the double rotate to happen, and technically he should have had 2 free kills. But Nasi had his sixth sense, turned around, saved Infiltrator to get the pick, and allows Winthrop to really go for that top A and that security split back for the retake. And again, I was gonna say it's understandable that we're playing a little bit more passively on that retake, on the play on the A site rather, so they could focus on a heavy crunch on middle because they had Hunter's Fury and also the Thrash to retake. Now they don't have it, but they're still going for that crunch play right off what the Owl Drone could potentially see.
Ooh. Oh, the ping with the missed shot from Infiltrator, and man, there's a big stack from Winthrop in mid, and more than Ambrosia expected, sending Satellite and both their duelists aggressively right down lane. And Ambrosia just such a severe deficit, and where the economy is, it's really not a round they can afford to drop. But with at least their Omen, Smiley establishing top window, he could maybe find a trade, because who expects someone to be up here, especially inside the smoke? You just heard the molly close. Smiley can swing out, and Flare was just somehow hurt him. I don't know, but the plan still goes through.
One enemy remains.
Just good heads up play. What a big round by Flare for the 4K in that round. I mean, you're seeing it happen quite often these days on Abyss, where that smoke that goes up towards the top of the rappel, and you could just shift walk all the way up to not make any noise, and then just hold the angle. A lot of people, and a lot of players rather, are using the edge of the Omen smoke as an extra piece of util obstacle, so you could just cover fighting on the edge of it towards the unbreakable door and towards the ramp. Not too many players want to walk within that smoke yet, because they always anticipate a player in there. So good on Flare to just throw the Mosh down and stay outside of the radius of that smoke so he cannot get punished here by the player hiding inside and just waits on that edge, just knowing that somebody's going to peek and wins that fight. That's a huge round, a huge play from Flare. And you have now a Winthrop University on their map pick, a big lead with an 8-4 score line. And Ambrosia in this round on the defensive side, this is what Ethos is mentioning. How will they work the map here, not having a Sentinel player? Well, this is the quite common thing that you're often seeing here on the lack of Sentinel plays, but having a Sova, Yoru, and a Jet group up together, work as a buddy system at the very beginning of all of these rounds.
Off the Gecko flash, dashing in, Infiltrator, but Moves taking damage early in the round, and Ambrosia sticking at the back of the site, backs against the wall. They just bite back, and Winthrop barely holding the perimeter. They got nobody left in main. Nasty goes 1 for 1. It's not the worst, but Moves is facing a pretty awful situation in the 1v3, so easy retake for Ambrosia.
Yeah, especially when you got low HP towards the end as well, and you're gonna get hit by no matter what shot here coming from Caillou or Acreon with the weapons that they had left. So a nice little attempt by Winthrop University, but Ambrosia has a chance here to fight back on the defensive side, where it's gonna be quite interesting too. They're probably gonna be expecting, you know, Ambrosia to be this level, this aggressive rather, this level of aggression that they're gonna pull out at the beginning of these rounds. They're able to tempo really quickly towards the pivot on the B site plant, which is A-OK. Is just now trying to figure out how they could just hold the pulse plants. You could already see here they're setting up for, you know, plants for the suck on the extremities, the sprays that doesn't have to be towards the pillar, because now you could spray from the window, you could spray from B main, and that's the beauty of having it on a Mosh, a Sova, and also an Astra to play that pulse plant utility. But that is already going to be a tell from Ambrosia in the first place when they've discovered where the plant was in the first round.
Okay, well, Infiltrator is definitely missing a shoulder after that one. 10 HP. Meanwhile, Screwface picks off the Moves lurk from B. So Winthrop are having their options limited, but open maybe back up from Infiltrator. This is going to pull Screwface to watch back over in mid to clear that back up. So Winthrop take this window of opportunity to start their spike trail towards A, but awaits them is Acreon, just with a Sheriff though, but still can hurt.
It was a huge round, though. I wonder who raid bossed Infiltrator to be able to go full shields and the Outlaw. Looks like it was Nasi, because he's only got 300 credits left, and that was perfect because Satellite was at small shields. He gets hit by a body shot down to 140. He gets the kill to Satellite. They do the Bogdan's Law so that Jerk could outlaw and Infiltrator could find info, and to go for the plant within the A site.
Definitely doable for Acreon with how Winthrop were missing health. Even Acreon gets a second kill and bought enough time for reinforcements to get there. So Ambrosia doing a good job of keeping themselves stable on the defense, even despite maybe losing their Jet early. They also had first blood over on B, so really liking the resilience out of this defense.
Just the wall contact, unfortunately, though, the gun was sticking out, so it really gave a chance for Caillou and Acreon rather, to be ready on the actual hit coming out from Winthrop University on the attack side. So it ends up being a nice little set up for trades, not really crossfires towards the end, and you're playing the rifles against the lower buy because the Outlaw was already down. Now Satellite gets that one, though.
Well, it's these small angles that people like Acreon or Satellite take, and it's just the one shot. They're just always getting those first picks from that, and Nasi was able to fire back from someone holding the high ground. Satellite with the op as people a little too close for comfort in the smoke, though. Nasi surprises him from behind, goes back into the smoke to play main after the spike has been planted. Even though Flare's been pinged, he's in a safer position behind the pillar. Got Recon, 2 shock bolts, so flush out the corner. Now the Recon next, use it in the window or in the wall, and it's not going to get much information for the defense, but you know pretty much where everybody is. A spike will be tapped to maybe try to draw them into a line of sight to line up the ducks for Acreon. It's just up to Jerk. Gravwell's going to stop the defuse, and I think that's really all you need to do.
Jerk saves the day here from Winthrop University.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, he loses the fight against Caillou, but that is unfortunately not a round that you wanted to lose for Ambrosia. Satellite had a perfect first pick, but I feel like there was a little bit of miscomms. As soon as the wingman came up, he just didn't want to shoot it because he wanted to focus on players maybe swinging behind a wingman so we could get the op pick. So I think there's got to be some comms saying, wait, who's going to take care of breaking down that wingman and picking him off? Because if they were able to stop that wingman right away, you're forcing the Winthrop University to run against you on that site, and you already had 3 players there. So that small little mistake rendered to be super costly because they lost a round in the process, and Winthrop University has a chance now to just continue on their attack side. Satellite wants to redeem himself after that mistake, and he'll do so by taking down Jerk.
Yeah, these mid picks have been so back and forth. This time it's Ambrosia with first blood, and look how they're already stacked on the A side, and Winthrop. Man, if there's a defense that is unsmoked, it's tough for Winthrop to get through. Now the drone will help Ambrosia figure out that, well, the spike has left the area. This exchange in mid could define a lot of things, but Moobs isn't getting the pick he was hoping for against Smiley. And Smiley can at least call. They could be crossing from mid, so Smiley's gonna swing over at B just to try and delay things as Winthrop just cut all noise, hoping that Ambrosia rotate out of A.
Yeah, and it probably won't happen now. The last 2 guys are just going to save their weapons, and losing Jerk at the beginning of the round is a huge component that is lost for Winthrop's execution on the site. Losing the Astra, you have no smokes on the execute, you have no concuss within the site to really try to break some positioning here to allow for you to get within there. So I love the play from Satellite that probably had to tell, realizing here that nobody's really pushing down or watching it from the bottom of the library. So he goes all the way from the top. It wasn't being smoked out. So clear vision, runs through, gets that pick, and instantly you see the rest of them trying to move within the A site, trying to tempo up after they realized that they lost their Astra.
10 seconds
It was just
left.
free pickings for the 3-4 players within the A site after. So last 2 players were, well, again, save their weapons onto the next. You could already see Flare and Moobs bought all the way down to 0 credits. They're going to try to leverage these 2 weapons in the next, where the rest of them are going to go through probably another Sheriff buy-in. Sheriffs are quite all right, though, for players over at Winthrop University, in my eyes.
Such a close first map. Winthrop's pick, but Ambrosia, if you just look at the last 4 rounds, the last bunch of rounds, like, Ambrosia definitely coming back. And they got the Hunter's Fury as a retake option. But it's just about where Ambrosia are going to want to stack, and Winthrop may just try to see what they can get in mid. Decoy's not going to catch any fire, and Winthrop going to go uncontested mid, but at the cutoff, Ambrosia going to make sure they look both ways before crossing the road. And its Infiltrator still with full mobility, taking his time, but the Paranoia would have finished him off if Screwface didn't. This is going to put the fear in the eyes of Flare, and he tried to go for a big play when he just had a bunch of pistols playing as a team, but Winthrop aren't even doing any damage, so Ambrosia will be catching up pretty soon, but hey, that's an upgrade, a Vandal upgrade at that for Nasi. That'll help him pressure this high ground, but Smiley goes unchecked and unsmoked. So he kind of cuts off Winthrop a bit. The spike still goes down. 2 versus 3 is not impossible, but with the weaponry Ambrosia have, don't even need to invest the Hunter's Fury, but Nasi at 20 HP. Yeah,
Almost
gets cleared out.
I mean, full classics to let that happen, and for Nasi to almost pop things really open for the side of Winthrop University. He's also been around the collegiate scene for quite a long time, and also has been competing around like the tier 2 scenes for at least like the last 3 years, and I love how he's improved. I mean, he's very, very knowledgeable on where his opponents are at, and very similar to seeing how Caillou and Moobs has been playing so far. It's catching so many players off guard. Look at that. After he comes through towards this ledge to get this pick on the Satellite, a dodge right after, a right click into a kill. I mean, that is super nice here to surprise Satellite on that pick. Another eco round on the side of Winthrop University this time around that does a lot of damage. Keeps that economy somewhat low for Ambrosia. There's so many ults to work with on this round for the defensive end. Off for Satellite, watching middle, a full stack towards the A site. And that's how you play with no Sentinels 2 on using your double controller to be the anchors and setting up these one-ways, these heavy smokes, trying to force out util very early in the round. And because you're playing weak side here, you're okay to give this up, and you're going to retake with the Hunter's Fury and a Dimensional Drift. They got to be ready for this for Winthrop University.
Infiltrator's trying to be proactive, but he kind of gets spotted by the drone thrown from Caillou, and the shock is going to force people out of the site, giving space for a Hunter's Fury, but it's coming from the offensive side first. Knives out now, defensive Hunter's Fury, and if you're on the site, you better be gone. Ambrosia's trying to evict everybody and is going for more space, and look with all the smokes. Satellite just had to look at one tiny corner.
One enemy remaining.
But Winthrop hold their own pretty well. It's a 1v2, and Acreon is just built different on these post plants. And that'll be Ambrosia tying it up with less than a second left.
0.52, another moment where Jerk potentially could have won that round in a 1 versus 2. But things looked out pretty good here on the amount of util that came out from Acreon on top of that. Beautiful stun that happened at the bottom of the pillar around all of these smokes. Look at moves. Yes, he gets that headshot while he's fully stunned, but Screwface is able to continue outside of the Dimensional Drift, trade it off instantly, and they know the position where Jerk is going to be playing from. Crosshair already set up. We're getting ready for the swing out. And a beautiful pick towards the end here from Acreon to allow now Ambrosia to tie up this game to 9-9. Another one of these first starts to the day for those who dare that ends up being a very close and fun game to watch.
Screwface holds the corner, has Smiley in a crossfire position with the Paranoia. And the Cosmic Divide, it creates this opportunity, but Winthrop gonna take their time with it, especially with the smoke and what they found out initially. And then you have this deep lurk from Jerk all the way at A. See who he finds, and it's the op, and confirms the op is on that side of the map. Ambrosia reestablished their smokes and get a TP going back to site, and as Winthrop crawl in, they just get tripped up. So Winthrop just haven't had any good opportunities to get any space in their favor. And it's Ambrosia picking up now 4 rounds in a row. Once this 1v4 at 5 HP is all done with, we'll see how many what damage Flare can do to this economy, but not much. He already had the ult anyway. But anyway, Ambrosia get the lead with 4 unanswered rounds.
Yeah, and Econ's shot actually for Winthrop. I like the idea, at least from what Winthrop University was trying to do, is just full metal outside of the B side, but all of those plans were foiled by just Screwface moving forward. With him pushing forward and then creating that diversion, and I think maybe a Paranoia followed around, it really canceled the full hit coming out from Winthrop University, especially after Smiley throws the smoke down when Screwface is able to TP away. So you're trying to go for the hero play. If you're able to get the pick from Jerk, you could maybe rotate back.
3
But as soon
stars.
as he falls, it just forces now Winthrop to just rush in.
Oh, that's awkward. Trying to get some deep darts. Big punish from the defense. And like I said, 3 stars, 1 smoke, already going down. Satellite holds the left, the rest of the team hold the right, and Winthrop just find themselves in a pain sandwich, but with just a bunch of sheriffs, probably not able to do much. But the upgrade for the Vandal is appreciated for moves, but oh, he's just gonna decide to die instead. But 11 for Ambrosia, 2 away from taking our first map.
Smiley disrespecting the game, he should get fined.
Stop fighting. You must keep going.
But that said, I love the shot from Satellite. This was still an anti-eco, so you're just going for flashy plays, and to be able to actually hit his opponent out of midair like this, a true duck hunt shot, and a headshot on top of that. Look at that. Boom. That's very, very clean. And especially when, you know, as I mentioned, it's an anti-eco, but your opponent actually does have the Blade Storm. You could really change things around into the favor of the attack side. I feel like there's got to be some lineups to be studied on this side of Winthrop, though, so that they don't fully expose themselves when they're trying to get a recon into the back of the site. Com has definitely done so in the past with Leviathan. Maybe that's some VODs that they could watch here.
Oh, Infiltrator, what a great position on the high ground. Usually Ambrosia have been playing for retakes, and It's Winthrop that get a first blood in their favor this time, and you have good angles, but who's watching the backside? Probably has to be Infiltrator that takes part of that. He'll do so from the low ground. And now with no Smiley, you don't have smokes, no paranoia. Got flashes from Screwface, Dimensional Drift, but it's the Thrash to try and catch the retake coming from the mid-cut. Dimensional Drift, Screwface is getting information, but does he have time to really capitalize on this? At least he'll unveil himself within the site to assist his team in a double shock dart to stop the defuse. It gets halfway, and Winthrop take the round.
That was so nice by Jerk and Nasi. Double, like the double damage from the vulnerable in the shock dart when you have a player in the front that's just trying to block utility or just try to block his teammate. Well, if they were gonna get sucked here by the Astra, then they wouldn't be off the spike, and then boom, shock dart comes down, drops them both, and Ambrosia regained the lead. Now it took a while though. Or they maintain the lead still. It was Winthrop that's still closing that gap, but they're not really out of it yet. But look at this round. It's a double op coming out from Ambrosia. Holding both extremities. And you have to come and hit those shots instantly. If not, going to be difficult for you to play the retake. And already Satellite's forfeiting the B site.
And the drone spotted that the op is just on top of the box, so Winthrop are being extra careful. Up close and personal, shotgun in the smoke, knives back out, Satellite takes a seat, waits for reinforcements. Winthrop, there's Cypher cages, there's Omen smokes, but there is moves getting to the back corner. The flash from Screwface isn't enough to deter him, but the double ops are in place and playing from main. Not a lot more Winthrop could do at that moment. Spike is planted, there's a flank, and Jerk thought he had time to do grab well things. Either way, Ambrosia one away from the win.
And as we mentioned before, a hot start from Winthrop University, winning pistol, converting bonus, and having a decent lead at the start of the first half. And now it's Ambrosia fighting back on their defensive end, not allowing Winthrop to really get any win behind their sails on their attack side. Only 2 rounds picked up on the attack half so far for Winthrop University, and somehow a double op retake by both Screwface rather and Satellite render successful for Ambrosia. How the hell does that happen? It's so hard to retake in this game with double ops. And that's just lack of utility that doesn't block the vision here from Ambrosia on the retake, and now they have a chance to close out the map. Broken economy, double stinger for Winthrop around Vandals.
Yeah, at least you got smokes to cover the Sova this time, but as soon as you show face, of course there's an op on this site you want to hit. Decoy plus pain from Ambrosia is the equation that Winthrop don't want to be at. See if Nasi can step around. Nope. The op still too strong. If only Winthrop could close the gap. They just have no utility options. Neural Theft may help things. It's the last round for Winthrop to try and come back on. And Screwface is gonna lead the way. I like the spot out of Jerk. He's now gonna pivot on the left. Smiley's already checking it. A big engagement for Jerk. And he's been such a star for Winthrop before. And man, he's brought down to the sliver of his health. Satellite with the Vandal. Jerk with 3 to save Winthrop.
Oh, a 2 HP remaining on Jerk after he got wall banged here by Screwface, trying to run back within the site. But yeah, as I've mentioned, the lineups that they don't have here for Winthrop University are trying to at least find ways to have a successful recon dart. So they go for a Cloudburst to get it through, but remember, this Cloudburst has been nerfed since 2020. It's only like 4 seconds long. So as soon as it dissipates and then you're trying to get a wingman to come through, you have Flare that gets instantly picked off. But thankfully, again, it's another scenario where Ambrosia just wanted to count on their double op to just hold and close out the round. And this time you can see how difficult it is really to retake with a double op when all of them were still sitting back towards the spawn of security. Last round of regulation, an opportunity to open up the site. Thrash spots 2 towards the back.
Winthrop dash in, knowing Ambrosia have their backs against the wall, but the Gecko Flash finds nothing, so Winthrop can still hold their half of the real estate, and Winthrop are just checking every angle so well, including when Ambrosia were trying to climb down from the rope, and with the spike planted, it's just Screwface with a dimensional drift. Gives the defense Critical information. As Satellite approaches,
Oh,
not
no.
knowing. Oh, Flare heard someone close, and Satellite still gets to jump on him with the shorty. Now the rest of the threats from Winthrop are in main, and Ambrosia have to carve through it with a cage now gone. It's Moobs against Satellite. Moobs holds its own, and it's Screwface that has the safest 1v3, and Winthrop tied up.
Making it through and finally being able to push through the barrier of the hold that Ambrosia was able to do on the defensive side at the entrance of the A site. Finally breaking through the funnel as well, are able to go for the plant, and also all the eliminations. When you have 2 stars and 100 Fury towards the end, it's hard for here Ambrosia to even come back on the retake. So Winthrop University able to really tie up the game and bring us 2 extra innings on our first matchup for those who dare in the open qualifier number 2. Meanwhile, though, on that B stream, we have a 9-9 scoreline between Nightblood and Qbert Academy on the first map of Bind. So nothing but close matches so far found on both streams in this 8-team bracket. Single elimination BO3, and Winthrop University looking to pressure outside of A main to start. Already being warned by Ambrosia with these pings, so they are focusing on heavy mid control at the start and then group back to fight against the potential incident players on the A side.
Just the kneecap almost taken out. Both teams 4-8 in terms of their offenses, only getting 4 rounds. It's Ambrosia kicking us off first, just like they did on that first half. But very happy to still have their kneecaps in place from that op that was on A. But now an open mid, droning up though. Nasi making sure their half of the map is still secured. It's Ambrosia just not going to test that out, especially where Jerk is sitting.
Yeah, and they pinged it too, so they expected to rotate from the op from Jet to go from A site to mid. So now they know they're not going to get contested by the op towards A main. So they're all grouping up, making sure they're going to clear the corner to start. So they're going to give their position away. But the timing's still good here for Ambrosia to enter towards the A site. There's going to be a 5 versus 1 within the site, and instantly Flare is going to give it up.
With Flare with the molly delays things, but Satellite dashes into his own smoke, keeps eyes on the top of the window, everyone pressuring it back. So Satellite will back away. Now as soon as that opens up, Nasi is found. Ambrosia just have to play time off. There's no flank to worry about, but it is Screwface getting ahead of the game, sitting in that smoke. And could get the heads up on Jerk. Gets a double kill from Satellite, but the op has made its way in. And it's Infiltrator you gotta worry about. And Jerk clears the window. So Winthrop reestablishing. Now tapping the spike, getting the attention of Ambrosia. The shock dart does not perturb Jerk, trying to get any vision on Ambrosia, who are hiding, playing their lives, playing time, and you're running out of time to get this fuse going, and Winthrop just falls short, and it's Ambrosia back in the lead.
That's such good communication for Ambrosia towards the end. How many times did we tap onto that spike and Akron did not go for the instant gravity well? Because as soon as it was tapped, it looked like one of those 2 players towards A main just went for a jiggle. They realized that it's not on the spike. They're calling he's not on. You don't have to use it. And then they just simply guarantee the victory to win on time, no matter what, on their post plan. That was really nice here in terms of, once again, finding players with experience, playing under the pressure in overtime in a best out of 3 to try to make it to the playoffs and win $8,000 if you make it to first place towards the end. And now Ambrosia back in a scenario where they could potentially win the map, but not until Winthrop gets a double drop at middle at the very get-go.
What a big opening for Winthrop. Smiley face has to be huge. He's gonna play smokes and play backside. And then a Yoru clone or a Yoru teleport in place there for Screwface to get involved quickly, to really cause some confusion. Paranoia used. Winthrop, they get hit as they enter. The Thrash, I don't even know if it got it detained. And Winthrop, they scrap their way through. And Ambrosia in a 1v2. It's tied up from Winthrop.
It was so close too. There was so many like almost close calls there where Smiley could have converted it back for the side of Ambrosia to even play the retake towards the end. It came down to a 1 versus 2 when there were already 2 players down at the very beginning. That was a very nice try.
Yes.
But we have the tie coming back, going into another reset into this round. And on the attack side, this time you don't see Ambrosia or even Infiltrator trying to go for a glass cannon op. Realizing here that it's potentially not the right play, as it seems as though they're doing a great job for Ambrosia to really avoid Infiltrator in these moments. So he wants to add a little bit more value, play with his team, play for the Vandal crunch that Winthrop University had success a few rounds ago in regulation. Ambrosia hearing nothing coming out of A main at the very beginning.
And both teams have won their offensive rounds, so we'll see if Ambrosia can continue to be lucky, holding close with the shotgun too. Satellite's gonna try and get out, and he does so with 2 HP, and the plant still happens as Ambrosia set their sights on the top window. Like the shock darts coming out of the defense, pushing them back, so at least you don't have to clear right below the window. And all Ambrosia have to do is delay. But look how Winthrop are surrounding. They have a 2-2 split. Window and back sight. Starting to clear is Infiltrator. Screwface can get the flash in time. So he gets picked off. We're left with a 3v3. And Satellite loses to his counterpart as Smiley's found out in main, but not without taking one with them. Try to set up a crossfire and the defuse almost being stuck there. Yes, Winthrop try to draw people out, and it's Ambrosia up to 14, continuously winning their offensive rounds.
So far on the attack side for Ambrosia, and this OT has been finishing towards this A site where, again, they've realized because they're not having this early pressure there. I mean, they tried to for Winthrop on that first OT when they posted the op from Infiltrator that missed a shot. But this time around, they just went through contact play, nobody on the other side. So they just go for a full exec. And it's so hard to retake the site for Winthrop University when you can't really go for the best flash recon retake when your flasher is going to be a gecko. And all that util can get broken down quite easily. And the players from Ambrosia can stay within the site. Looks like Winthrop's trying to do the same thing.
Sense of security off that drone, but at the back, Ambrosia still go 1-for-1 at the top of the window. Caillou is getting picks without being able to see anything, just off of good comms from Ambrosia. And now, just one player left between the win. And there it is, Ambrosia with the defuse and a big win on Abyss against Winthrop's map pick of Abyss. Up next, we will have Haven, but it is series point for Ambrosia.
Yeah, this is gonna sting rather for Winthrop at the very beginning. Again, a great hot start that they had against Ambrosia. The grudge match that goes between these two collegiate teams, and unfortunately here, falling short. They were able to tie up the game. They were able to potentially grab that momentum to bring it back and close it out in overtime. But the choices that they made here on how they wanted to lock down the defensive end with what they wanted to do, pushing towards middle or trying to get a knock, unfortunately not pay in their favor, and also playing the retake on the A side, it became their demise towards the end. And now we have a chance now to see their opponents. Ambrosia close it out in 2 maps. Says, we'll wait and see what's going to happen after break, right, Lemon Kiwi? I'm going to let you do
we
the
have
toss,
a
man.
lot. Yeah, we have a lot of matches going on at the same time. We have a bunch of quarterfinals, so we'll update you guys on the score. But stay tuned. We'll have another one around the corner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. And wow, what an insane treat we had for the very first map of the day. That was a nail biter for sure. It was super intense. And all around, we just saw some great Valorant. And I love to see that. But before we get into that, let's pay some bills, yeah?
There you go.
We're talking about one of our presenting partners, Asus ROG. Asus ROG makes the best hardware for PC gaming, esports, and overclocking. Their innovations deliver top performance and premium experiences for everyone. To learn more, visit rog.asus.com/US.
Slay.
Actually, I'm not sure if it's a backslash or forward slash. I don't know how that. How do you? It's a forward slash. Okay, well. Use the forward slash then, guys.
Use the other backslash, the one that leans on the other side.
Yeah. Okay. How can you even tell?
The anti-slash.
Yeah. Anyways, but guys, that was an insane game. You guys also did a great job casting, by the way. That was
Thanks, man. What did you think about it?
a lot going on. Yeah, so I think that overall, these guys are both teams are just such great competitors, and we saw just some great big adjustments made both individually and on the micro and the macro level. To start off, we saw Ambrosia. They were focusing more on side hits, getting the bomb down, but it just wasn't working for them because Winthrop, they weren't giving them any space to work around. All that advanced map control and library, a spawn, back sight even, they weren't letting them get comfortable and get into the spots they wanted to. And then because of the lack of no sentinel, you saw a lot of flanks coming from Winthrop, which really, once that pressure came in from the flank and they had no pressure on the back side, there was just nowhere for Ambrosia to play for those post plants. That's when Ambrosia pivoted to a more pick/default focus game plan, centered around, their dual controller, because they can smoke off a lot of things, walk up on a lot of areas, find those picks, and they do a really good job of converting those rounds because now they're up numbers and they're guaranteed to win pretty much.
Yeah.
Winthrop.
The interesting thing though is, despite Ambrosia not having any of that sentinel role in their composition, he still had such a strong defensive hold. And remember, they had one round where they had a double op retake for Satellite and Screwface and still converted that one towards the end. So that lack of Cypher it seems as though it was well exploited by Winthrop University when they were playing the defensive side. But on the attack side, they kind of failed to get a little bit more of that mid-split control to try to go for executes within the sites.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, you go for it.
You guys are the big brains. I just, with the biggest compositional difference between the Yoru and the Gecko, right? I thought Flare provided really good stall with the mollies in A main. Just the flashes weren't getting a lot of intel. It didn't really help for the retakes, and that's just because Ambrosia counter-positioned against it, playing further back, kind of expecting that. While Screwface with the Yoru, the dimensional drifts on kind of these mid, I don't know, during all the chaos, the way he was able to slip behind enemy lines, I thought just provided tremendous value and just so many angles of attack from Ambrosia. So, big fan of the Yor. I'm joining Team Ethos here.
Heck yeah. Speaking of Screwface, I do want to highlight that there was a pretty big pivot in his playstyle individually as well that I noticed. He started off the game playing very good fundamental Yoru, where you are playing more support, you're using your utility condition, you're getting to your teammates, and you're applying your flashes for your teammates, which is great. Don't get me wrong, you're getting good value, consistent value throughout the round, and that's how Yoru should be played a lot of the time. But it's also, you have to remember, Yoru is a duelist, and you need to be taking those fights. You need to be confident. You need to just be going for those solo peaks with your flash and getting those kills and being disruptive and unpredictable. And we saw Screwface start being more confident and taking those engagements more early on by himself throughout the game. And you saw him just have some incredibly important rounds won for his team because he was taking those risks by himself, because he is a good player. He's been a duelist for the longest time. This guy was a Jet one trick to start off the game. This guy, he knows how to play duelist. Oh yeah, one of the few good IGLing Jets back in the day. So really, Screwface, seeing that old Dark Zero Screwface come back out towards the end of that match, and you saw him pick it up. I love to see that, and you could really see that he could go from support to duelist. You can get a man who can do both, and Screwface did both, and he definitely filled the gaps that were left by not having a Cypher, by being a little bit more aggressive and proactive. Also, Satellite was just, this guy was farming.
Yeah, 30 kills. Jeez.
Yeah.
And that's a great definition of like good and true Yoru players that we currently see like at the biggest level, right? And even if you're looking at challengers at that same tier 2, you could think about Koala Noob of how much value he brings as this Yoru for M80 in the first place, where you know you're trying to play this double sentinel composition for M80, so you're losing, for example, your KO on Ascent. Then the next best thing is to pull out that Yoru, and he's able to really do exactly as you're saying. Try to get the aggressive angles on the ops as you can, but also being there for, you know, retakes with the flashes for the team. On Lotus as well, for example, a lot of dimensional drifts allows for a bunch of util to surround him to make sure that they stun their opponents at the right place, comes out of the TP and gets some kills. So you have a mix of support and duelists at the same time. And it's nice to see the evolution and more players starting to pick up Yoru and starting to figure out that tech.
I just want to give a big shout out again to Satellite, because yeah, the 30 kills was great, but also 8 first bloods. He was a huge part of opening up the middle of the map, and whether it was something Ambrosia really wanted to cross, we didn't see them do kind of these mid-push wraparounds or anything crazy, but it did kind of weaken that middle part of the map and pull the perimeters closer to that. And we'll see if he continues that trek, because on Haven coming up, Satellite likes to play Yoru as the solo duelist for that team, at least according to the last match results. Yeah, so Haven is coming up. That's Ambrosia's choice to see if they'll be able to close out the series, but who knows after the overtime we got on Abyss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Satellite, again, I also want to see a little bit more out of Infiltrator. Like, Infiltrator was doing a great job of making space going in every single time, but he was losing a lot of those first round engagements. He was having a little bit of a slow start. I know that Infiltrator, he's a very good player, and right now he's facing off against 2 incredibly aggressive duelists. You know, you have Satellite just fully unleashed, and you have Screwface who could turn it on like a switch. So you do need some firepower. You need to fight fire with fire, and I want to see that out of Infiltrator. I know this guy can aim. I know this guy can shoot. This guy can absolutely, he has what it takes to take control of the game by himself. I would like to see more of that in this next map.
I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Lemon.
I like just quizzing Ethos, because I love just getting that player perspective, because last time we saw Ambrosia on this map, they still operate the Viper, which I feel like just casting a lot of challengers with you fans we don't get to see too often. So what's your take, Ethos, on Viper on Haven?
Okay, so the reason why teams run Viper is because Haven, it's such a standard meta map. You got the Sova, the Breach, right? We just standard map control. You can take parts of the map, because getting map control on Haven is absolutely essential. Because of how many lanes there are, you need to be able to eliminate some possibilities and simplify the round for yourself. Viper recomplicates that round for the enemy team. You can just, the dart for a lobby is useless because you just wall up after. You could be down, you could not. They have to commit a person there every single time if they want to clear it, or commit 2 people to 1 to watch short, 1 to watch long, and then when the rotates come in, you obviously leave gaps. That's why Gen G runs Viper, and they do it so well. And also Viper really bolsters the defense. Haven's always been a very weak defense sided map. Viper makes that a lot easier. You have that pre-set orb on A for that site smoke, the Sugar Zero smoke, which is just so great to just put up and down anytime you want. The wall that covers both B and Garage, or B and Top Shore and A long. There's lots of different ways to play Viper, and a lot of different ways, a lot of more options you can have on defense that you wouldn't normally have with the standard meta comp.
And the sacrifice of the Breach, you think it's worth it to play that Viper for the stall just to bolster your defense? Or how much are you losing on the Breach if you can't just like flash in Rolling Thunder into A?
Well, again, really, you know, Breach, the difference between Breach Sova versus Sky Viper is just aggression versus deception, right? You're getting info and you have flashes with Sky, so it's a kind of 2-in-1 initiator. But then Viper, you're allowing them to take that map control. If you want to have a lobby, take it, go for it. You can stun, you can dart, whatever. I'm walling up after. What are you going to do? You have to leave a guy there. So it's really like, it depends on the playstyle. If you are more of a slow, lurky playstyle, you like to re-clear things together with bodies and aimers, then Viper will definitely work for you. But if you like to just pick up that pace and run it down and take sites with your just superior util, then Breach Sova is for you. But again, it's very difficult sometimes because you will see a lot of stacks coming through on Haven, and even with that util, it might not be enough.
Let's see if the Viper will happen again. Yeah, the Caillou Viper with the Yoru versus the very fast and aggressive Neon Breach type of play. Is fast equal good, Ethos? What do you think?
I think this again, aggression versus deception, definitely aggressive on Winthrop University. It depends on what they do after. It's not really gonna matter like how they take the site, because for sure I think they can take the site with this comp. Breach Neon is very hard to play against once you're playing on site, unless you have 3 there or a full setup. But if you do dump all of your utility into a site, what's most important is what happens next. What do you do next? Do you take something else? Do you fall off? Do you wrap around? You have to make that decision instantly, because you already know Ambrosia, they have those lurks up, they have that map control, they are going to get behind you and get in those gaps if you don't get there first.
All right. Thank you so much, Ethos. We'll see you fast, aggressive versus the deception, the stall, slow Ambrosia. Slow and steady wins the race. I don't know. It is a race to get to the grand final of the For Those Who Would Dare. And this is potentially the final map, as Ambrosia did just win Abyss.
Yeah, and just to continue on too with the Fast versus the Viper as well on the side of Ambrosia, I think also having that Viper allows for you to anchor up a little bit more, as you know. Ethos was mentioned into Sugar Zero Smoke, the one that actually allows for you to stay within the A site a little bit more. It also frees up your Omen to be able to smoke at different spots and really try to clear out util and or force util to come out and not give too much for the attack side to get the best value on the hits. But we'll change that thought. We have Ambrosia starting off on the attack.
Ambrosia, slow and steady, wins the race, having the Viper wall. Yeah, you have it pretty early, so you are giving up a lot of map control of sewers and whatnot, and this gives Infiltrator a way to just creep all the way up A long and get a free first pick. We'll see if Ambrosia can benefit from this to just at least get some garage control to converge into C.
Wow, my eyes are down.
We'll be spotted,
You'll see the
though.
split happening as well too. It's gonna allow for you to TP in the front of the platform and go through with the smokes and the flashes. He makes it across, but he's still alone here for a satellite. Needs a little bit more help.
Some good info, and Jerk just trying to spam through the smoke, and Ambrosia just couldn't make their way into the site fast enough before Winthrop closed the door.
Yeah, nice little play towards the end. Just good little holds and a good read even for Winthrop University to understand that split coming in from Ambrosia is probably just going to try to create that space with the satellite TP across, and they just had the right number. They waited for the audible cue for the TP and then just start exploding through the Omen smokes that was being thrown on the defensive side. And then you saw the double swing out from Flare and Jerk, and then the pinch coming through from Garage. All of that super nice. And we haven't had a chance to really talk about the Viper Wall here on the attack side too. Yes, it nullifies this recon dart that's being thrown here towards that side, so it doesn't get shot, but it's still, if that gets pulled up right away, you still don't know if there's players following behind that. So look at already. You have 2 players, Infiltrator and Moobs, forced to stay within the A site. That allows Ambrosia to still work as a group and in tandem and to take the power of numbers to overtake a site and at least try to get a plant coming through.
I'm surprised Infiltrator doesn't want to be more aggro, but deciding to just take the range duel with the Bulldog is going to be more ideal. And now with that early pressure from Winthrop and C Long, you don't have vision in Garage, so they can either be Garage and B, and then you already have Nasi clearing B. So Winthrop with map control, at least of the objectives, as Ambrosia can pivot back towards A, but depending how this goes with Infiltrator, be able to be quick and dash out if needed. They just maybe hear someone, is able to make the initial call and slip back into the site.
30 seconds left.
A lot of mind
Double
games.
pump back. I kind of like it though, because they broke the trip at the very beginning. They're setting up a presence towards the A site. They're keeping those players anchored towards A, and it's a neon all the way towards A. And again, with the Viper Wall that comes up, you're kind of just still guessing if they're going to repump within the A site. So now they have an opportunity to just flood it in C.
10 seconds left.
12 seconds, and man, Winthrop don't have a lot of eyes on C Long, but who cares? They just were able to hide and strike back harder, and Ambrosia can't do anything about it. They're just wasting a lot of seconds trying to pick the perfect site. They ran out of time to actually scrap away.
One last thing here from the Viper Wall that's going to default being thrown here by Caillou, as you can see the lineup that covers up towards sewers and also towards the A link. it also nullifies the breach fault line from the A link to insert your neon, or even just an op to walk down in that area to lock up that spot. So again, it gives you by blocking that lane more opportunities, or better pass in terms of defaulting. You don't always have to go for middle and garage. You could always go for a super slow walk down towards sewers, but it's Winthrop slow walking down towards mid, and Infiltrator timed the turret.
Oh, Infiltrator! Oh wait, there was more cooks in the kitchen than he expected, but great attempt from Infiltrator after not getting spotted by the KJ turret. And this is an advantage now for Ambrosia, already with the better weaponry. Winthrop, if they could play up close and personal, the SMGs could hurt just as bad, and that's why Jerk holds close to the garage door, with Nasi close by to help support B or garage with a fault line. Ambrosia set their sights for A, and Winthrop planning for the retake if that happens. And here are the rotates from Winthrop to get into position early. Smokes in place from Ambrosia, and the paranoia pretty early, thinking Ambrosia thought they maybe if there's someone on the site, but top window in heaven is Moobs with recon and shocks available. And even a drone if they want to take their time to get full vision. There's Screwface, who will not be pushed off the plant. Will be stuck on the other side of the box with Caillou calling out for heaven, and good cutoff from Smiley. He is blinded, but the crossfire is in place, and Ambrosia's protocol to stop the retake.
Just slight miscomm too on Nasi trying to walk out, and the paranoia had to come out from Flare, so he doesn't need to get checked by Graffiti and could just try to go for the surprise into hell. But unfortunately not the case, and the last player, of course, you're going to see Jerk just try to die to Spike, and nobody from Ambrosia trying to push forward to give a weapon away. This was a full rifle round coming out here from Ambrosia, and trying to keep the last 4 players alive will be good for their economy towards the end, and they're okay to let Jerk drop here to that Spike, and we'll have a very healthy gun round for both teams in the next.
Gotta keep 4 of them too.
Yeah, and losing Infiltrate in the very beginning, thinking that he had that timing was a nice. I mean, he did have the timing against Screwface, but it almost feels that was just deception, as Ethos likes to mention, because as he tried to swing across, there's still 2 players towards the spawn. There's still a turnaround that came out from towards the A choke. It was just a nice little read here, an understanding of the timing and what they could miss when they throw the turret from KJ down towards grass. So nice heads up play, punish, and now a conversion for their first round on Haven.
Infiltrator has been in charge of A long and stays close enough to the corner that he could always just sprint back towards the site. Not a lot of A short action from Winthrop, and they're gonna try their hand at that with the high-low. All the silence could get looks around the corner too. But Ambrosia may be anticipating an overextension. And there's Satellite already picking one off, and Moobs watching out to see if losing a teammate would spark Ambrosia to go forward with the offense. So Moobs eventually gets the trade on Satellite, stuck in A short, not knowing if Ambrosia pushed up A long during that moment. So Moobs is still looking for backline damage before heading back to the site. Winthrop are still in, I guess we're in an okay position until Moobs gets picked off again, and Ambrosia not much progression towards an objective yet.
And they get to reset too, pivoting back towards the C site. They're forcing Winthrop University to play retake on the C. And I don't like the camera that comes up right away. I think they're going to have to maintain that just to leverage that for the retake. Beautiful timing by Screwface on top of that. That's a GG in the round for sure.
Oh, what a flick. Just quicker than Screwface. 1v3 plus the turret there. Yeah, it's time to hang out and think about life.
Think about the next round too, for sure. The economy's gone. There's an opportunity to maybe give this rifle over to Infiltrator if they want to try to go for some sort of flood, and having the person that's going to create that space to run out, unless Maybe you could go Shorty or Bucky and the trade comes out with the Phantom after. But that's still just a nice little default that came out from Ambrosia that it really picked apart. I mean, look at everybody. Look at all these X's, all in different spots coming out from Winthrop University. Aggression pushing up to try to find information, trying to disrespect the Viper wall from Caillou. And that's the thing when you're forced to play against a Viper and you're not having the Sova to really help you support to clear that spot at the very beginning. Look how punishing that could be. And especially when it's Satellite that's able to move forward and TP away. This is, you're probably going to force a lot of util from the get-go from now on the side of Winthrop University if you want to make sure that you get good control of the A side. That's why this round both initiators are once again there. They just got to try to find a solution to put Infiltrator at the right spot.
Both teams trying to get timings, and with the Outlaw buy, got moves down to 10 HP. Which is a good start for Ambrosia to keep the streak going. And we kind of expected this composition to play a more slow, careful approach, and they're doing just that. First time exploring mid now. Off of just having free courtyard control off the turret and just spotting someone peeking and shooting them through the wall, and Flair tries to get goes for a hero play off of a blind. It's just tough to swing around this corner with all the people in mid. Just a Shorty eventually catches Flare. And Ambrosia just gotta finish off the round, and with the economy where it's at, if Ambrosia don't lose anyone else, they're rich.
Yeah, and a very good default round, and change of tempo for Ambrosia as well. They forced out the recon towards the A site, they break it, and then Winthrop University just tries to go for a crunch from the B site, but what slows them down is that Viper orb. So you can't really try to ping through. A lot of them will, or swing through rather, a lot of them are going to get decayed. It slows down their own pacing that they're trying to create here for Winthrop University. And everybody is just ready right after that by holding towards that spawn. Audible cues comes through and you're able to swing out and support your teammates towards the end for Ambrosia. Now trying to go for an Odin spray. Moobs cannot get the kill. These breaks, actually it doesn't break the turret from E3, you never put it down. One ways which will soon disappear.
Ooh, wait! Ambrosia's kind of different, off the dimensional drift with a judge? Like, you don't see that every day. I love that from Satellite. That gives him control of C. And Nasi takes a peek, goes 1 for 1, but with Jerk in a 1v4, it's just Ambrosia rolling this map. And we knew this was more offensive sided, but Ambrosia aren't being met, but are not really dropping a lot of bodies in these exchanges. Probably, you know, where the economy is at. So Jurek ideally keeping this Vandal will help the scenario coming up.
If he can. They're actually closing the gap against him too. Bud is system to push out towards the spawn. Jerk makes it out towards the A site, but if he keeps running, it's going to get hurt here by the KJ. Greeted by Agrian. And yeah, unfortunately, Winthrop is going to have to go for another save. And with another save, the question is, are they just going to try to run it down one more time or change the pace a little bit, force their opponents into their hands where they could maybe set up a good crossfire at this point? It might be the case. I mean, you're still going to try to run your own type of conditioning for Winthrop University, continuously throw that recon dart towards the A site, making Ambrosia think that you still have this Neon and Silva anchoring towards A. I love the change that you have him holding towards the garage, but Infiltrator looks like he wants to swing out, which is interesting here.
Yeah, and I thought the KJ turret was going to be enough to stop him, but apparently not. And decides to not commit after all.
Trying to do that with a Stinger too. I mean, I would have respected if it was like a Bucky trying to move forward and try to close the gap and just try to get one, as we've seen so many Neons do these days in their attempts for M-trees. It was seen even
Toxins going
who was it yesterday over at on Sunset, it just over at Washed. I'm always thinking Son of Car, but it's not Son of Car.
Kane?
That's it, Kane. It started with a C, dude. I'm getting old. I'm already forgetting all the names. But yeah, that type
Kane
of
was
entry,
crazy.
I'd love to see that a little bit more here from Neons, and especially with Infiltrator pulling out this agent on Haven.
So the drone didn't see Flare. It looked the other way, and it also got paranoid a bit, but Flare still gets taken care of, and Ambrosia's still one member on the site, and Nasi doesn't care about waiting for rotates. He's just going in. There's a deep flank from moves, but with a Sheriff and a 1v5, like, this Winthrop just can't get kills to even scratch at the surface of the money that Ambrosia have. At this point, you're wondering, Ambrosia's just gonna have a mostly perfect round? Nope. Moves will take one for the road. But at, you know, 6,000 plus credits, it's something.
Exactly. Almost looks like he just wanted to give his life away because Moob's already had the Hunter's Fury, and Satellite's going to be even closer to the Dimensional Drift, if not already having it after dying there. So it's a nice little play towards the end. They juggled the spike to make sure that he gets the plat down. Now they have a chance to be aggressive. Another round where they can just really scout out towards a C-side split. I mean, the Dimensional Drift is going to give you so much information towards Garage and towards C.
5 ults? Surely. We haven't seen Winthrop win a round since the pistol and anti-eco, so... Now with the rifles in their hands, Infiltrator. Moobs continues to hold the right side. Ambrosia gonna use the Dimensional Drift to clear out B. It's all smoked out on the perimeter. And just spotted that breach of Nasi, and Satellite taken care of as he popped out of that ult. You have the Hunter's Fury from the defense to cut off the entry of Ambrosia if they had made their way into B. And you weren't 100% sure if you're Winthrop either, because Nasi just holding the right side now that smokes are clear. Winthrop are more prepared, but Ambrosia just hold the angle. They just cut noise and wait for Winthrop to re-clear B, and Ambrosia just kill them again.
Fortunately, a bad mistake there for Nasi because they still had so many ults, and that Rolling Thunder could have been huge for them to stop the second wave of the hit inside the B site.
Now the lockdown from Acreon just to flush Winthrop out of B. They'll still hold the sides. It's not a huge adjustment you're forcing out of Winthrop, and Ambrosia will take that small window to get the plant going immediately. And with all the smokes, we'll see if Smiley will be able to escape, and he does. And he just still gets headshot randomly through the smoke. Winthrop break out, but there's too many angles, and no one looked at window, not in time. 3 versus 3. Does Winthrop have control of B? But where the spike is planted, they gotta do more than that. And Winthrop finally get a successful retake.
And it was nice too by Winthrop University making sure that they don't unload all their ultimates. Ambrosia had the game plan in the very beginning just to try to bait out all of those, at least the strongest ults at the very beginning. So by inserting Smiley in, going for a tap, you're hoping that it would force out the Rolling Thunder on top of the Hunter's Fury. But just Satellite going through the Dimensional Drift himself and even catching Nasi, it kind of forced Nasi to keep a heads-up play and not keep his hands up for the Rolling Thunder and even capitalize on the kill. And that also nullifies then the second wave attempt to go for the second plant, TP out, and play the pulse plant when you, again, still have a lot of that util remaining here for Winthrop University. Very, very nicely done. And I mentioned a mistake that came out from Nasi getting picked by the Rolling Thunder as he was trying to rotate across when he had the Rolling Thunder. That should have been a round loss here for Winthrop University. So good on them to be able to salvage that round.
Ooh, Infiltrator.
Ooh.
Still has 12 HP and still slapped Satellite. So drops the op, and surely someone would like to pick that up, but with not knowing where Infiltrator is, it's gonna take a second for Ambrosia. That'll be up to Smiley to take care of that. Spike left behind, garage control being droned for Ambrosia all the way through the window too. So Caillou could go for a deeper lurk behind enemy lines. Jerk is watching that doorway. Winthrop know exactly what map control they're giving up, and they watch every doorway. Trying to play as cautious as possible. It's Ambrosia with the spike. They paranoia into A, but the spike is maybe being called towards the left side of the map. So
yeah, because Caillou's already inserted inside garage. So you're hoping that people would start rotating across and again forcing out the Rolling Thunder. But great patience once again from all the players of Winthrop.
Just felt like Ambrosia had an opportunity for A, and it finally does get brought over, but not before dropping your lurk in C. And it's gonna be a weaker post plant, but A can be pretty solid,
Enemy remaining.
especially if Nasi's not gonna check corners. But
Oh no.
Flare in a 1v3 with a paranoia is gonna be heard coming, and gonna do what he can, take this step by step. There's the recon that's gonna catch him, and at least Flare gets one for the road, but it's Ambrosia that just know what they're doing.
I was just about to say it. It was still a great start by Winthrop University, where you're trying to figure out why is the Sova falling back. Well, after the initial wave of util, after throwing the recon, and they throw the paranoia, and they were expecting for sprays, counter sprays to come out from Winthrop University, for the Rolling Thunder to come out to bait all that util, and with Caillou being inserted towards that garage, you could still TP from Smiley right after to meet up with everybody else for the plat on that C site. But Caillou gets picked off, so they tempo back into the A site for a plat. But then somehow Winthrop University just wanted to catch them off guard while they were setting themselves up within the A site, and just got all picked off, and it just becomes unfortunate towards the end for Winthrop, where they couldn't convert off a great start on the defensive round, and this round not as great. Lower by, first one picked off. Infiltrator rather once again plays the angle, which is very good against Satellite before. Seems Ambrosia is ready for it.
Satellite, okay, doing this round. The Neon gets put down too, so Ambrosia very rich, and Satellite having a good day on the Yoru after trading that role. See if Nasi can do something to surprise them, and well, the drone and the decoy are some good shields for Ambrosia, and Nasi falls.
I got the spike.
You could save that Rolling Thunder too for another round, but this is starting to get it's starting to be a pretty hectic lead for Ambrosia after this.
Yeah. And once again, they're just trying to get the best value out of who is ever closest to the Yelts. So this time it's Satellite. One more time. Goes for a plant. Almost guarantees one in the next round if he wants to push towards the spawn. But if he loses this fight against Flare, which he won't, he's fine. I was going to say he's going to lose his weapon across, and they'll still be able to buy into the next round, but you're kind of just giving a free gun away for the ones that are on an eco here for Winthrop University. But it's still Satellite in the end, a player that you mentioned got 8 opening duels on the previous round for Abyss, and still does a great job creating good space on the attack for Ambrosia on this very map of Haven. Now has Dimensional Drift, has a judge this time around too, so potentially no shenanigans to come across, but you can definitely see it here. He's going to try to sell potentially a fake. It's a gate crash towards that side. I wonder if he's going to try to keep those players anchored towards A so that everybody else can finish towards C. Wait, what's going on? What just happened there? Got 0 value with the dimensional drift towards the end. I'm sure that was a finger slip.
It's being called off from the A push, and Winthrop already have 4 stacked on that on the C site. No one looking at garage though, and it's not smoked either. So Winthrop are gonna have to re-clear that. Probably gonna send Flare. Ambrosia have a trip to worry about. And a pit setup from Ambrosia offensively to get half of C going, to sell the fake. And then Ambrosia head for B, and it's a wonky start going 1 for 1 and losing Smiley. You need those smokes to really protect B on the post plant. You need to plant first. That's really step 1.
Need a tempo up too, because this could be a winning moment for Jerk in this round. If they slow things down for Ambrosia, they're all going to get hit by Rolling Thunder.
30 seconds left.
Everybody's going to drop outside the pit, and no kills.
Pit is still up, but trying to get around to the backside of the pit. Maybe Ambrosia should just play this from front to back, because there's just no touching this back line. Great round from Nasi, and an important one for Winthrop to not let the score get too far away before the next half.
Yeah, great value too towards the end from what Nasi was able to do. From a fault line that stalls the whole push within the B site. It breaks the timing as well from the wall that they had up to help on the A site choke to cover the vision for Ambrosia to move inside the B site. And as they're like, well, nobody's getting contested towards the C site. Let's pivot in that spot, but it's a perfect funnel for Nasi to get the Rolling Thunder out. And you mentioned that pit was still up, but as you're getting knocked out of it and getting sprayed by Jerk, you can't really get back inside of it, and you have no util to follow up, even if the pit stayed up, to try to get the plant on the C side. So beautiful round by Winthrop University. They're able to salvage that. And you talked about, you know, looking kind of dire for Winthrop University in this situation, but an 8-4.5 could still be quite good here for Winthrop University as we're going to switch sides right after this round. And a 5-7 round after the first blood from Winthrop University, even better.
Losing Satellite is definitely a bummer for Ambrosia, but a short clear, a long clear. But a camera change from Winthrop is gonna see this entry coming. And the lurk shut down in mid, so at least Ambrosia got the site. And if someone hits this trip, you could have maybe Jerk or Moobs react to it just to get the ball rolling sooner, but all sites set forward for Ambrosia. Smokes in place. Smiley even wanting to play close, especially off the paranoia. He has an important job now in hell. Throws a paranoia as soon as he hears steps, and he gets an opening pick on Infiltrator, who's trying to sprint in as Smiley seals the door with the Hunter's Fury, and Smiley's just the walking bodyguard. It's just Jerk in the 1 versus 2 and couldn't get damage in the screw face. Knows someone's behind, and Smiley with 4 ends our half 8-4 for Ambrosia.
And a big round by Smiley, somebody that we haven't even mentioned this whole series so far, and really steps up to the plate in the final round to say, hey guys, I'm also contributing here to Ambrosia's play from Abyss going into Haven this time around, and he's done a great job here. As I mentioned before, double controller being utilized by Ambrosia allows for him to have more free reign on what he could do with his smokes to assist the actual hit, to use him for himself on top of that. I mean, look at him play within his own smokes to cover also like the push coming out from the defensive side. I mean, this is all very nice. And now a Viper Wall to cut across here to not allow Winthrop University to get any fast pushes within Garage. You're forcing Winthrop University to set up for a full split towards A, and that's where the 4-player stack is. Great read, great condition to start. Oh no, he missed. That's gonna ping 2 players, and Satellite might get caught here.
He got out. An Infiltrator says, YOLO, 7 HP. Can't get any worse than this. Well, it does. He drops, and Winthrop just stormed the trenches. And it's Smiley. We just finished highlighting him, and he continues to be a star for Ambrosia. 1v3
the spike.
with health missing for Satellite and Smiley. No util left on the defense. Jiggle peek, Jerk. The jig is up. Has to check all the corners, and the cage buys him time to do that, but Satellite with the swing gives Ambrosia the pistol.
Again, it could have been very dangerous here with the slight whiff of not breaking a recon, but thankfully they are playing a Yoru instead of like a Jet or a Neon, so that Satellite could get away. And beautiful shock darts to follow up with Screwface, playing in the back of Bricks to support on top of that and get a good kill on top of the ruckus, the chaos that ensued towards the A choke control. And now Ambrosia are playing the long range. Guardian, Outlaw, looking down the barrel towards this C long. But all of Winthrop University, I've mentioned, they have this Viper Wall, but they want to disrespect it right away.
Oh. If you can dodge a bully, you can dodge a ball, but Infiltrator did his best, paving the way for Winthrop into the site, but doing it at a pretty severe deficit. Moves does not care. Acreate holds his own in the corner, and Ambrosia are up to 10, a few more rounds away from a series end.
He let his teammate down as he got caught off the timing of saying, okay, well, nobody's going to peek through. Let me reload my Guardian. And then suddenly, surprise attack coming out here from, I think it was Moobs that came through the smoke and got that pick. But nonetheless, he's able to capitalize and avenge his teammate, get a second one on top of that, and no real danger coming through it after for Winthrop University, trying to just smother the back of the site and come back for a plant. They lose the spike in the process too after getting the surprise attack in the back of the site. And you'll still have a fairly healthy bonus round for Ambrosia. Remember, this is still the Outlaw, Guardian, 140 damage on top of a Vandal in the hands of Screwface. Did a lot of damage right here.
Spike down A.
Satellite has done such a good job of holding down that part of the map. And the teleport out. Ambrosia, I mean, being able to play this slow and this concise has been great for their defense. A drone is gonna spot someone in the smoke. Winthrop, are you still committed to going to A after being discovered this early? Flash out for Ambrosia, no one home. Winthrop gonna wait this out to see if Ambrosia are gonna leave. And there is Infiltrator making their way in after a delay in an opening pick. And no one left really on the site except Smiley in the corner, who was trying to go unnoticed. And Caillou's just getting 2 kills for free, and now he can work with Smiley to make this retake possible. Crossfire wasn't really ready, and Infiltrator, our speed demon, brings Winthrop to an advantage in the post plant. Acrian taking their time, but against the Crossfire with one in hell and one in that right corner. Well, depends on the angle, and if Acrian, oh, he could get the kill, but he weakens Infiltrator down and had a nice 180. But it's Infiltrator with 4 that helps Winthrop catch up.
Dude, another missed timing, unfortunate there for this time around. It was Smiley just by Sewers, and that we were talking about that Sugar Zero smoke that Ethos has mentioned before. Quite important, allows for you to anchor within the site and utilizes that to cross through the Caillou smoke to clear out Sewers, and it allows for you to pinch right after. But unfortunately here, as he was staying towards the back of the sewers, nobody was really trying to push towards the spawn, and he never found a timing to get the pick onto Infiltrator, onto Nasi, who's just holding towards the right side, and then just got caught right after. Is trying to throw the paranoia, but we'll hold that thought. The tempo continues to be fairly quick for Winthrop University, and Flair already got an opening.
That's huge for Winthrop. A couple of rounds with first bloods, and Infiltrator has the illusion of the Viper wall, but Smiley's on the hunt. And Ambrosia are done playing with their food. 3 versus 2. Nasi, no util left. Just one above, in front, and below is Smiley with clean shots, denied the ace. But Ambrosia 2 rounds away. Winthrop, it seemed like they were almost gonna be able to catch up, but this half is slipping away.
And Smiley just got the redemption after getting caught like that on that previous round. Does the same exact move as that previous round, dancing around the Viper Orb and getting a 4K on top of that. And that's the unfortunate situation for Winthrop University, not going for a real tempo to split towards the A side. They tried to leverage the sewers push as last-minute flankers, but they just allowed here Smiley to just dance across, and now you're just going to try to gamble. Overdrive inside the B site, trying to get the plant down. And they're just going to allow here for Infiltrator to run out of steam out of his overdrive.
Oh, the overdrive gets shut down, and that was such a big win condition for Winthrop. Do something in such a bad buy. And Ambrosia don't have a lot going, but moves, has the cape on his back. He's got 3. And Acrian was low, but Moves was looking the wrong way. And Ambrosia, match point, series point coming up to knock out their collegiate brethren from the For Those Who Would Dare quarterfinals.
And this is definitely going to sting for Winthrop University. And the banter, I would imagine, they'd probably be like, yo, Screwface, how come you couldn't do that with us when you were playing for Winthrop University?
Right?
But this time it continues to be potentially bittersweet for Screwface, not being able to move forward with Winthrop University in challengers, but finding good success with Ambrosia so far. And potentially here an opportunity for this squad to stick together to try to make it into challengers for next year. But we'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge. There's still a fighting chance for Winthrop University in this round number 18. Money is still good. They have a strong ult to work with for moves, whether they want to open with that or use that as a post-plant last-minute resort, or last resort, rather. Or even use it to counter against Acrian's lockdown if Ambrosia wants to play a more passive retake in. So far, it may not seem to be the case. They are trying to find early information, which will allow here the Neon to move through. Beautiful stuns.
Smiley's like, whoa, 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 everybody calm down. But he's on top of the box and not able to run out as soon as he had the info. Winthrop were kicking down the door. Ambrosia fighting. They don't care about the retake. They got a ton of ults to do it. And it's the dimensional drift to get Satellite in position. This is a decoy that leads the way. A good start for Winthrop on the post plan, ignoring that decoy and focusing on the reinforcements. The retake of Ambrosia through the door. Acreon is still in position with Satellite looking at the players in hell. It's a tough angle to cut. There's the anti-flash and Satellite. Couldn't help Acreon succeed. The high-low ends it in favor of Winthrop.
Gotta go.
A good job for the last two players inside towards Hell and Ammo Box. After they were losing so many players in the post plan for Winthrop University, they just had to stall because Jerk was on a leisurely walk here around the map of Haven, going all the way from Garage to go for the biggest flank as possible, and they needed to keep him alive, or for those players to stay alive within the site so he gets the best value on the flank towards the end. Because it got hectic, it got dangerous at some point as well for Winthrop University when Ambrosia almost got things activated. But all of the players were able to save their ults in that previous round. Hunter's Fury not used, Lockdown not being used. But now a very strong Viper's Pit to isolate so many parts of the map within the next round. You're talking about Viper Orb, Viper Wall, and also a Viper's Pit. Winthrop University, the next round is going to be the most important one, of course, because if not, it's GG, but also making sure that they could eliminate this Viper's Pit in the next round would allow for them to start the comeback against Ambrosia.
It's KJ. Turret already sees action at Steam Long. Acreon. Ooh, that's a painful shot. 16 HP. Not able to do much of a sneeze back at them or be able to escape. I love just the reaction of Infiltrator to use the speed and that aggression to get a good punish on the members still on the site. Now Winthrop ideally want to keep as many weapons as they can into the next round. And ults too. They have to play perfect from here on out to survive in this tournament, survive in the series, of course. And Caillou are able to take one weapon away, but Winthrop still end with 3 rifles, 12-7. Long road ahead of Winthrop.
Exactly. Very long road and a very big obstacle. Remember, they still have this. Okay, well, I was going to mention all this utility coming out from Caillou, but at least Nasi has a Rolling Thunder, which would be a great piece of ult to try to counter that util from Caillou, who's already setting up once again towards that same wall that's going to split towards the garage in the front of that B site. But he's also potentially looking to ult to cover the B main. So that Rolling Thunder could be devastating if he's going to try to stay within that spot. But it starts with the op down towards the choke. He hears a lot of footsteps, and already the rotate comes across. TP towards the spawn. Oh no, what a pick.
Yeah, he used his ult to get into heaven. I wasn't sure if it was hell or heaven at that point, but what a play from Flare. And Winthrop need every miracle they could get to somehow make this Haven comeback possible. Because it was a weak attack on Abyss too, and this is not an offensively favored map, so Winthrop established, and Ambrosia just gonna save.
Yeah, a small mistake coming out there from Smiley. As you hear the TP and you know what's going to happen on the A site, you think he's going to TP towards Hell, so he doesn't even bother checking towards Heaven. And then unfortunately gets caught, shot in the back, and that opens up the site. I love that we're still chasing down here because we have economy to work with for Winthrop University, guaranteeing 3,000 credits on this round that they win. So keeping the econ low on the side of the defensive side would be huge. But every single one of them that's trying to push forward loses their weapon instead. And that's going to continue to add more ults into the arsenal of Ambrosia going within this round. Forcing a round 2 on top of that. Bucky out for Smiley. Judge 2 for Caillou. Winthrop looking for the right moment to try to find that weakness. Knowing that Caillou's on a lower buy, they could potentially try to fight against that pit. But it's a pit with a judge. I still want to try to avoid it.
Like the switch up there, Yod in the pressure window, Pit in the middle of the map, and it doesn't matter for someone like Infiltrator, just gonna run past it. Rolling Thunder in effect too from Nasi, and Ambrosia still trip up the Neon. Infiltrator has just been so muted by this defense. Ambrosia setting themselves up for a series, and unless Flare has something to say about it, what a flash! Oh, Nasi! It's huge for Winthrop. Now Kayu's in a 1v3 with a judge of all things, and well, now with a pistol.
Spike planted.
He's gonna see if he can get away with the op.
Yeah, Flare just saved that one for Winthrop University because there was definitely an overheat coming out from Infiltrator. I guess he was trying to find a timing for a pick potentially before the smoke bloomed, but he ran and slid right into the crosshair of Satellite's op. And that started to look pretty bad here for Winthrop University trying to get into the site until Flare was able to flick the 3K just as we witnessed. And now Caillou, all of the ults, I mean, the pit's gone. Now the op at least is still alive. And also Winthrop University are understanding that they might not be able to chase down this op, so they'll just save their weapons for the next round. But there are now only 3 rounds needed to close that gap and to bring this into another overtime.
And this is 4 unanswered rounds for Winthrop. Like, we've seen so many fake comebacks, but I'm starting to. They're starting to make me a believer with the ults that they can cycle, and first time out of the map from Ambrosia. Just to calm themselves down, see who's getting the op. Got a lot of retake tools with the lockdown Hunter's Fury. Where do you insert Satellite has been very A heavy.
Yeah, just trying to see. I tried to look quickly to see potentially who could be coaching now for Ambrosia, or unless it was a timeout being called by Screwface, so we get IGL a call. But Mikol is the one that's going to assist the IGL to figure out a game plan and how to stop this continuous push from Winthrop University, the fast tempo split into the C site. But all of this is, you're playing against a Neon on top of that for Infiltrator, and they have a possibility to just be fast tempo for a split into B, could still back up with the Neon back into a B site and really run around the map and try to catch Ambrosia off guard off these rotates, which they haven't done yet, because so far just continuously hitting sites on and counting on their trades has been quite successful for the attack side for Winthrop.
Love to see. I mean, I don't know if Flare could do the same Heaven TP as he did last time, because that one Winthrop the round, having that starting double kill for their offense. They're already leaning that direction towards A. There's the Jorg teleport for Satellite to help pivot towards A. There is that Heaven TP from Flare, and he gets almost a double kill, but now brought down to 8 HP. Getting one is better than nothing. And Ambrosia are still hanging around. A Satellite 2-piece out to try and preserve this op. Neural Theft used from Jerk. Just make sure no one's on the flank. Someone's in Heaven. Akrian is going to be sussed out pretty soon. 3 versus 2. This could still be the end of the map.
No.
And Akrian evens up the numbers.
I don't think you're going to use a lockdown, are you? You are. Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. And the lockdown too. Jerk has to fight. Gets an initial headshot. Jerk. With Akrian against with a Sheriff. Jerk takes matters into his own hands for the clutch.
My God, it had to come down to that, and you saw both of them just setting up the crossfire, and Jerk's doing such a good job to just stay outside of that crosshair of the op from Satellite, looking down the barrel, getting ready for the next hit, because Satellite was not missing until that happened. He didn't think that Jerk already slipped through and tucked against the wall, and Akrian did as much as he damn could with the Sheriff to run the clock down and potentially win off getting Jerk getting detained, because there was still time left, and Jerk is able to clutch it out here for Winthrop. But there's still
Overdrive.
Powerful ults for the defensive side for Ambrosia. It's not over yet.
Yeah, can Infiltrator go sicko mode? They've already cleared B, and the overdrive, if Infiltrator wants to take the initiative. Now playing from main. If Winthrop give up the site, they can always just Hunter's Fury and almost bait Ambrosia into that line of fire. But you got the dimensional drift for Ambrosia to assess the situation. There's the Hunter's Fury offense and defense. It's just the no man's land with the mollies being thrown in too. Overdrive to pave the way to success for Winthrop. It's only 2 kills for 1, and the numbers are even. But man, Caillou and Adrian are so low, and the Shunk Dart gets the corner. And Winthrop force another round.
Winthrop are doing it. 1 round away of pushing this into another overtime between the teams, and this would be a disastrous ball drop for Ambrosia if they can't close this out. And it might be that situation, as look at that econ. They have a Vandal, a Guardian, 2 Guardians, a Judge. Not the best value that they've ever had with the Judge as well on the defensive side. Infiltrator, I mean, drop the Outlaw. You still have 7K in the last round. Just go for an op. Why sacrifice to go for 140 where that could be the saving grace for Satellite to be able to capitalize on the kill? But Winthrop University about to deathball one more time. This time on a C5. Final stand for Ambrosia in regulation.
Oh, the fault line hits the back of the site. An Infiltrator gets the jump as Ambrosia couldn't escape in time. Fantastic util out of Nasi before giving up his life as Ambrosia 1 round away with the 1-man advantage. The drone barely gets above the box.
No.
We'll see if it's enough, but on logs, Smiley provides an alternate angle of fire, and with the smokes up,
Nowhere to run!
Ambrosia just gonna wait this out. Hunter's Fury is a great call from moves. He gets a ping on 1 and didn't want to go for the execute. The Outlaw in position for Jerk. The wall going back up. He's not gonna see much, and it's Ambrosia just playing time, especially with the spike down. It's gonna be tough for Winthrop to recover. It's all up to moves to maybe creep up past the smoke, but there's a player in the corner. Caillou that could see this.
The full shield might potentially save Satellite on Jerk's lurk up towards C.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Jerk down, moves, the last one left, and Winthrop, we're so close, but no cigar. Ambrosia take the win to move on to our semifinal.
Unfortunate there. It comes down to a fake comeback at the very end, but you got to give it to Winthrop, man. They made it fairly close in both of these maps, in both scenarios too, having to play the comeback and force it into overtime, finding solutions to finally break the defensive side or break their opponent's positioning, but just a little too late towards the end. And they're going to be eliminated, and this is now Ambrosia moving forward and potentially fighting against what? The Qbert Academy that just won.
Yeah.
Hello, Sleepy Chat.
Yeah, Ethos, get back in here. Yoru enjoyers rise up. The slow and steady wins the race. What did you think?
I thought it was incredible, but first off, I just realized that there's no such thing as a free win for Ambrosia. I mean, I thought that was pretty dominant, but then Winthrop, they put up a really good fight, and I was really surprised that it came that close considering, you know, how their defense was. But again, their defense, I told you how the Viper makes the defense stronger, but it's because you can use it to avoid the utility, and you can get a lot of map control and take a lot of timing with that. Winthrop was able to adjust by making sure that their utility was hitting and that they could actually get kills with that utility. We saw Smiley a couple times be able to duck in and out of the smokes, drop that utility, stay alive, and you could see how problematic that was. Like, just like on this round, he's just alive. If he's alive, he's a menace, you know what I mean? But really, on attack, the MVPs were definitely Satellite and Caillou. Because Satellite was getting the first picks for sure, but Caillou's existence, his ability to just stay alive and just stay a threat and a menace, he was slowing down all the rotates, making everything so difficult for Winthrop to read, and all the hits were just that much easier on the other side of the map. If they would stall with all the utility, it was a static site, that's fine. Like, because Caillou's now behind you and you just have no map control. You just lose total control of the map and now the round probably. But if they don't bite and they're just playing retake, okay, free site and we take that, and then Caillou can just go for a late lurk if you'd like to. So that's why it's so difficult to play against these comps, and why it's so important that you find those picks early. You don't give up map control for free. And that's why you saw towards the end of the first half, Winthrop was getting a lot more success by just taking those 50-50 1v1s and the early round, just like up mid and beat, even dry. Because honestly, that 50-50 is a better, you kind of have a better chance doing that than just letting the deceptive comp do whatever they want around the map.
felt like Ambrosia on the defense, like you gave that sense of domination right from that 8-4, just because it felt like they knew what map control they were giving up, and they were just watching the angles, and they just had great reads on where Winthrop could be coming from based on all these unknowns. So
Yeah.
I thought Ambrosia did a really good job of talking to each other.
Yeah, and unfortunately there for Winthrop University, no opportunities to go for the revenge arc in the collegiate matchup against our opponents of Ambrosia. Now Ambrosia gets to move forward. As I mentioned before, they're going to play against Cubert Academy, who I know a lot of eyes are on this already because there's a lot of tier 1 experience on that roster, and I'm looking forward to witness that after, I don't know. Are we paying bills now, Ethos, or not?
I don't think we need to pay bills not right now. We can pay bills when we get back, though. Don't worry. Let's procrastinate a little bit on paying the bills.
Rent's not due yet. Cool. Well, that we gotta wait for all these quarterfinals to wrap up. I think we're just waiting on the result. There are 1 or 2 maps, so don't go anywhere, y'all. We're gonna bring you the semifinal right after this.
One enemy remaining.
Eyes down. You watch I get headshot.
One enemy remaining. Long. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 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 Spike down.
Fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. I'm Ethos, and I'm joined by the amazing, wonderful, incredible duo of
Lemon
Vansili and Lemon Kiwi. Lemon Kiwi.
W guys.
And man, we had an insane first series. What an absolute treat. A super close matches. It was super fun to watch. But this next match, I expect it to be even better. Qbert Academy versus Ambrosia is going to be an absolute banger for sure. But before we get into all that amazing Valorant goodness, I want to let you guys in on a little secret. We have something for you guys. We have
I'm all ears.
a giveaway, some amazing prizes from our presenting partner Asus ROG. They are going to be giving away a ROG Ethos gaming keyboard after this match, and that features a 75 keyboard form factor, 3-layer dampening foam and middle top cover, OLED display, and Mac support for those who have a Mac. But all you guys need to do to enter is type in the word RAZE, that is RAZE or RAZE if you're Canadian. And speaking of Canadians, you must be Canadian or an American from the US and 18 years or older to be eligible to win this prize. So make sure that you check off those boxes before you type in raise and whatnot, and then win, and then be all sad that you can't win. But yeah, I'm typing in raise too. Like, I've been entering every giveaway. I haven't won yet, but maybe this is the one for me. So
Dude, I think you found your next calling, Ethos. Now that you, unfortunately you can't play as a 6-man for energy, you're not content creator anymore. I know you're looking for another job. I think you should sell infomercials, because I'm ready to buy some Asus ROG keyboards. So yeah, as you're spamming raise chat, make sure that it's also on twitch.tv/SOAR. So those of you currently chatting in Stephen Liggy's chat, those of you chatting in Trick's chat, those of you watching from Curry stream, keep a second tab open, come over here, start spamming your raise, have an opportunity to win a keyboard, and then go back and chat with everybody else and have fun here as we're about to witness this second series between Ambrosia and Qbert Academy.
oh man, this is an absolute banger. I've been wanting to see Qbert Academy like this entire day. Obviously the Ambrosia withdrawal match was so insane, but a lot of the people on Qbert Academy were my ex-teammates for a long time. We have Redux, Victor, Governor, like these guys. I love those guys, but to me, this is like saving the for last. So if you guys, weren't super interested in the first match, you are going to be super duper interested in this match. So this match is going to be an absolute banger. Ambrosia, they know what blankets. These guys are absolutely insane as well. So this is going to be a very good matchup. We're going to see some very high level Valorant, very reminiscent of just straight tier 1 Valorant, because we have some tier 1 talent on the other team.
Yeah, jeez. I mean, if you guys are just challengers enjoyers, I'm sure you're going to be excited to see Redux, Scuba, and Mitch, the former Oxygen players, and then Victor from NRG, Governor from Talon. These are the heavy hitters. These potentially could be the favorites to win the whole thing, but Ambrosia carry a lot of momentum and a lot of talented duelists in their own right, and pretty much mostly Canadian roster, so it's cool to see.
Yeah, I almost feel like we are having a 3-course meal right now on this stream, guys, because you were talking about, an appetizer. Actually, we had an amazing appetizer because it was a great, 2 series that almost went into a double overtime in a collegiate matchup between Ambrosia and Winthrop University. Now we're into the main course because you have an Ambrosia that seems hot so far to play against, the high-profile team of Qbert Academy, and then whoever wins this one will have the dessert because they'll play the grand finals to see who's going to be the qualifying team as the 4th team into the playoffs for next week to play against TSM or 100 Thieves, and also against Mocking's team of all teams.
Yeah. Most excited to play against Mocking's team for sure.
Yeah, Ethos. So tell us about these former teammates of yours on Qbert. Is there a chance they could drop a map at all in this tournament, or what? Because they went 13-11 on Bind, 13-8 on Sunset just now against Nightblood. So what are their strengths?
Well, I mean, they're all talented players for sure, but they definitely do have some weaknesses now that I'm not around. I understand that I was the wind in their wings and their sails. I was enabling a lot of them. Actually, I found, or I didn't find Redux, but I remember I was the first team that Redux had, because I remember this kid was a 14-year-old, just a 14-year-old cracked aimer who was just demolishing everyone. We gave him an opportunity to try to hone his skills under a team environment, and he was just like, he was a natural born talent. Like, this guy was picking up everything so fast. He was internalizing everything, improving at such a fast rate, and it was an absolute pleasure to see this kid grow from this little young, just ranked player to now a top contender for tier 1 in the coming years.
And especially when he started off as like the young fragger, had, you know, a lot of confidence and, you know, maybe less even media training. So to even see his growth going into now, you know, being signed by Sentinels on top of that, and he's played in the Sentinels show matches and also has a great head on his shoulders. His interviews has changed a little bit into somebody that's definitely marketable. So Rob Moore again doing a great job here, building up a roster that is not only cracked in terms of aim, could win matches, could potentially win Masters, but also could sell a lot of Sentinels bundles.
Yeah, I do miss Challenger's Redux though, and him just popping off there, both in game and out of game. But against Ambrosia, just a lot of these guys have, you know, collegiate or Challengers experience, or even sometimes like Ambrosia is the biggest team they've been on. So, how do you think Q*bert's gonna handle like losing maybe eventually a couple rounds? Is mentality an issue for some of these guys? You think, Ethos?
No, I think that, you know, there are the existence of egos in general in this game. There always are. But like, you know, for example, the most established player, Victor, right? I was sixth man for this guy. I looked up to him, watched him. I still look up to him, of course. He's won an international masters before. So, and whatever ego he would have would be very, you know, justified. But the thing is that he takes every game seriously. And I know that all the players on that team will take every game seriously. Nothing in this game is free. And they know that, and they do treat the other players and other teams with the same level of respect as they would anyone else, and they always play their absolute best. So even if they do lose some rounds, I know that's just going to bounce off them like a Nerf dart. So they're just going to roll through just how they normally would, and I don't expect them to spiral out of control like you would see some more inexperienced teams might.
I did enjoy Ambrosia shooting some bodies near the end of Haven there. We'll see. I could see Redux doing the same thing. Oh, who knows? The Sentinel change happened. But you guys just saw the maps on your screen. What do we got? Bind, chosen by Ambrosia. Cube picked Sunset. We have Abyss as Decider. Anyone got reactions to that?
Reaction time. Yeah, this is pretty much the same maps that Q*bert Academy just played. Dude, I'm gonna get confused because I was looking at Sliggy's chat and then they were talking about Q*bert or Q*bert, and then I'm probably gonna mix them both now at this point. I miss you, John Wick. Nonetheless, you're going back into the similar series that they just played in the previous matchup against Wynn's Pug team, which would have been cool to watch Wynn play again on the stream. But nonetheless, it was actually very close games. Close games on Sunset, close games on Binds. Unfortunately, we couldn't really watch it because we were already casting the collegiate matchup. So maybe one of the people over the chat that's been watching the games and following Q*bert could hop into a call and give us a TLDR. Can you? Or just tell us in chat over at over in the Soar channel.
I'll have to get him on the payroll, but let's see how the agent select
Sliggy makes enough money,
goes.
right?
The last time we've seen Ambrosia on this map, they had the Neon, and Satellite continues to run that. And then you have the Rays usually for Redux. So Ethos, is this a clash of play styles again we got to look forward to?
I think that this is very much like a game of comfort picks for Q*bert Academy and Redux. He's very good on Rays. Governor, I know he's very good on flashes on Sky specifically. Scuba is a great smokes player. Victor, this guy, he plays Viper like an anchor. He plays it like an absolute wall, actually. Like this guy, he's so good on those like Sentinel rolls, those like stable rolls where he just has to stay still and just win the round from where he's standing. And I'd love to see that. And then Mitch, of course, this guy has a lot of experience in just more of those supportive roles, so he's gonna do his job and then some for sure. But Ambrosia's team, man, I can't wait to see what kind of stuff they cook up with the Neon and the Fade, along with the Gecko as well. That kind of combo utility. There's a lot of stall. There's a lot of exec utility. We're going to see some insane execs versus, you know, again, the more aiming map control side of Q*bert Academy. So, and again, it'll be more like exec versus aim dependent.
Yeah. Aim, super important. Thanks so much, Ethos, for joining us. We'll see if Ambrosia can play upset against the heavy hitters of Q*bert Academy. We'll start off on Bind. Vans, what do you think? I'm excited to always see some deadlock here.
100%. And even for coming on the deadlock side for Ambrosia, it's almost like the Dobro style, but instead of going for a raise, they have a Neon. So it could still be very explosive. And they're starting things off with a lot of pressure inside Hookah. Scuba is the one waiting on the other end, as is Brimstone. Contact, wall, fall back. Now here comes a full exec already.
Jeez, and then you have Satellite coming from behind and just one taps Victor and is causing problems, and has two angles to deal with and just tries to use speed to his advantage, but eventually Cube turn around, so timing did not favor Ambrosia, although Satellite did what he could to do damage. So Cubert head towards A with only one target left, and it's Screwface. Hey, at least that's the only flash out of the way, I should say. So Screwface just about aim, loses that to Governor. Cubert with pistol.
And you're going to look at Cubert Academy too, really changing roles, because as Ethos mentioned before, Governor good in his flashes on Sky, but when you're looking back at like the Optic days, or you're looking at Energy or whatnot, and you're playing on this map, you always think it's going to be Victor on a Sky, and then or Crashy's even helping out as that duo, but that kind of changed towards the end, the tail end, where Victor started playing more of like an anchor role, a sentinel role, and playing a little bit more Cypher too on top of that. So maybe he's just really evolved into this new role that he just potentially wants to try out for, and maybe get other opportunities in the future under the quote-unquote Cubert Academy, or what it may become in the future. But a great response from Cubert rather. And he'll be able to play a bonus round. Staying as a death ball. Lots of noise already being made by the rotate back from Satellite, so free kills for the attack side, and this is going to be difficult here for Acreon to get any value inside U-Haul.
Yeah, and Ambrosia is just trying to play fast and playing for the orb, and Satellite got that, but just timing, it's just been really unlucky. As soon as Ambrosia head towards the sides, Cubert's already there with SMGs, so tough road ahead of Screwface and Caillou, especially against a lot of rifles, and Mitch gets netted up, and he has time to deal with it, and just dumpsters on Screwface, so okay.
Nice little Asus Flawless coming out from the second round of Cubert, and that's the thing, it's still going to be a very tough game as for a team like Ambrosia that, it has a little bit of experience as a core, as a group, ever since Challengers 2 kind of finished, and Screwface found his little niche here, his new home within this roster. But there's just so much experience and firepower within Cubert Academy themselves, and you're having people that are, despite not playing like their main roles, are still really, really, really damn good in terms of aim. But Scuba is something to look out for, as is Brimstone. Oh, this is a nice little pop in the beginning, though. Sprayed through the smoke, big damage onto Redux. That's potentially going to help here on the defensive side, but he still was able to satchel across.
Wingman doesn't get a plant, so Cube have to recover that thanks to the 1,000 smokes on the site. Cube's going to take control, and Sally didn't go for the orb immediately, maybe sensing a Cube pushing showers for the first time, because Cube have ignored showers up until this point. Now without Victor, this is a very weakened Cube, and Ambrosia just doing such a good job of holding the line, even against all the flashes that came out of Governor right off the rip. So no U-Haul control, no net grab, and the Molly is going to make it very difficult to grab this spike. So it's just a matter of time before Ambrosia get their first round on the board.
Even Satellite's chasing it down. This is going to give a chance here for Governor to save his weapon. Governor's going to try to swing out against a full barrage of Ambrosia just greeting him on the other side of this wall. But a nice little pick in the very beginning coming out from the defensive end. I think that was Satellite that got the pick onto Victor. So as everybody's trying to cross over into the Viper wall towards U-Haul, and you lose the Viper in the process, it's going to be so difficult for you to try to fall back and TP across. So I like the pivot from Cubert. Try to push towards U-Haul, try to fight back and regain that space, and potentially go for good trades towards the end. But Screwface held the tight angle, got the double kill, and Cubert unfortunately couldn't capitalize on any extra space gained here from the initial push back towards U-Haul. But an ult is available for Mitch. He's going to try to clear it out, and it actually goes out toward what I like that. It's trying to go back against potentially a push towards Hookah, but there was a wall that came up. He's able to pick that back up and take a reset towards the B side, but this is already read by Ambrosia. They already have potentially, it was almost a double retake, or a double rotate rather, as Satellite looks like he was going to meet up with everybody towards B, but they're going to calm things down as Cubert also has reset in terms of sound.
Boombot 2 detecting someone in hookah, so Cube definitely playing the mind games, having Thrash back in their pocket. Now just being as quiet as they can. Prowler versus Thrash at the back, and did get a detained, but this is deep into sight. Governor's on the prowl, but against the smoke, you just don't know what's on the other side. At least you'll get a guaranteed plant. Qbert keeping eyes on Heaven and playing as close as they can to the door. A lot for Redux to handle. The dog will clear backside, and
Dude.
they gotta be careful of the timing on how the smoke comes down for Heaven, because you don't want to be caught off guard. Just the haunt there from Smiley. Satellite very low and probably can't be as aggressive as he would like, and Ambrosia just waited for the smokes to come down, and just the firing squad was in position for Qbert. And man, when Qbert win these rounds, they barely drop bodies. But as I speak that, Ambrosia take one for the road, and it's Qbert that extend.
But you can see the experience continue to shine for Qbert. Despite getting a detain and not able to get a kill, they've gained so much space on top of that. They got, oh, Satellite just got a nice little pick there onto Mitch towards the end, but you see that they realized and they saw that there was no pressure coming in from the A site. Ambrosia started to play the retake because of the Fade getting detained, so Smiley had to fall back. But then smoke came through. Then you had a molly that came across. You had nades on top of that. They just cycled so much utility to not allow Ambrosia to get a timing to play their flood retake back from pipes in Heaven. So as all of this utility continues and all these smokes continues for 20 seconds from Scuba, you can't do anything for the retake. So you're just running down and you're guaranteeing the loss by time against Qbert. And now they realize that they might have to be a little bit more proactive and more aggressive against Cubert's plays.
Now taking it step by step, and the dog might have bit someone there at the back, and the net kind of messes up Redux's jump. He still makes his way to the back, and Ambrosia keep themselves safe with the wingman kind of getting burned down by the molly from Scuba, and Ambrosia's retake is very successful despite being pretty much smoked off from the door. They're firing back at Qbert. We weren't set up for this quite yet. Is that the C's? Yeah, Mitch is just gonna hope and spray through, and he gets a double kill without even seeing anything. But still, Acrian, man, you thought Ambrosia put a good dent into Qbert early round, but as the dice fell, Qbert shut the door, and the post plant will be secured.
It's those pesky smokes again. Just dropping it towards that spawn is just so hard for you to try to execute off. And it was a nice attempt. I mean, they kept the hookah open on the side of Qbert so you could actually try to focus and take down Screwface, because they know that Screwface has been throwing a lot of these deadlock walls in the very beginning, sonic sensors, and he's going to try to anchor that spot. So Screwface did an incredible job really isolating the amount of players that are trying to push forward and fight against him. And unfortunately, the Annihilation didn't actually catch Mitch at the bottom when he actually netted him. And not getting that Annihilation allowed Mitch in the later of the round to get a double kill by just spraying through when the neon wall comes up. So that's just unlucky and unfortunate, where the retakes are continuously very difficult for Ambrosia just because of one single smoke and utility that follows behind. And this time around, a nice crossfire set up by Qbert in the end. So now you have an attempt of a play trying to push through. I mean, Neon could maybe really bolt across, but this composition is very hard for you to go for that flood through the brimstone smoke because you only have the Dizzy to flash. There's no Sky Flash to double up behind that. So the name of the game is just trying to get an orb up and trying to build back the economy in terms of ultimates on your end within the next round for Ambrosia.
Well, it's gonna be some engagement. Be long. He created a one and done. Well, not one and done. I guess you could take the teleport, but his corpse did.
Just
so,
done.
just done. We're just done. Acrian did his best. Maybe just get info and leave. And Caillou wasn't ready to retaliate. Boombot does reveal Caillou is close enough. Wingman versus dog. kind of like a Pokemon battle there, but Qbert don't get much done at B. Just having to use util there early. There's still a Thrash that Mitch can throw out. Look for that detain, but can they capitalize on this time? Splash is getting in their way. Qbert clear the one corner. Still the back cubby. Satellite removed from action. One in the box. Caillou, man, that's just the aim from Qbert. Any challenge they get is just swiftly dealt with. And B was quite sold and weakened, and it's just Screwface rotating to the wrong site. And Spike planted over at A.
Yeah. It just became a simple duel for players lurking up, playing the contact and opening things up. And Victor just getting an easy kill into Screwface. As Screwface is trying to pick up that weapon like it was a piece of candy on the ground, wasn't looking behind him, and boom, got backstabbed. And Cubert's running away right now with this first half, and again, a much different look than what Cubert had against their opponents in the first series against NBD and Nightblood Gaming, and that's the pick right here. Governor walking up for contact. Acrian falls, and you're seeing the other ones trying to get lucky shots by holding tight angles with Sheriff at the entrance of that B site, and you're just hoping that your Sheriff is gonna, hurt the econ on the side of Cubert. Wasn't the case. 5-1 scoreline. Timeout now being called, quite important on the side of Ambrosia, called by Mikol, because they have weapons to work with. They're one ult away here from a Thrash, and the last time they threw the smoke down, it seems like there was no real contention from Cubert on that side to try to deny the orb pickup. So this could be a great opportunity for Caillou to be positioned there again on that B side, grabbing up the orb, having a Thrash to support on a Showers crunch on that type of extremity. So the answer back from Cubert is, will they want to try to deny the orb or try to focus more just on a fast tempo going into short or sands? And they're already pinging towards the teleporter, so they're kind of having that indication or a feel that there might be some sort of a crunch if there is no pressure coming in here from the long B side. But they, unfortunately, here in this round, they're going to have zero of that information because all of them are stacked up on the A site.
That'll be an orb pickup too with the Showers push from Hubert to help maybe get Seekers either way. Thrash clears that first half, and you spot Screwface in the corner near Showers, so that's something to expect. And Redux takes full advantage with Cube flooding in. Satellite is a problem in the back heaven, and the Prowler is sent forward from, well, not even a Prowler. Yeah, it was Smiley's Prowler to help get Ambrosia a leg into the site. The walls of Satellite's trying to create that chaos. The overdrive, he's putting on the cape, and he just gets shut down by Scuba. Now you got a 2v2. It's not impossible for Ambrosia. But Scuba, the decay is hurting him a lot.
One enemy remaining.
And there's the swing, and Scuba, man, he's just a pillar for this team.
Scuba continues to be freaking amazing right now in Valorant. It's actually criminal that he didn't have a chance here to sign for a team in the VCTs for next year. A nice little patient play going into the entry on top of that, because it started off with a beautiful reaction play. It was really Cubert Academy trying to set the tempo with the ults that they had on their side and not give a chance for Ambrosia to set up and pick up orbs and get ults in their favor. And with that, Screwface threw a wall on the ground, stopped the ult from from Redux inside Showers, and then was able to get a nice little entry on the side of the A short. But Scuba gets a 4K in that round, solo play on top of that. And Cubert is not given a chance here for Ambrosia to come back at all in this game.
Seekers for Cubert, if they don't want to waste time getting info, you just follow the way. They've expected Screwface in this corner. They're the Seekers. Oh, but man, these Gecko flashes from Caillou have messed up Cubert's momentum and their tempo, but Cubert still fight back
One enemy
and follow
remaining.
through with the game plan. 1 versus 3 with just the share for Acrian. Can get one. Hey, the orbital strike would always be helpful in the next rounds.
Yeah, just dying, you're guaranteed no matter what. But the round is still going to continue for Cubert. 7-1 will be the scoreline for them, and I love how they just stuck together and making sure that they're able to just go for the immediate trades on the pinch that was attempted by Ambrosia from both Showers and also the TP. Still some nice shots came through, but at this scoreline, you know that it's still a much healthier buy that you're going to have for Cubert from round after round after round if they continue this way, and with the amount of players that stay alive at the end of this round. But after that timeout that was called 2 rounds ago by Mikol, then you're seeing that Satellite is trying to go for an op, trying to take Showers control too, where it has been the main focus on the splits for Cubert at the very beginning. And as they position him at that spot, well, Cubert's looking to just isolate a default at the very beginning, trying to prod out to see if there's going to be any type of early angles being pushed up.
I like that adaptation from Satellite. You dogged up with your Cubert to pressure U-Haul.
You did good.
Scuba will hold back, get some peeks. Orbital strike to get this person out of U-Haul. That's one way to evict Acreon. Governor after gets the kill, of course, after being flushed out. But
yeah, and sorry, I was just gonna say that's a slight mistake too. That doesn't happen too often when you identify that your opponent Brimstone has an orbital strike and you're still playing against U-Haul and you're now flushed out and not playing in an angle we can fall back towards spawn.
nothing off the Gecko flash, clearing and Garden.
Oh, they're saving.
All swept up, and Qbert are making these offensive rounds very quick.
Caillou just instantly pulled out his knife and just ran away because they're definitely trying to save this op in the next round too, and they still have powerful ultimates to work with, and that single op that hasn't been shot yet in this round might still give him an opportunity to try to salvage the round number 10. But as you were just mentioning here, Lemon Kiwi, it is just too dominant for Qbert so far.
Just looking back at how Qbert played Bind against Nightblood, like, they had only won 6 offensive rounds. It was a very close half, and Qbert clearly used that as warm-up because they are just tearing through this map. And they are following the same map set as that one too, with Sunset coming up after this, so... see if Ambrosia with the op can pose a real threat where Satellite usually likes to sit A heaven.
And both of these teams were playing, their matches at the same time, so there's definitely no time during the break or whatnot to do instant VOD reviews on your opponents on the map, So this is just Ambrosia picking what they're comfortable with and what they plan for within this game to come out with the Neon with the Deadlock. I mean, right now it looks like it's very one-sided for Qbert Academy, but there's still a chance here on the attack side for them to do the same type of tempo.
Okay, great take with the op, but then you drop it and it's in the hands of Qbert if they do want to pick it up, and doesn't matter, the boom bot to the left corner and the molly, everything being expected by Qbert. And Redux is gonna try and challenge this back elbow with Screwface locked in. An important engagement. How this weakens the backline. Nightfall from Smiley. It doesn't hit Redux. He's just gonna focus on the back end. And Ambrosia just can't get a good advantage now with the Viper's Pit obscuring all of the vision and protecting the spike beautifully. Ambrosia in a 2 versus 4. You just hope you can spam through. The wingman gets a stun, but it's not like how you can really react to it with the player on the other side of the box. This is domination.
It's too good, and Redux is just amazing in how quick he was on reacting on those picks coming through. And just getting those kills, getting another paint shell, throwing back towards the front, knowing that his teammate got detained by the thrash of Caillou. So he makes sure that Caillou cannot push through, that Acre cannot push through and punish Victor, who was the one that was detained. That would have been the pit down. That would have given an opportunity potentially for Ambrosia to catch some players as the pit comes down and maybe turn it around in their favor. But again, just Redux's utility, his placement, everything continues to be so good. And there you go. That's the attempt that from the timeout, trying to isolate with an op, but you're playing with a Neon here. You can't escape in the same way. You can't jet dash away. Even if you tried to satchel or TP away at that moment with the instant trade and the triple swing that came out from Qbert Academy, it was impossible. I don't think you would have made it out with any of the agents or any different agent you would have played here in that moment. I'm sure this is going to change in patch 9.10 because of the run and gun is not going to be as dominant as it used to be. But that was a punishing blow there onto Satellite that doesn't allow for them to have an op in this round again. And already the second timeout coming through. And they won't have any left for the map.
Still, I think there's a pretty big fire you got to put out in the Ambrosia camp. Try and also calm all the players down, because this was going to be an uphill battle no matter what, just based on challengers / collegiate experience versus top challengers talent / VCT talent on the Qbert Academy side. I like this proactive play from Ambrosia to creep up and just stack together, play more as a team, and at least go for trades. The isolated duels haven't been working out, and it's still a first blood for Qbert.
At least they're pushed out. They almost got another surprise there where maybe Ambrosia could shoot first. But Caillou is really the one that's just trying to bait everybody out, and now Screwface is in a true one and done thankfully for him, nobody's really pushing out from Qbert yet. So this position that he currently has is actually quite deadly, especially now that Caillou continues to jump peek towards Hookah, and there he goes, finds the timing, gets the pick onto Governor, and now evens up the tally, 4-4, and Qbert has 0 map control.
But Mitch has a thrash. He has a screw face. Does not want to be detained that close to the opponent.
Yeah.
That does come out. I like he said the one and done, and Screwface is done with Qbert.
And I think that's why he wanted to stay alive as well. I mean, he had to grab net to try to counter towards the thrash right away, but he decides to use the delay instead, because all of his teammates kind of rotated back already towards the A site. So pulling this out, trying to delay as much as he could, that pushes Qbert back towards the A site, but there's still 2 players there with an orbital strike with 20 seconds left. Ambrosia might be able to run that clock down.
Yeah, Redux already satchels in, goes for U-Haul control. The orbital strike is going to delay things, and Mitch gets caught by it nonetheless. Qbert, so much hits, but no one's protecting the spike. Qbert were clearing U-Haul when they really needed to just rally the troops. What a great reaction out of Acreon and Ambrosia by themselves around.
And again, it's Screwface that is the silent killer, or at least the silent teammate that is not really talked about so far in these rounds. He's doing a great job being mobile around this B site, being a good anchor around the B site as well. And with that, just pulling out the annihilation so that he slows the tempo in the hit from Qbert Academy towards Hookah. And you saw that. This is coined by 100 Thieves a little while ago with the fade orbital strike to get these picks. Remember that one on that B side of Bind? But this time they do it towards the A site. And they run that clock down, and they finally score a second round in this half for Ambrosia. But tempo still continues for Qbert. Double ult opening towards his B site. Uh-oh.
This is gonna hurt. Showstopper. The show has been stopped. Screwface gone, and to be able to conserve their life is huge. And Redux does more than that. He continues to remove the lives out of the defense, and the Boombot reveals someone has already emerged from the back door. Satellite, big double kill. 1v3 is still really cooked, but Smiley catches Governor mid-flash, and this is possible. The 1v3 clutch for Smiley with the Guardian.
Here's more.
Mitch has a thrash. Wait, I forgot. Oh, wait, he still had distance to shoot it down. And Mitch is just playing time. No, I didn't want to give up the 1v3 clutch. Wait, Smiley still gets it done. Mitch had to check the spike. Man, all smiles in the Ambrosia camp.
I gotta say, that's actually Mitch trying to play the big brain play. Thinking that he swung out, got spotted, knows that his opponent is behind Radionite, and he's like, well, he's probably gonna think I'm gonna drop down. So he stays on top of the ledge of Garden, tries to surprise his opponent, trying to rotate back towards the spike before he has an opportunity to tap. But it's still gonna be Smiley, rather, that's able to clutch this. Look at how clean those shots are. A little bit of a mistake here from Governor towards the end. But Smiley continues to have that crosshair placement to win against the veterancy of Mitch. This guy's been playing Valorant ever since the beta days of Tens and Friends. Over to Cloud9, over to Oxygen, IGLing now for potentially Qbert Academy. And that experience was not enough to win that 1v1 and salvage the round for Qbert Academy. And then it's Ambrosia that's able to close the gap, winning the last 2, taking to the attack side. And as I mentioned before, they now have the opportunity to set the same tempo because they're playing with the Neon Deadlock.
And look at this, just aggressive play out of Qbert down B long to converge into Ambrosia. And it's already done great damage. I mean, Acreon and Screwface brought down to their last breath almost. But Ambrosia played at a deficit on their first map of Abyss in that first half. It was 4-8. So Ambrosia are no strangers to playing against all odds, especially tough competition like this. This Satellite going back towards U-Haul. Against the shorty, though. Let's see if this util will help him get the edge, and it's the headshot that rings true for Satellite, and he's got backup. The wingman's gonna try and delay things for Qbert. Ambrosia just having to fire back to get the spike planted, and maybe deciding to abandon ship and go towards a weaker site. Meeting them halfway is Victor, but he is barriered off, so he won't be able to stop the plant. But could wrap
Last 2 players are
around.
low. Just blow on and they fall.
Yeah,
But I love the
Victor.
reposition from Screwface to just reflank towards Hookah.
Oh, Victor. Okay, he was able to readjust. It was all timing there. Satellite could catch Victor looking the other way. but it is Qbert going up to 10, and this is starting to get a pretty problematic lead for sure.
Yeah. Qbert didn't want to give a chance here for Ambrosia to set that tempo in the pistol round. They were the ones that engaged by pushing down towards the long B, swinging through, getting that first pick, and such good delays. I mean, here is where you're giving so much respect here for your opponents with the experience that this team has in the tier 1 scene. You waited so long to try to commit for a double swing inside hookah. Yes, you're able to get that kill onto Scuba, but Scuba did so much damage with that shorty. Down to 12 HP, another person down to 4 HP. And it wasn't really too much of a buddy system in it for Ambrosia to try to fight back.
Whoa! Redux is close,
Wow.
and what a retaliation! What
There's
a
that buddy
swing from Screwface! You love that confidence. Ambrosia is sick and tired. Barrier on the other side of that U-Haul. Akrian just spotted the Gecko Flash and is too scared to push past it. Still manages to scoop up a kill as Mitch fades into showers. And wow, he still manages to do something with the classic. Not bad. Ambrosia with the one-man advantage in the post plant. Satellite a little bit trapped in U-Haul by the barrier as Governor gets caught. And Victor's just stuck in the middle of the site, having to just turn and burn on everyone in these isolated duels, but Ambrosia desperately needed this round.
Beautiful, beautiful ping pong swing that came out there from Ambrosia to kick things off. They would expect somebody here on that second round Redux to go for an Outlaw, to go for a Marshal, to get a Victor on the top of APC, and you leverage the speed of the Neon to just jump across, do a 180, just bunny hop across so that Screwface could actually swing from the other side and get the headshot with the Sheriff. Beautifully done. But it was a force by for Ambrosia to be able to commit and win that second round of the half, getting the fourth on it. But thankfully, the commitment for Qbert Academy was also quite a hefty buy. It was a Guardian. I think we had a Bulldog in there, an Outlaw. They're going to go for a full eco with the exception of Scuba and Victor. Sheriffs, both of those players. Free orb control, free real estate for Qbert to build up the ults and play the long game. Mitch is going to have an ult no matter what within the next round if he dies here.
Paint? Oh wait, Redux doesn't have paint shells, so that will be hookah for Ambrosia. And now the teleport flank from Qbert. So this is a painful spot for Caillou to be in. And Satellite just sets the sight forward with a double kill. Ambrosia, they get surrounded and just fight back so well.
All right, homie,
That's exactly
chill.
it.
We'll
In
go
great
again.
spots to be able to fight back. There's still a lot of young guns in this roster that's able to shoot.
Go, go, go!
So you try to go for the pinch back through the teleporter, the crunch here from the window as well, and it gets stopped by good utility and good aim. And Ambrosia is able to sweep that second round, win basically the anti-eco without losing too many players in the process. And quite interesting enough that you have Satellite playing the op on the attack side. He's going to try to hold the anchor on Shower solo, playing against Scuba. And Scuba instead goes for an early smoke. That totally nullifies that positioning here that Satellite was trying to take.
Prowler up gets nothing. Gecko Flash gets nothing. So good if exchange of util
There.
at B
Where
long
are you?
with Ambrosia.
I have the spike.
I mean, getting an orb wouldn't be bad for Satellite to get close to the overdrive. Caillou, actually, Satellite's on the other side of the map, so Caillou be on hookah, and the Thrash pushes back B long, and Qbert won't be able to recover that ult.
Thought they would be closer than that too, to go for the Thrash Sky Flash and maybe catch them around the corner as they were trying to backpedal. But good heads up play, but unfortunate there for Screwface to move forward, continue to move forward to try to get the pick before Victor's smoke bloomed. And that's going to be a costly mistake at the very beginning here for Ambrosia. One player down, and again trying to execute into a site with an op.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Not the best of weapons, especially if you're playing a
30
Neon. They got to
seconds
do
left.
some sort of Bogdan's Law so that Satellite could try to entry. They need him to create that space, and there you go. Caillou's going to pick it up, and here's the hit.
Gecko Flash gets shot down there by Midge, the Prowler too. Qbert does such a good job of handling all that util. And then Qbert's defense comes through the teleporter to pinch through hookah. Redux really stuck in that moment. And now coming through B long 2 is Acreon with the assist. Qbert starting to take their angles around as man, Smiley's just stuck inside the box, hoping to protect the spike for as long as they can, but Qbert wastes no time to take care of business.
A quick little 3-2-1. Let's just swing and fight and just winning all their duels except for one. Very good aim coming out from Qbert. Nothing out in the ordinary in terms of the exit because they had no util to work with for the retake. You just had to make sure that you communicate what you're looking at, who's going to trade off who. And they found the right spots here from how they placed their crosshair and swung out. How they placed their crosshairs, rather, and swung out. Now Qbert at 11, playing with the half shield buys. Force buy coming out. I mean, it's not necessarily a force buy. You still have a good... Oh, they're cheating here. Using a satchel for a double boost? That's sick.
No escape.
Oh yeah.
All overdrive activated with the buff key. Satellite. Oh, the net and the volley. So much delay. Satellite carving their way through. As much could be in this. There's, man, some help from Smiley to pull out that Gecko, and eventually the orbital strike has to be used, and the spike gets planted. So it's 2-man advantage, but Screwface Satellite pretty low. They just have to play time. It's Qbert that just have one flash left. Thrash on the detain. It's got Redux and U-Haul. It's a good spot to be in because at least Victor is by his side. Screwface is on the clear for U-Haul and can't find this detain, so Redux is freed, and Qbert is just going to decide to save.
I like the idea too of what they're trying to do on the exit for Ambrosia, that net with the mosh, just to try to force players back if they actually commit it into a deeper angle at the very beginning to fight against Satellite, because it almost looked like it was a timing for Satellite to get kills with the overdrive, and it almost looked like the timing was off. But the idea was already there. Satellite was to fight the person right at the corner of where you're trying to get the orb outside of showers. And if they backpedal, that's where they get double caught. And if they actually did get double caught, or if they made it out, well, you expended also on top of that, the orbital strike inside the barrels to just guarantee so much pressure on that right side of the A site. And despite not getting the best of values, they only got 1 kill out of all those combos. That's still so much space gain that was fully controlled by Satellite in the post plant. No opportunities for Qbert to really retake, and it was a very similar storyline to what we saw there on their attack side for Qbert. They had so much utility to not allow Qbert to get out from spawn.
Jeez, the haunt and everything to help Ambrosia get orb control, and Satellite just being aggressive and still has some speed left, but this was just to get the orb. They're not gonna take the teleporter yet. Sonic sensors there to maybe draw Qbert out. I like the Sonic sensor 2 placed near the teleporter of Hookah, because Qbert have liked to come from behind and surprise them. With a defensive orbital strike, it's just a lot of choke points you don't want to be in when Scuba unleashes that.
But Ambrosia is just walking contact the whole time. Hard for them to find that real information until they're going to go for the exact hit. They want to save as much as that fade and get more utility for the actual close range battle, and Screwface just got caught on 1v.
30 seconds
Fortunate
left.
for Screwface. Ambrosia is still going to try and pull this off 4v5, and the orbital strike funnels all the sheep, the herd, into enemy fire. And Scuba tries to do their best, and his numbers back for Qbert. 15 seconds, you still need the plant. There it is. Ambrosia deep into sight too, and Scuba holding it down back here. Could rotate into heaven to give another angle to converge with Governor coming from showers, and Acreon's caught in the middle of it. And now there's no U-Haul control for Ambrosia either. Qbert go up to 12.
It was close, man. There was nothing. I mean, it was the best of the scenarios here for Ambrosia to flip the map and try to plant towards APC. Because in the first place, you're like, wait, why are they planning for the back of the site when there's still one in the spawn and one in U-Haul? Well, there's already a flank coming in from showers and from short A. They understood that from Ambrosia, so you're on a 3 versus 2 no matter what on either side that you look, and they've already committed 2 players pushed up towards the spawn. Might as well try to plant there, try to fight in that angle. But as soon as you get that trade-off and you're trying to anchor up on the site, you kind of can't because you probably still have an opponent on top of heaven. You have the double flank coming through, and now you're just caught out in the open. At least they get the plant down. They force another defuse out of Q-Bird, so that's an extra 300 credits. That allows a lot of these players to have at least small shields in full utility for an attempt to fight back. 6 rounds that they need to bring this into overtime, but with how this map has been playing so far, it's definitely looked like a Q-Bird finish.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Okay. Oh, not the annihilation slap in the face. Screwface went for showers to pick up that orb too, and the plan was almost foiled, but numbers evened up after that exchange in showers.
You're trying to play against what used to be one of the OG neons in competitive Valorant and in pro play as well in Governor. So Satellite trying to slide through to try to pick him off. Governor knows exactly how to swing and flick that crosshair to pop you in the face. And now on a 3 versus 3, showstopper available for retakes for Redux or for delay. But thankfully here for Ambrosia, they're reading still towards the right side. A re-hit towards A passive play for Scuba, who's just going to try to anchor up towards the spawn to make sure nobody pushes across and they get the best value off the Redux showstopper on the retake.
I just saw the spike fly by. See if the molly can stop that from happening. No. Scuba's now been discovered in heaven, and the flank from Mitch is not working out. Redux will still get one with the showstopper and continues to live on. Has even a nade to clear this right corner if he needs. Akrian will be her dropping, and Redux wanted to capitalize and still gets a good flick onto the one. And Ambrosia need every round they could get.
It was so close too. He was just waiting after the paint shells to drop to see where the brimstone, where footsteps was going to get heard for him to try to get the kill through the smoke. The smoke dissipates, and Akrian was just able to slip through behind triple to survive and then guarantee the trade towards the end. Like how close that was. He even went for the wall bang and almost hit him across when Akrian was low on HP. Very, very nice towards the end for Ambrosia to save that round. For Akrian to save that round for the attack side. They've broken an economy for Q-Bird Academy. But there's still an outlaw for Mitch. Looking down towards long, awaited, and stopped by Satellite.
Good stuff out of Satellite. You've weakened the B site. You have Thrash, you got Nightfall. Ambrosia have the entry tools, but they're waiting to see if Q-Bird are going to pull rotations. Are they going to go for a teleporter? They've been funny on defense before, and Q-Bird talking to the hands of Ambrosia. Caillou and Redux do a bit of a dance and pushing up A short. Ambrosia are losing map control if they don't make a move soon.
Dizzy's up. I got the spike.
And he uses flash early to take care of Redux if he was still close. And it's just Sheriff, Shorty, Guardian. Q-Bird could get some nice shots if Victor could have an angle, but Ambrosia still scrapped their way through. Up close is the Shorty of Scuba, 26 HP. Careful of the molly. Just heard Caillou just jumps at him. Victor, 1 versus 2.
What a
Checks
snake.
the corner, but also
Slither through everything.
Victor's position's revealed. You know the brim is there, jiggle peek. And the molly misses the spike, but it's the effort's appreciated.
Yeah,
Eventually
I just
finish
love
off.
how Victor's running up the staircase and Triple looks back towards where it bounces. Like, what the hell are you trying to do with this lineup? He's like, what a weird little molly and a weird little bounce that came through. But nonetheless, the shenanigans are done. A nice little anti-eco that was converted in the end for Ambrosia. Continuing to close the gap. That right there. How does Scuba manage to make it through out of a smoke to get the first guy and then slither through 3 more smokes to get one towards towels and give a fighting chance for Q-Bird to continue to keep that economy low for Ambrosia, who once again utilizes Satellite on the op. And I love that this commitment has always been the conditioning towards this left side, because the right side has always been met by a continuous smoke by Scuba at the very beginning of the round. And actually, it looks like it's a Viper Orb this time around too, for from the outlook of the minimap.
No one would expect you to push past it, but Satellite's gonna take his time. And you also had the Prowler through Hookah, and you had the Thrash. I thought maybe the pins were in position for Ambrosia to execute onto B, but really hesitating because of this Viper wall.
They have everything to be able to play the full exec. It's already known by Qbert Academy. Look how passive they are. Try not to get hit by a Nightfall. Try not to get hit by a Gecko ult 2. Utility to delay. Double wall with a molly on the ground. Nobody could jump outside the window yet.
Yeah, back elbow is still a question mark for Ambrosia, though, on the left side. Because the Thrash got shot down, and Redux is there. I wonder if he's going to want to poke out. Qbert are just holding the line at the very back, and the spike is planted. It's Qbert. It's weight on their shoulders to retake, and they also have Seekers, but who needs that when you got teamwork? But Seekers still come out to just give an assist to eat some of these bullets so Qbert can safely swing out. There. Oh, a little assist there from Redux, but it's a bit hairy. 1 versus 2. Caillou gets his opposition, but the flash is just better out of Mitch. And
Please.
Is good.
Okay. I didn't want to call it too early. That would have been messed up. Okay, with
No, it
1
was gonna be
second
good no
left,
matter what. I
Qbert,
mean, it was
13-8.
still a nice shot coming out here from Screwface towards the end. I love that they tried to disrespect here Qbert Academy. We were looking at it a couple of rounds ago when it was a 3 versus 3 retake, and then they just stayed out in the open within the pulse plant, within the site. This time, they tried to pressure into elbow. They tried to go behind the Gecko, but they just didn't know there was 3 players waiting for them right there, including all that util from Governor with the ult. So a nice little attempt, but it's still going to be Qbert Academy that's going to close out this first map, and for Ambrosia, unfortunately, to lose their map pick.
Yeah, and there is another map coming up, and it's Qbert's Playground of Sunset, one that they did just win against Nightblood Gaming. So we're going to throw it to a break, get a word from our sponsors, get Ethos back in, and we'll see you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. I'm Ethos, joined by the lovely Lemon Kiwi and amazing Vansili. We just
Wait, how
Sorry?
come I can't be lovely either, dude? What the
I
hell?
want to be amazing. You want to trade?
Okay.
Yeah, let's trade.
Sorry,
Okay.
let's do that one more time. Joined by the amazing Lemon Kiwi and lovely Vansili. What an absolute delight that was to watch that game. Mainly just, it's so great to be able to see some of these players back on the big screen again and see them compete in the team environment. Organized Valorant is always such a treat, especially at the tier 1 level. But before we get into that, you know, we got some bills to pay. This tournament is brought to you by Intel Gaming. From cutting-edge PC hardware to advanced gaming technologies and major esports partnerships, Intel is a leader in PC gaming. Visit newegg.com/Intel Gaming. I got the / this time.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah. This time I knew it wasn't a /, it's a /.
Don't lead them astray.
Did you Google that while we were casting just to make sure?
No, actually,
Did you use Gemini AI just to make sure you had the right?
Nah,
answer?
I just I took your word as a real thing. But anyways,
Hell yeah.
basically what I want to talk about from the first map was just how well Cooper does the fundamentals. And at the beginning of every round on attack, there's a couple of boxes you want to check. Especially playing against a deadlock. Here on bind, you want to break the deadlock util, show presence, take aggro, map control, and just kind of pick them off their feet, make them rotate around before eventually grouping up and then taking a set together as a team, right? And again, Ambrosia does have better utility. I firmly believe Ambrosia does have better utility just in general for straight up brawls. Like, their utility will get you more kills than the side of Cubert's, which is more kind of sets you up in positions to get kills, but won't actually get you the kill itself. But the reason why Cubert had such a dominant attack half was because their game plan in general wasn't that complicated. It was actually fairly simple. They didn't do anything super insane. There's a couple rounds I wanted to show, but really their ideas were just to like, okay, take showers, and then we're gonna walk out showers and go slow. But it's really not about what you do, because again, it's simple. It's about how you do it, and more specifically, when you do it. You saw a lot of times they weren't rushing out and they were waiting for their team, and they were always tradable. This round specifically, this was a really cool thing they did. They actually Gecko ulted with the stim down A short to make it seem like an A short push with the Viper wall up so they couldn't break it. Then to go hookah pivot, maybe the A short Gecko ult drew out a hookah guy and they could have capitalized on that, but instead they break the deadlock ult and immediately just pivot back, walk back towards A. That ult through short already ensured there was no one pushing down A, so they know they had to rotate back through their spawn, and now this 5-man contact group push with the Gecko ult again is just going to be that much more powerful. Again, it's not about how complicated, how complex it is, but it's just about how you execute it. They're wasting no time. Look at how well they're grouped up together. Viper's checking for the showers push. The Gecko all comes through. They're very close, and they have all of the side pushes to fade all the way back in the spawn, and it's just free real estate. And that's really what Cubert's just core thing is. Whereas on the side of Ambrosia, they had a lot of little trap plays like this. The Fade Tether plus the Brim ult just absolutely stalled it, got Mitch killed. It didn't even matter if it was Fade there. It could have been Deadlock, for example. There's a lot of different ways for them to stall and basically get kills, and that's where they're kind of, their strengths lied in. And same thing with this exec. They had this insane grab net lineup with the stun. Neonal pushes through, pushes them all the way to backside. This is phase 1. They tether danger, remote goes through, and just, again, without any real gunfights happening, they have all the entire site, get a free pick, and now they have a 5v4 post plan. So really, like, that's just the difference between a newer team that's relying more on fundamentals and a more structured team that's been relying on practice and preset strats. Unfortunately though, the experience in those mid rounds where there isn't utility being used and they have to just make decisions on the fly and just focus on good positioning, gunplay, and map control, Cubert was definitely a step above.
Dude, unhook that SM7B again and drop it one more time, Ethos. That was fire. Great analysis and great TLDR for those that actually missed that first map. And thankfully here we'll have a chance to witness a second map, because we're going to move very soon here onto Sunset between these two teams. But I do have to agree, what's that drink? What's the drink you got there, Ethos?
Oh, sorry, that was my iced Americano. It's actually a large. I had to dial in for this because lots of high octane Valorant going on. I didn't realize the camera was coming back to me.
No, but again, I do agree with you. This is also a team, though, as you're mentioning, like structure coming out from Ambrosia. But with the way that Qbert Academy's been playing, it almost looks like they were actually even practicing themselves, right? It looked very simple in the first place, but just the mid-round pivots, the coordination that they have, the tag to say, okay, let's go for a triple swing to fight back against the elbow in case Ambrosia does that against us. I mean, this just looks like they have good protocols on how they want to scale back towards the map on the retakes on the defensive side, and the simple cycled utility that we saw, I think in round number 4 behind that Gecko ult play, when they just went for the smoke and the mollies behind that spawn. It was like, okay, I got mine first, you're the second one, you're the third. This is actually looks very well drilled.
And our next map to look forward to is Sunset, where Qbert Academy, at least the last time we saw them, 13A, I mean, not too long ago against Nightblood, they pivoted Redux towards the Neon, while as Ambrosia, well, we haven't seen them play this since, well, I guess a couple days ago, but they're more on the Raze train, and they still like Screwface on the Deadlock, so that's like an interesting vision for Sunset. Ethos, what would your reaction be to the Redux Neon versus a Satellite Raze?
Now, you see, I've seen Neon evolve a lot as a player before. He started off as a Raze and a Jet on our team, and this kid, like, you know, he's a very aggressive player, and you could absolutely take the breaks off of him. He'll do fine. He'll run down. He'll literally go and just 1v3, 1v5 the entire enemy team. But now you can definitely tell he's a lot more experienced. He's taking his time. He's waiting for his teammates to group up, and he's making sure that even when he goes out, even if he's not getting the kill, his teammates are getting the kill. And that's complemented by the fact that Gov had 6 first bloods. Redux didn't have nearly as many first bloods, but that's because he was always in a position that his teammates were able to share those engagements with him, and he was never really caught off alone and just trying to do everything himself. I've seen a lot of growth in this kid. He's doing very well, and even though he's on Neon, where you are just a speedy character, I imagine that he's still gonna keep the team play at an absolute high. A little bit different from what we saw from like Kane Zeret, for example, on Sunset yesterday, where Kane Zeret was running it down with just a Fade Dog and just annihilating the entire site.
We haven't seen Satellite on the Raze yet. Not that he can't play it, but I'm looking forward to seeing how he would match up. If he's maybe just gonna mirror the Neon or I don't know. But Screwface could continue playing the Deadlock like he did here, but that was something pretty easy for Qbert to handle, Vans.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how they could actually fight against the Neon too, if they're going to step away from the Neon themselves, because it would have been nice to see a little bit of Neon on Neon action for sure. But I think to go back to what Ethos was mentioned before, if you guys missed yesterday's games and Kane was like going on a solo mission and actually getting good entries out of it, you're not going to be able to do that same type of thing against either of these two teams, because they are definitely a more structured team on one end, and even structured with experience, so there's still great utility around that's able to stall against a solo Neon play. So you're definitely coming in, and you have to be fully prepared as a team like Ambrosia to try to win this map back against Qbert Academy, to try to push this to a third map.
And in the other semifinal, we have Trust and Plug versus Lemonade Stand. So a lot of familiar faces to the challenger scene, and we won't be able to look at that match, but we'll try to update you on the score. It did just start. So it's the race to the grand finals, because only one team out of this entire bracket gets a chance to go to our main event next week to face either TSM, 100 Thieves, or Washed, because we did just qualify one team yesterday. So it's quite the gauntlet, and any favorites, you kind of want to throw those out the window, because this is really a long day with a lot of best of threes, where you would have thought, oh, Turtle Troop, it would be an experienced team to move forward. No, it's really who is the most resilient teams. Although Qbert are definitely the favorites, we'll see how Ambrosia can pull through on Sunset, because this is a strong map for Ambrosia as well.
Absolutely. I really would like to see Ambrosia try to, break up that grouping a little bit more, find more of those timings where they can find an engagement where there isn't 5 people staring at them at every single time they fight, which, again, there are moments like that. You just have to be proactive about fighting it. I'm not saying that Ambrosia's at all looking unconfident, but they do have to take some risk here to try and find those little gaps, those little weaknesses within their defense.
And I do agree. They did try that, but a little too late, right? But this was like a post plant scenario and they were trying to fight back towards the elbow. So if they tried those high risk a little bit earlier on in that second map, and then they build that confidence to say, hey, we could actually go toe to toe against these guys. We could actually just fight and not have to wait and try to react. And it's not just on crosshair placement. We have opportunities to catch them off guard too. That's going to help them to build that game up in this second map. But if you're continuously just waiting and trying to play not to lose, we've seen that happen so many times in the past too, and that makes me remember about that whole Exet Leviathan matchup with that's the spike on the A heaven, right? When Exet drops the spike, they all fall back, they give up the site, and then they still lose the round and then lose in OT. So that's definitely like a team that, you know, when you're playing to lose, you could get punished out of that. The wind's knocked out of your sails, you lose your morale, and then you're going to be knocked out in this tournament right here for those who dare, because it's only a BO3, no double elim, and it's do or die pretty much at this point.
And Ethos, like, we may be expecting Qbert to go towards that Neon, and you talked about the importance of tempo and how Redux has played so well with his team. Is there sometimes issues like going towards Neon and being almost too fast, too aggressive, or trying to be the big hero? Or do you think Redux will be able to kind of adjust that, or do you want your Neon to kind of go crazy?
I mean, I think there's always a balance. It really depends on how deep of an understanding that player has on just the windows of time that you have. Like, if you have a good opportunity to get a pick but you won't have teammates with you, you are the star player. Remember that. You should go make that play. That's okay. If you have the opportunity, you can't let that kind of stuff slip, and you can't really hesitate. So I have no doubt that Redux will be taking advantage of those things, but in most scenarios, it is almost always better to make sure that you have more util, more teammates with you, so that when you do go out, even if you were to get one tapped, you are still getting some value out of your life because your teammates are there to capitalize on that space, on that trade, and you guys can actually get some more value into that round.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ethos. This is series point for Qbert Academy in our semi-final. And in this scenario, Ambrosia are facing a tough hill to climb, and they'll have to really depend on Satellite to go for the big plays to build that confidence, and for Screwface to try and delay this Neon with Acreon, of course.
And this is a tough map as well for Ambrosia to start off on the attack side, especially when they're playing a double Sentinel. They played this composition literally last week, and they had great success, but most of it on that defensive side, of course, because they didn't have to play that many attack side. But you're definitely, I do like the idea around that, the double Senti now with the changes around Sunset, where potentially Acreon's going to be setting up more towards the A site, and then your Deadlock is going to be more reactive to place these walls to stall towards the B site, where a lot of the teams are trying to take control towards market for a plant that seems to be good for, sprays at that spot. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we actually switch sides. To start the pistol round, Ambrosia's on the attack side, and seems as though it was a shock dart that did a lot of damage there onto Caillou up towards the B main, and that came from Governor. Now I was gonna ask that question as to like, hey, why don't we see Governor on that Neon? That would have been sick. But remember, Governor also has had experience on a Sova agent before, and proves so by doing so much damage onto Caillou to start.
Yeah, a lot of comfort picks for Qbert for sure, and approaching is Redux 2 on the right side, or even if there's a trip, you could still get vision on that mid cut and maybe this upcoming push from Ambrosia, and Redux will get out of dodge, preserve his life, but maybe he's gonna try and go for a kill on the stack, realizing that Governor's coming from mid. This is a possible crunch. Redux goes 1 for 1. Look how unhealthy Ambrosia look. Like, this is a tough one as they pivot away from A and now check
left.
out mid. Qbert are already crossing over towards B to beat them to the punch.
Yeah, Qbert ran right into Ambrosia's trap. You're playing slow with default and double Sentinel. They run into you, get all these picks. It was a late alert from Screwface that realizes that the B site's open, but Victor has something else to say. This is a big pick, and that wall, though, will not allow for him to stop that plant at the default spot. So it's going to have to come down to Mitch now, full kit, trying to go on a 1v1 against Screwface.
One important pick for Mitch. Mitch is currently losing, and the fault line doesn't hit. Aftershock to flush out the left corner. Flash, and Screwface just handles all that util well. And Mitch still gets the last laugh, and Caillou comes in from the backside. Now Mitch just Man, he's not gonna have a lot of time. He has to get the kill here and now, and it's timing. Caillou realizes he may have slipped through, and it's a good clutch out of Caillou for the pistol round for Ambrosia.
Always love me a little bit of breach on breach, but as I've mentioned, although it was what a good start here from Ambrosia to get these picks in the very beginning, to have those defenders run into you, just to recross back towards the site made it very dangerous on how good Victor was on anchoring around that site and making it somewhat doable somehow for Mitch. But it turns out to be Caillou winning that one. 3 kills into the round for him, including a spike plant. So that's a good start here to get a very good Rolling Thunder into your potential bonus round. It's just setting up here on contact place, the fault line into a potential push out of Qbert Academy and B main. But it's a free orb for them to grab. But Qbert does the same on the A side.
Yeah, good camera from Qbert to see where Ambrosia would be in mid-map control, but Ambrosia just paved the way and take care of this aggression out of Qbert. Have just made their job a lot easier as Mitch and Redux on the retreat, hoping for cutoffs at least, and great shot out of Redux to drop the spike.
Enemy remaining.
But as he escapes, Screwface late lurk comes in, and Mitch is not doing too bad. But Ambrosia got 2 Vandals bringing it into the next round.
Yeah. Double ding too with the right click classic, and thankfully Smiley was there to save his teammate too, because that would have been a nice little kill that he would have gotten on the second player, which I think was Satellite as that raise. Overall, though, towards the end, you realize from the first 2 rounds, but this is understandable, and if you're playing an anti-eco, you think it's going to be some sort of trap play with the Neon and the Breach, but overall, it seems that they've been waiting quite patiently towards the spawn, and it's right into the gameplay, again, of Qbert just trying to find some early map control. It's quite funny because they are playing a composition that doesn't allow for them to get the best out of information. If you're looking at it, there's no active scans around the board. But the best thing they got is a camera for middle.
What a cut from Redux! Mid-satchel from Satellite. Maybe a heads up from the camera from Victor. Either way, Ambrosia have a weakened start to their offense, but still well established with smokes. They do have markets sort of open. They'll have sonic sensors there that could catch Redux if he wants to speed through it. And Redux is dancing against a lot of threats set up from Ambrosia, watching him, and Redux has more than he can handle around that corner. And Governor's kind of split from his team, and Scuba doesn't have like a paranoia. There is a fault line and a flash, but it's all up to Mitch in a 1 versus 3 on the post plant. And this is gonna be impossible to retake against this. 3-0 for Ambrosia is a fantastic start.
Yeah, Mitch was a little bit late here on that rotate back to support the team, but it's understandable. They never know really on their side if there was going to be a late lurk coming through up on middle, so they wanted to make sure nobody was going to push late. But by having Mitch being the one that's watching that, that's so much less utility that you have as a team for the flood retake for the other end. The best thing they got was the paranoia that was thrown here by Scuba, but a lot of it was avoided by the crossfire setup from all of all of Ambrosia within that site. And now they convert a bonus round, which is actually quite huge. And now even Redux is trying to move forward. He has a bucket to work with. One ways are being thrown. He just got spotted, so that takes away the element of surprise. And I'm kind of liking this from Ambrosia so far. Again, playing this map the very last week, but now starting to see it come into fruition in front of my eyes. It looks like they have a really nice plan to play against Qbert's composition so far.
But Redux has to find another way to activate this overdrive, and doesn't want to activate it from too far away, especially with a Bucky. You want to get up close and personal, give a warm hug to Ambrosia, but now this one way is all done with. Ambrosia can work on re-clearing B, but it is Mitch playing around the central pillar, and now that you're using bullets to clear these boxes, you're definitely signaling to the defense something is up. There is fault line, and it does something caught Screwface, and Mitch takes full advantage, dodges the flashes. Boombot, a lot for Mitch to handle. I'm surprised he's still on this site, and in a one and done spot, smokes behind him. No assist could be provided there from Victor. There's a long flank from Governor coming through B main, but it's gonna take a second. Scuba still has a paranoia, and Victor did what he could. Ambrosia just with better weaponry and great expectations to where Cooper could be coming from. So Scuba's just holding the angle, and a great headshot on the satellite. Paranoia through, and a teleport the opposite corner. And did he see Smiley there? He did. And there's a gun in front of him, but I think he'll be lucky enough to pick it up. Ambrosia on a tear on Sunset.
Very good scaling by Ambrosia as well, and I like also that it's only one set of shots from the lurk of Screwface, the contact play from Ambrosia towards the B main. So yes, you're alerting that there is potentially a player that you're actually anchored there within that site, or that you're trying to take that space. But Screwface has already lurked towards that spot at the very beginning in previous rounds, and he was continuing that conditioning, and there was, by not having that extra second set of sprays, then you're still forcing Mitch to jump spot to see if it's just a one-on-one in that location, and he gets caught here out in the open within the site, which is why he pretty much had to anchor in that position.
Ooh. First blood, and the shutdown Redux is big boon for Cubert removed, but Victor with 2 is weakening Ambrosia to the point where this is an important annihilation. And Screwface will collect another advantage now to Ambrosia. But Scuba, Governor on the way with drone to help clear out the site. Paranoia from Scuba 2. Smoke's regenerating, and Ambrosia's playing as a squad as they push through elbow while always keeping eyes on the flank. Cubert are definitely the team that would take advantage of that.
Still kind of sick, though, that they threw a cage and TP into that from Agrin and Smiley so that they could take full advantage of the elbow, use that util at that spot, and not get caught by the person just hugging into the wall.
Oh, there's the swing from Ambrosia, and it's 2 versus 2. Rolling Thunder. Caillou left on the lonesome, but with the split, the crossfire from Cubert, they finally get one on the board.
Get yourself together.
A very strong answer in the very end, because they lost so many players in the process at the very beginning. I think that was like 3 kills for 1. And unfortunately here, the Ambrosia goes back with the cut noise and re-hit, and not being assertive on that re-hit towards that site. That gave that opportunity here for the last 2 players of Cubert Academy to really shut it down and not give a chance here for Ambrosia to cross into the A site. That was very nice on the side of Cubert, taking advantage of that moment of fear here on the side of Ambrosia. Smokes on both sides, and on either ends they want none of that smoke. So Orb is going to stay up. It's a stalemate at least to start things off, so the other players of Ambrosia have to start engaging a little bit more, so they're scaling up towards middle, and really we're playing super passive in terms of the info for Cubert Academy. It's just double trips, camera that looks back towards main, so that you can convert and focus on the extremities, which might catch Screwface here.
Yeah, and yet a sense of security from the drone that Cubert used to re-clear B because of all those smokes he pointed out. Now the orb and the Hunter's Fury for Governor. And what a ping from the Neural Theft, and the combo! It's doing a lot of damage to Ambrosia. And now knowing that's coming from the B side, Ambrosia can look towards it, but they're just caught. There's threats on all sides of the map. And Cubert just picking them apart. And Ambrosia have nothing to work with except just Smiley, who's kicking away at the forces of Cubert. And tried to react to Redux being his presence being known from mid, but Cubert clawed their way back.
And that was super nice. The push forward towards that B main, and then just timing the orb with the hat. So as soon as the ping's about to come out, the first one, they time it with the Hunter's Fury so that he could aim it directly towards the first yellow ping. And it creates so much damage, so much ruckus for the players trying to enter inside market, and it really just kept them pinned towards that spot. Very, very nice by Cubert to react in the last 2 rounds. And Ambrosia is starting to lose the grasp of this lead that he's built.
Okay. I thought Governor was going to be able to shoot down Satellite before that happened. 16 HP, and even Victor almost got dealt with by the Boombot, and Satellite's too weak. He'll at least be bait for Ambrosia, and Victor is in some trouble. It still picked the right angle. Neural Theft in the 3 versus 1. Now, knowing exactly where this last defender is. Is the aftershock to stop the plant? And some good headshots, but not the finishing blow he was hoping for. So Ambrosia up to 6.
Kind of wish he had a Vandal moment at that point, because that was some clean shots coming out from Mitch. But a nice little reaction coming out here from Ambrosia to not be let down from the 2 rounds that got strung up here by Qbert. The thing is yeah, I do agree with you. It seems as though Governor probably should have had that kill onto Satellite, because it took a while before Satellite reacted to actually shoot the rocket right at the feet. And somehow still survives when he was right in front when he landed and shot the rocket there onto Governor. So just a little bit of a misplay, unlucky moment. A dart right in the face of Satellite as he satchels up. And Ambrosia now has a chance to retake control of B main. Orb now picked up, 1 away from getting the annihilation. And just adding all that util, throwing the sonic sensor, grabbing the orb. Look at how you're staying anchored up here towards the side of Qbert, because the camera's so passive. There's no aggressive camera that looks back into B main. So they just have to now be reactive off the Sova utility. And as they clear that, that gives an opportunity for Ambrosia to already pivot towards middle. So they're about to work up towards this mid take, potentially even split. I actually don't like if the split goes back into the B site though. They did a great job to anchor everybody back towards this B site so that they could take the weak side on A.
Ooh, paranoia through and teleporting out. Scuba and friends live, and they hope to hold the fort down, and they do. Great double kill and a high-low for Qbert to stop the entry from the back of the B site. And Ambrosia are about to get aced by Governor. You just can't be touched, and you said you weren't a fan of the B push, and I think hindsight, Ambrosia didn't like the B push either. They were able to wrap around and thought they had a surprise on Qbert. And there is the Governor ace out of Qbert. Woo.
The Soar ace. And a little bit of a revenge there after whiffing against a showstopper on the slow reaction from Satellite. Was pretty much at the bottom of the scoreboard. I think at 1-6, and now just tallies up an instant 5 with a beautiful anchor towards the market. But again, like I said, the paranoia that Screwface set towards that B main with all of his utility. I mean, at the same time, that's also the demise of the composition of Ambrosia, where they didn't have alert towards the A side. They don't have any type of real initiator that's going to try to get scans to you when you're scaling back towards that site. So you're just trying to go back into a rehit, thinking that they've rotated away as you pause.
Yoink. This is our teammate now. Ambrosia have done the annihilation play at this point before. It's gotten great value, especially in the midst of all the chaos and off of First Blood. This is great for Ambrosia. Also get some Vandals and some upgrades going, and it's helping out on the push towards A for sure, as Redux just hopes to get a lucky headshot holding the angle. Leaving elbow, you don't want to leave your back turned, and it's Qbert having enough time to reestablish and make this as close as they can. It's 2v2. Although Ambrosia had a 5 versus 3, this is slipping away. And jeez, it's all up to Victor. 1 versus 1 against Caillou, and Victor gets it done for Qbert.
And the experience rings again. A 1v1, knows that his teammate's on a reload, and he chooses to go up onto the staircase because now he isolates one single angle for a person to walk right into his crosshair, and also has control of Spike. That was just really nice. Again, another one of those 2vx scenarios that is won this time by Victor and Redux, where that shouldn't have happened again. Great job here by Qbert. Forces out the timeout from Ambrosia. Again, it was what, a 4-0 scoreline for Ambrosia. We're like, oh crap, they have some fight. They look polished. They look like they have good protocols to play against Qbert. But now Qbert hasn't been as aggressive as they were from the piss around to the anti-eco to the 3rd round. They're actually letting Ambrosia walk into them, and it pans out because you have one single anchor that's able to do so much damage.
Still such a close affair. Holy cow. Qbert with back-to-back rounds Timeout for Ambrosia. Time to talk to me, Cole. Is there anything quirky we could do from the shadows? But Ambrosia aren't going for kind of the big risk, the high risk, high reward plays, but I'd be ready. Qbert had 4 ults, and geez, with the Neural Theft Hunter's Fury combo, that was pretty fun.
If we're
Redux
looking
gonna
at their
keep the
position, they're looking to
Bucky.
potentially crunch into tiles now.
The
Redux getting ready
overdrive
to
too.
move here with the Bucky.
Goes and successful on the ping. Wall to get close. And at a distance still deals with everyone in his path. 2 down, 3 more to go. If you're Redux. And mid-map completely clear. At least Acreon still has his camera there to see the retreat. Ambrosia just have to fully reset now, and they still have flashes. They can keep this deadlock alive. The post plant's gonna help, but the drone just spot some action in mid, knowing that Ambrosia haven't committed to anything yet, especially with how forward Scuba is, and with a defensive camera at B.
You got to save
Qbert are
now.
settled.
Yeah, if you're looking at it, how do you want to rescale the map again with no raise? You have no nades. You have no paranoia that's going to try to flush players out of their angles. And the breach utility is not going to be able to do too much unless Crewface and Acreon will swing together behind that. But there's just
30 seconds
too
left.
many players that they have to deal with. If they're going to have to use that much util just to fight against one player to scale back up, they won't have anything left for the take. They won't have anything left to hold the retake. So I think this is a smart play here for Ambrosia to just stay towards the spawn and save for the next round. But my, what a play there that came out from Qbert Academy, and a reaction to go on it too. Like to TP from Scuba instead of
10
his smoke
seconds
towards the
left.
spawn. That's just to bait players to come back towards him while he's sticking that ult, so they can try to spray him within that smoke. But then you'd think for the rest for Redux, he's trying to crunch back towards the bottom middle, but he throws the wall so he could actually go for the finger blaster behind the opponents, trying to chase after Scuba, and it becomes a sandwich play in their favor. Even though it nets into only 1 single kill onto whoever's falling back, I think that was Smiley at that point. They still did enough damage that split so much of the default from Ambrosia that within the last second of the exec, or once the exec's done, everybody's still stuck in spawn with zil information on the attack side. That was super nice. So saving 3 weapons, you're now forcing around that with a Spectre, or sorry, a Stinger, and a Guardian. You're hoping to bring the tempo back in your favor on the A site.
Well, no one holding elbow from the defense, playing pure retake. And a flank starting to form for Qbert. It's going to be detected by the trip, so Acreon has to turn around in a 1v2.
Spike planted.
See what kind of damage he can do against rifles. Hey, goes 1 for 1. Not bad, but it does give Neural Theft advantage to the defense. Victor gives a chance for Mitch to flash out in a 1v2, but didn't finish his food. And Ambrosia will take a lead 1 round away from the half.
Last round.
Was that
before the
intentional?
switch.
Victor couldn't finish his food. Did you know that?
What?
Just a little bit of a lore.
Oh.
No, that was
did
actually
not
pretty
know
cool.
her.
Yeah. Victor used to be named food before, so that's why. That's pretty sick.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I totally
nonetheless, we go back in that previous round where I just love the reaction that came through. First off, from both teams, Governor the first one to swing out so that he actually gives his life away so that Victor could get the kill and go with the hat to get the information against their opponents. But then Ambrosia to push back towards the spawn. But we'll hold that thought. There's once again another crunch and a collateral from Redux somehow.
He's just unreal. This mid control is going to be so easy for Qbert. Actually, still got smokes for Smiley, but they're making their way towards B, and the lurk from Acreon. Trying to get close enough the Neural Theft could be used. Oh, yeah. And wow, 3 people emerge from that smoke, and Acreon at least gets 1 for 1. But the advantage is still huge for Ambrosia to work with a plant. Knowing how close that retake is, but the threat of an op still
Spike
looms.
planted.
With a drone. Pinging the 2, but how are you gonna handle that? Oh, the rolling thunder from Caillou, and Governor gets rolled over.
Last
Victor
player standing.
tries to go unnoticed from Market, but that's all she wrote. 7-5 for Ambrosia in the half.
Very nice to finish, to salvage that last round too on a 2 versus 3, and the patience that came out of Caillou with the rolling thunder. You saw the amount of times I think that was Governor that was just trying to thunderfoot outside of the boba to try to bait out that rolling thunder so that they could actually crunch in rather from Market. And thankfully, Smiley still had a paranoia to work with, which literally smothered Governor, and there's nothing that he could have done. And then they did not expect that Smiley was still playing towards B main. And unfortunately, Victor could not go and surprise and get the backstab and the pinch from behind. So that was very nice in the end to just work in tandem, work as a group here for Ambrosia to manage to finish the lead at least at a 7-5 when it was, again, dominant for you in the very beginning. And Qbert seemed to have found the right footing to push you back. This round, waiting for the cage to stop, and then they'll pop. And a beautiful wall here from Screwface that's just going to slow things down. This is what we mentioned before, being more reaction on the wall that can stop these pushes.
Oh, I don't know if you can stop this, man. Redux coming in hot. And yet Acreen watching Market's going to unite with Screwface to get a bunch of different angles, including Sonics. You know how aggressive Qbert like to be, and the Sonic sensor rips them up. And Ambrosia plays so well off that contact. Now Qbert are really trapped, and the paranoia hits too. Great job from Ambrosia yet again. In the smoke, there's still one more to go. And almost a flawless round there for Ambrosia. Great pistol.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking what Screwface is using with his utility as well. Again, when you've seen these changes happen around this B side of Sunset, where you can't really go for the bun set spraying from B main, you're forcing a lot of these players to set up these positions like on the ledge behind the boxes, and he throws a perfect little net here that's going to catch two and allow like this beautiful crunch to come in from Boba and from Market at the same time. And again, just to praise Screwface on his deadlock utility, he's been smart with how he's been using it since that first map on Bind, and been a pretty pivotal anchor here for Ambrosia as a solo play to kick things off here on that pistol. So Ambrosia has a chance to win an anti-eco, build the econ up as well. And for Qbert, well, just trying to make some noise, trying to go for a late lurk from the B main noise, and it gets caught by the outlaw of Satellite.
Tripwire destroyed.
All right, the trip has been dealt with. Qbert can try to play off of the Mitch fault line, but with all the shots coming in and now close pressure, Ambrosia, just so many angles surrounding Qbert exactly as they came in, and Ambrosia are starting to run away with this.
But here's where the weapon is. The weapons are going to be strong here for Qbert Academy. So full Vandals, except for Scuba, that's going to play the Phantom. We do have Ambrosia in their bonus round. It looks like they're... Okay, I thought Screwface was going to try to force around all of that. And I guess he was estimating to see if he could buy a Guardian and still buy in the next round with the rest of his team. So there's technically a weak side here on the B side if you're in the shoes of Qbert, because you're probably still thinking that Screwface is going to play towards that spot. So there is a sort of a lean towards that side to start, with a recon coming through, a couple of players coming across, but then after that wall gets instantly thrown towards A main, well, that's the cue here. That Screwface is playing towards the A site. Qbert by know here that they're playing against a weaker weapon on that side, so they are trying to scale up at that spot.
We're just trying to support each other too. Use Smiley as bait in the middle. Just hope to swing off of his contact, but that's only if Qbert care about mid-map control. And man, deep at the very back of A, Victor's clearing everything, and all right, Ambrosia able to trade off on mid.
A drive-by tap with the Guardian, and this whole time we're walking contact, so we know that there's sonic sensors inside the site. Now we're converting into a plant. I'm surprised they haven't really even broken the sonic sensor yet. That's right next to Victor.
Yeah, that could hurt as the retake comes in from Ambrosia, even if it even happens, because Qbert are extending out of the site and being proactive with these engagements. Caillou around, Mitch best Caillou in a 4 versus 2 now in the post plan for Qbert. Watching the paranoia. Victor at 14 HP is part of the successful run for Qbert to get up to 6.
I just love the confidence that comes out of Victor from the way he's playing, as if he was still playing duelists as a raise in the first days of Valorant, when he was terrific with everybody else. When he was together with everybody else, they were terrific. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
But to continue to ADS out in the open, low HP, and get into tap as soon as players swing out, I love seeing that right here from Victor. It definitely shows that he wants to have another opportunity here to play, or in challengers, or in the VCTs. Taking this game seriously and just putting up numbers so far in this Cypher on the attack side, leading the charts in terms of kills for this half. Qbert looking to split within this B site.
Exchange and market. Good timing on the smoke. Screwface gonna catch the back here of Redux's head, but there's some support from Scuba. If he wants to invest the paranoia, or yeah, he does, but Screwface backs away, dodges that. That's one less util for Qbert, but still having a flash at least from Mitch. He'll come in the post plant. Fault line already hitting Scuba as Ambrosia don't want to waste no time as Scuba comes through market to still stab them in the back, and Ambrosia have a lot of worries as a paranoia from Smiley to help Ambrosia focus on moving forward. And the spike never even got planted. They're trying to wrap all the way at the back instead of maybe take the quicker route to A. And this is a dangerous spot to drop the spike, but at least the cages and the smokes are up and Victor will remain alive. But for the rest of his team, I'm not so sure.
We get it this time, though.
1v4. It's a tough one. Ambrosia just being such a nuisance around the market. Did a great job of causing so much of a lack of confidence from Qbert for them to have to pivot to another site.
I think the thing too is just Ambrosia had a miscomm. This whole time there was a 1v1 battle between Scuba and Screwface towards the market, and they sort of just left him there. And then he almost was able to surprise 2 players and get a double kill on top of that. Yes, he got Caillou down, but the reason why they pulled back was because Victor was lurking the whole time, didn't hear any footsteps on a rotate. So he was like, okay, well, the A side should be clear. He heard the rotate on top mid. They could maybe swing out to get that kill. But instead, they went for a cage to try to cross back towards Pawn. But the issue there is, unfortunately, there was a small gap in that cage, which allowed here Smiley to get the first pick and just stop the spike carrier and really stop Qbert to really push in as a group.
Ooh, goodbye, Redux. Satellite took a bit of splash there. There's the nade. There was cooked no matter what. And Ambrosia have the numbers and have a good lead already. Qbert will be able to grab the spike and activate their lurk in mid. Already felt confident moving forward thanks to the camera, but the Sonics in place on the defensive half. Not sure. Okay, at least it was spotted there by Victor. Now maybe causing some paranoia in Ambrosia's camp.
But again, just great utility from Screwface. The first wall here that stops the neon slide, the net to go towards the one-way smoke, and he caught 2 players, and he gets 2 assists out of that pretty much on the push forward from Satellite. But here's where it gets difficult for Ambrosia. The mid rounds, playing in at a numbers advantage. Walking through Screwface, at least wins that one.
Good trade, though, from Victor. Now the neural theft for Victor. It's going to help Qbert feel a bit more sense of security, but also know where the threat is coming from. And man, that's too much for even someone as good as Victor to handle with 4 coming his way and the paranoia. So a great job by Ambrosia for another successful retake. And this is a lead that even a team as good as Qbert are going to have troubles overcoming. And we could be a few more rounds away from going into our deciding map.
And Ambrosia has to pay attention here into the amount of times that Qbert, when they're trying to test this A side, they're doing a lot of walk contact into this A site because they know that they're not going to trip any sonic sensors and they could actually get behind enemy lines. And now finally a timeout comes out from Qbert Academy to try to answer back and start the comeback potential here against Ambrosia, the first timeout here that they call. So while this timeout happens, though, I want to take the opportunity here to fly a little bit of an announcement for the second giveaway, which is going to happen after this series. So make sure here that you're hanging out in twitch.tv/SOAR and type out RAZE or RAZE, depending if you're American or Canadian. Of course, you have to be a lawful U.S. citizen or Canadian resident of over 18 years of age for a chance to win an Asus ROG Azoth gaming keyboard. So everybody inside Sliggy's Twitch chat, as I mentioned before, Trick's Twitch chat, Curry, come over and spam raise. But unfortunately, Sliggy, you can't because you're from the UK. So you just
Damn,
stay there.
what a call
You just
out.
continue to type how many chances Ambrosia would have left if they win this next round right here after the timeout, because they actually broke the economy of Qbert as well. So the timeout is potentially to look if they could capitalize on this Bucky aggression from Redux. If not, what they could do here with the gun round.
Sound sensor up.
Yeah, with a rolling thunder. Entry, post plant, you name it, Mitch. I haven't handled, but this is the annihilation attempt from Screwface. Try and maybe react off the first blood, off the flash, and pull another member in if there was a whole team pushing through that alleyway. So 3 versus 3 in that A entry. And Q, and well, Victor's lurk picks off one from the B site, and that could already pull rotations from Qbert, but they seem pretty decided. But with, okay, they got rid of the deadlock util, and now Qbert, they get hit by a paranoia and all types of stuff, so Qbert will leave. Ambrosia also took shelter from getting hit from util.
Oh no. Oh! The reaction on Scuba to flick there onto Satellite, as well as Victor getting the initial kill on the lurk into B main. So it works out, trying to get the best value out of that Bucky towards the A side, breaking the deadlock utility, keep the players out towards the A side. They attack on the weak side after that first engagement won by Victor. And now they could upgrade free weapons, and this is where it could potentially start spiraling down now for Ambrosia. You could already see Caillou and Smiley falling back to try to save, because Caillou has no money left, and they need to salvage this weapon so that they could still have a strong buy and not let Qbert start the comeback.
And for Qbert to just salvage that round where there was a pretty heavy exchange of util, of stuns and flashes over at A, and not really too much damage. Actually, no damage was really done because the first pick was over at a B from alert from Victor. So Qbert pretty happy that they didn't get pulled by an annihilation or anything like that. And there's an extra gun removed, but still Qbert being able to upgrade all those weapons, I should say, is huge when the economy was as dire as it was, as you said. Great pivot out of Qbert that
I
round.
could use a drop.
Still a lot to catch up on. The ults will help too if you can activate Redux, Overdrive,
Right
Rolling
there.
Thunder, Hunter's
Right
Fury. Qbert have showed us some really fun combos.
And I wonder
The
if it's
breaches
one of
are,
those Mitch trying to take the tiles control, so you can go for a okay, so they're just trying to bait out the wall once again. There's a Rolling Thunder on the defensive side though somehow.
Just knowing Qbert just pushed this A alleyway just like last time, and finally Ambrosia capitalizing.
Wow.
The annihilation used to pull another member, thinking the whole team was there, and what a great use of the satchel. Mess up the positioning, and Qbert, yeah, it's such a lucky, really a great round previously, but Ambrosia take care of business with an ace who's flawless, one round away from getting us into our third and deciding map, and upset potential too if Ambrosia can knock out Qbert Academy.
For sure, 100%. And on top of that, I think Ethos is going to be quite happy to see the results of that previous round from Ambrosia, just because he mentioned before this map started, after digesting what happened on the first map, he wanted to see more confidence come out from Ambrosia, that they could try to disrespect Qbert Academy with the space that they're trying to take towards the A side, but instead not giving the first play. But Qbert wants to answer right back, stopped by the up by Satellite. This might be GG right here.
Just for Satellite to get on top of the box, knowing just that smoke was there, and Qbert are not able to answer with any trades. They're trying to clear out through elbow, and there's 3 looking their direction. Ambrosia fully stacked on this side. Paranoia at the ready for Smiley as soon as Cuber were to come out of elbow. But now clearing out this deadlock util. Cuber is trying to cause paranoia on the Ambrosia side.
It's just wonderful conditioning from Ambrosia. The amount of times at the beginning of these rounds that you're constantly throwing an early deadlock wall in, you're trying to disrespect that from Cubert's end. You know, it's like, oh, free utility for us to break, and then we can try to answer right back after. This time he doesn't throw the wall because Satellite actually went for an operator, which he hasn't pulled out for the last couple of rounds, which actually caught Redux thinking that he had free reign to move with the overdrive inside the A site. But this is where it happens again here, chat.
Left.
Playing not to lose. Power of numbers. 5 players stuck together, and they're just going to let the players move in and go for a plant and play the retake on that end. But that said, Mitch already has a Rolling Thunder. Scuba's pushed forward, and he's basically going to funnel everybody in this little corridor at Boba with this one way. If it gets 2 or 3, this is still winnable for Mitch.
See what Scuba can do. Oh, he's already being pre-fired at, and the fault line, and the Rolling Thunder to try and save his friend, but Screwface, the right click Scuba in the face. Ambrosia with Sunset will send us into a final map with a chance for the biggest upset of our tournament.
Defenders
Dude,
win.
I can't believe that just happened. To try to fight back with the Rolling Thunder against, again, you're funneling, everything was perfect. I saw the vision on that 2 versus X from Cubert Academy, but to land Screwface, launch towards the air here from a breach ult from Mitch, and lands with a right click classic right to the dome of his opponent Scuba, and that's the final kill of that map. You're basically laughing to the bank after that kill and after that win, and you're moving in full confidence for the 3rd map tiebreaker.
And our last map will be Abyss, who will move on to our grand final. We'll also get you an update on how the other semi is going, but for now, let's get a word from our sponsors and we'll get Ethos back in. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. We are on the final map of the best of 3 series in the semifinals between Cupid Academy and Ambrosia. And it is actually insane. I did not expect Ambrosia to just completely evolve into a different type of beast that map. But before we get into that, I want to again remind everyone about our giveaway going on in the chat right now on twitch.tv/SOAR. We're giving away this Asus ROG keyboard. It is the Asus ROG Ethos gaming keyboard featuring a 75 keyboard form factor, 3-layer dampening foam and metal top cover, OLED display, and back support. If you guys would like to enter, make sure to type the keyword RAZE, R-A-Z-E or R-A-Z-E. Eligibility requirements are requiring you to be a US or Canadian resident above the age of 18. So make sure you check those boxes. But anyways, now that we have that out of the way and you guys are, on your way to winning some free stuff, let's talk about that map because it's very different, right guys? Like this is a completely different Ambrosia than what we saw before in the last map.
Agreed.
It's a very calculated Ambrosia, like one that definitely came in with a game plan that looked comfortable and kind of led with almost more confidence compared to Haven, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Or a Bind.
Absolutely, they definitely are more confident now, and I think they realize that playing that kind of move around, map control, see what happens playstyle isn't really going to work against a team that is so experienced. And you have to understand that when you're playing against teams of this caliber, you can't just let them do everything that they want. You can't just play to lose. You have to make your own plays. You got to play to win. You got to take some initiative into the round while also not allowing for them to capitalize on their plays. And we saw a lot of that in this game. What their strong suit is, or what their strengths are, is their structure and their set plays, and they were working. If anything, their utility was working much better than Cupid's in that game. A lot of the times, a lot of their kills were assisted by utilities, by stuns, with Raze ult, with flashes and everything. And you could see that overall, Ambrosia is more prepared because they have been a team for longer and they clearly have gone over more things. They've rehearsed more things that don't have gaps, don't have holes. And we also saw that when they try to slow down, then those gaps start to appear. And then Cupid, again, they didn't get any worse that map. Don't get me wrong. They didn't get any worse. They still found those gaps and they still wasted no time just absolutely exploiting them and finding all the weaknesses. But this time, Ambrosia's like, we're not going to have as many weaknesses, and they're going to play to stay alive more. So their game plan moving in to this game was to, again, minimize the amount of potential that they had when they were triple picking things. Like you see here, they triple walk up, Smiley gets that pick and immediately falls off. He's staying alive. Now he's just holding. Before, he just went 1-for-1, but now he has his teammates with him. And look at this. A beautiful 3-2-1 peak. Their fundamentals are also improving. They're tightening up. Those were just 2 back-to-back 3v1s and puts Victor into this 1v4 clutch, which realistically, I know he's Victor, but he should be losing this 99 times out of 100, no matter who you're playing against. So beautifully well done by them, and that's just straight protocol. And then here, again, remember what I said, they need to get some sort of advantage here. So they're leaning in on their set plays, their trap plays. It was no contest. There's just no way that they don't get these 2 kills here. The grab net, the stun, the Raze ult, the nade, everything was perfect. And immediately they get this 5v3. Now they can play their normal play style where they fall back and play more passive because they're in a winning position to win that round.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what you mentioned before here, Ethos, where you have a team that's Ambrosia that's, practice, and they also, this is nothing new, right? What they're playing against Cupid Academy. On the side of a Breach, Neon, a Sova, Omen, this is almost meta pretty much ever since the Neon changes. And on the other end, though, when your team is slightly newer, but you're potentially still practicing against similar composition as yours and less against a double Sentinel Raze, maybe that's why they kind of got caught off guard, and that preparation and the experience that he has as a team around Ambrosia maybe had the upper hand going into playing and knowing how to basically anti-strat this whole Neon and Breach composition, right? Because if you're looking at how Screwface is playing the defensive side against Redux, he does such a great job just to keep him at bay and not allow Redux to get too much back control. And even with the amount of flood utility that's being thrown here by Cupid Academy at the very beginning to try to take elbow even on top of that, all that's nullified by one single wall. So it just comes to show that every single time you're kind of just butting your head against the wall and hoping that you get some sort of dent and you're able to finally break through, because you're still repeating yourself to try to get that through that first step here for Cooper and Academy. But it's a great job for Ambrosia to not only do that with Screwface, but also have slight modifications right after that when they pulled out Satellite on the op.
I just think there was like just a huge clash. It didn't feel like it was Cuber just using all their util, taking sites for free, and then there was just this really difficult uphill retake for Ambrosia. It was Ambrosia going toe-to-toe with Cuber, and these big clashes and kind of these mind games around placing these one-way smokes and how you were re-clearing things and where you were pivoting to, and more creative strats coming out of Ambrosia to try and catch the other team off guard. So it was cool to see how that deadlock was used, and a decent amount of value too from the Annihilations because of kind of using that in the midst of the chaos. And speaking of chaos, we have Abyss coming up, and I'm excited to see what you guys think about that.
I mean, last time we saw Ambrosia on Abyss, we got to see the wonderful, the great Yoru from Screwface, and I'm excited to see that come out once again because, you know, I love seeing a good Yoru play, and I love seeing how they, you know, kind of work the map. This might be a little bit more difficult for Ambrosia though, because there is less utility for like those set plays. You don't have those stuns, you don't have the nade, you don't have those kinds of things to kind of supplement those aggressive plays that can get you that advantage without really requiring a lot on your fundamentals and your aim. So that being the current state of things, Cooper likes to thrive in that kind of gray area where you don't really know what's going on, and you kind of like buddy up with someone and look around, contact around, try to find a pick, try to find an opening. And Abyss is a perfect opportunity for them to really lean into their strengths of their fundamentals and spacing and protocols, because they don't have a sentinel. So if Mitch can call a good IGL's game, manipulate those rotates around, expire that Yoru TP, then I can imagine Ambrosia having some more difficulty on defense and not stomping them out like they did versus Winthrop.
And so we know what Ambrosia could be running with the double duelist, but for the other side, Cuber, there's, well, not too much tape because it kind of just got assembled. But if you look back at the Oxygen days, I guess where most of the core comes from, it's kind of interesting where Oxygen used to run Harbor, Mitch on Harbor back in July. I don't know if that's going to still be viable. Well, what do you think the second option, or like, are you expecting a second initiator, a second controller, second duelist? Is Harbor still a thing? What are your thoughts, Ethos?
I think Harbor absolutely can be a thing, because running that double controller setup definitely supplements their playstyle of, okay, we're going to cut off their info and we're going to search around, look for clues, look for picks, and we're going to do it as a team. We're going to do it as a pack, and we're going to make sure if we do see someone, we're fighting them as three and we're getting picks. So Harbor definitely is a viable option, but then again, they can also just run meta, because meta is something that everyone understands. Even if you have new players in here, there is no real explaining of like, this is what the protocol is, this is how we're going to use the wall, this is how we're going to play the wall. Those kinds of things are already understood by playing meta, because they already know how the game works, they know how this map works under the normal comp. But I'm just gonna say, all these guys, Victor and Governor, like slotting in, they're gonna have no issues either way, playing on any comp, playing on any play style, because they know exactly what their role is, because that just comes with their deep understanding of the game and how their lives and their util impacts the round.
I'm just expecting probably for a team that's a little bit newer to go into a map like this, that they're going to go into, you know, the tried and true of double initiator. So maybe like a KO Sova, but instead of having an Omen, you have an Astra. And I always love seeing Scuba on an Astra. He's always been like a talked about, you know, the talk of the town pretty much ever since he was playing Astra 4/5 stars back in the Knights days. And he's so prominent on that agent. And you're looking at the rest around the board here for this team to play that. It should be good enough. And on the other side, though, for Ambrosia, as you've mentioned here, Ethos, yes, they have potentially a lack of a sentinel, but there was something that you mentioned that I actually want to touch upon again, is that Screwface was doing very good being supportive for his team, but never really trying to go for the aggressive thing himself, and you want to see that more. So with this lack of sentinel, I hope to see Screwface overextend a little bit more, especially with the confidence that he's been playing as a deadlock in the past 2 maps against this team. And now you're looking back here at Cooper Academy. I mean, it's for me, it's fairly similar. Ethos, I think this is almost like looking as if it was a KO instead of a Yoru, or a Yoru instead of a KO, and it might do the same thing, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You have the flashes, and on top of that, you have those long rotations. You can get 3 to each site if they do opt for a fast rush, which is something that's very important on Abyss because the rotations are just so long. It is so difficult to play on a site if you don't have 2 or 3 there immediately. So having that Yoru in that first 40 seconds of the round, ensuring that you can get 3 to whatever site that they go to is an absolute necessity.
Awesome. The double duelist comes out of Keeper. Thank you, Ethos. And we'll see you at the conclusion of this series. Are we going to get an upset? Are Keeper going to close out and go to the grand final? According to our script, I guess. But a big clash of duelists here.
This is actually kind of sick too. When you're looking at the Clash of Duelists, though, it's not going to be like your main guy Redux that's going to be the one that's going to try to play the Jet. It's actually Victor playing Jet, and Mitch is the one going back as a Sentinel role, which is fine because one thing that we praised Mitch for when he was playing in the Cloud9 days, he was so versatile in the amount of agents and being so selfless, from playing Sage to Sky to Silva to anything that's going to help out the team. So I'm liking this. Redux is the one that's going to play the Yoru instead. So he's going to be the second fragger as Victor is trying to create that space. And it's going to be a nice little clash for sure. And it starts off on middle here.
Already testing the waters. Cuber just taking all types of map control. And then Satellite takes 2 with the Sheriff. And even Redux could have had a big play to get at least a trade. And he gets paranoid and blinded and has to teleport out. So Cuber couldn't even get an answer.
Very, very nice by Smiley, though, to just go for a quick flick to paranoise his opponent so that you can get the best value out of Redux on that lurk and on that push forward. And you're hoping there was going to be at least some trade that happened, but Satellite did a great job isolating their first duel against Victor and then leaving Scuba out on an island pretty much. That said, the pivot goes back towards this B site. There's a lurk happening.
Oh boy, Caillou. Oh, can't even finish that one off, but either way, Mitch 1v4. And on the other side of the map, will be a plan. I wonder who's going to catch him first. Is it going to be Smiley watching the mid-side rotation? Mitch doesn't even have health to work with, so yeah, GG.
And the beauty is to see Ambrosia now as his double controller, right? So we could talk about the differences on, you know, Omen and Astra versus, you know, having an anchored Sentinel player. So Mitch technically should be able to do some good damage as an anchored player. Either he plays towards A or B, just because there's not too much utility going inside of into the like these tight corners like he might try to hide into. There's maybe the vulnerability with a shock dart that might do a lot of damage, but usually you're trying to save as much as that vulnerability into the retake, right? Into sucking up the people's trying to defuse. We'll hold that thought. There's actually a trap play happening outside of this smoke.
Oh, Redux with the flash outside of that smoke. 1 for 1, not bad. Ambrosia left a spike behind, and the lurk is also very successful for Acreon on the B side. Really, this is just not going to come up to a plan. It's 1 HP Redux. And is just gonna sacrifice himself for more money.
Yeah.
And Ambrosia get a solid start off of Pistol. This is the type of momentum they built in the last map.
And also, by having a the Cypher for Mitch, you could actually just start placing trips towards middle if you're realizing here that, you know, the way that the conditioning happens from Ambrosia, you're not going to have too much mid control into the later rounds of this half. Then you could actually play the mid take a little bit more passively and really focus on those double extremities that both the Euro and the Jet could team up together with, right? So that's the advantage of that. But the double smoke on the other end here from Smiley and Acreon allows Smiley to really be that pressure point to lurk towards the middle, while the smokes will be used from Acreon on the execution and then keeping some stars on the Sucks and the Concuss. So there's a lot of good plays you can do with both compositions.
Redux, another surprise play coming out of A, and this time it's a lot more successful. You didn't get the spike drop, though. That's the beauty of Ambrosia leaving that behind. Let's see what Acreon can accomplish with the scout, and the spot one on the high ground and hasn't been able to make contact or really hit him with it. So this is Ambrosia with dwindling options. Having to re-clear every little corner, especially not knowing where Redux just teleported to.
Okay, tried to go for a TP to see where the positions could be and hoping to catch one on the first shot, right? So that Satellite can maybe go for a lucky kill onto Victor, but as that gets reset, you're trying to probably see the last two players save their weapons into the next round. So nice little aggression coming out from Cube at the very beginning.
30 seconds
And then with the last two, I mean, it's going to be very hard to try to exit. I don't think you're going to try to push through and try to hurt the econ over at Cube. I think over on this end, you will be able to have a healthy buy no matter what. But I think you want to save a little bit more of that util around it too.
10
So nicely
seconds
done from
left.
Cubert. Not getting surprised by any shenanigans from a bonus round out of Ambrosia.
Satellite could drop this weapon if he's not careful, but... Okay. Just
can't get over
able
that
to keep it. Just barely, but... Cubert keep themselves in the fight. So are Cubert gonna keep going for these aggressive extended pushes out of A? Redux is more leaning towards the mid map with Victor. Could also just drone or recon and get a good idea if you're Cubert.
Come into the unknown.
Could be a recalled smoke too, right where it's placed at the feet of Governor. So we will try to get the recon dart out. Or maybe just try to walk down for a trade, okay? Redux are staying outside of the smoke, turns around to try to surprise within it, and it works.
And an upgraded weapon, able to teleport out, help support A. Ambrosia have to use such an early drone through mid. It's not really gonna get you much information, but Screwface can help Akrian with this lurk on the B side. But the camera will spot this at any moment there from Mitch. And Cubert can just really sit comfortably and let Ambrosia make the first move.
It's actually a great shout that the Owl drone was actually shot out quite early, but I still love here that Ambrosia are okay of doing so because Screwface takes control of the beaming orb, so he could just ult in and be that drone for the team walking through. So if there's going to be a lot of players, he TPs out. Now he sees only one player, and it's an easy spray for Akrian to take him down.
Great call from Screwface with that dimensional drift, and Ambrosia settled onto B. Redux
planted.
dodging the flash and not even waiting for the rest to get into position. He was hoping to surprise Ambrosia. Now sights set on the high ground. Victor having smokes but no dash, and Scuba coming in at an alternate angle. It's a good start. And now the rest of the offense play through main. And I like the lanes that Cubert are taking. Try to make noise and get Ambrosia's attention, especially tapping the spike. But with Akrian still left on the post plant, you got Gravwells, you got distractions, but you got a better Astra with Scuba. But you still had one remaining. Scuba with the defuse.
I don't think he's gonna have it.
Oh, so close.
But that's some clean shots in the end from Scuba. But okay, I remember I mentioned because you're playing Cypher right now and there's not too much util except for like a vulnerable and a shock dart that could actually take you down at troll right there.
Planted.
I forgot to mention the dimensional drift actually. That could very much help snuff you out and get sprayed away. And as you're moving in with that ult, you're able to find out the Cypher utility as well. It could get broken by the util or even just simple shots coming out from the defensive side, or sorry, from the attacking side. And there's really nothing that Mitch could do towards the end. A great little take by Ambrosia again to get your great little adaptation after they initially lost Smiley on top middle. Now we're gonna have an op battle on middle. Oh, sorry. It's an op on middle versus Yoru, but the other one is Victor trying to look towards A main.
Yeah, expecting maybe Cubert to be aggressive, and Victor gets a spike drop. So just knowing it's currently leaning towards the right side of the map is always good information. Now creeping up mid is Smiley.
Here.
With teleports, with paranoia, with Redux, with a flash ready to be procced.
Here.
Redux doing a dance, practicing his squats, and Smiley's trying to isolate this duel if there is someone there.
Mentioned it before. The Jordan, Nothing Gilbert flashbang dance, getting ready for that one. A little bit of a CSGO lore if those of you watching remember the moves. I wonder if it was modeled specifically for him. That would be nice to ask the right devs.
Right here.
Smiley, I mean, he saw the Redux flash, but didn't get affected, didn't exactly get the engagement. Now Ambrosia
30
support
seconds left.
Smiley in the endeavors to wrap around B.
Spike down.
And it's gonna be met by a force of the defense from Qbert to put a serious dent into this offense. Now it's just the op, and Screwface is gonna grab the orb and keep the op.
10
Nice
seconds
little hold.
left.
Just a little bit. I mean, I don't think it was necessarily indecisive. They were just waiting to group up before so they could just try to go for a surprise after breaking the trip, because after breaking the trip, it kind of sounds the alarm. You have some players are going to try to look through and see if somebody's going to peek across. And it was supposed to be, to their surprise, that it was going to be 4 players swinging out and able to flood over and take that control over Ivy to plant towards B. But there's still great counter utility coming out from Q, because they actually didn't spot Redux towards that back up towards U. And then the flash was just too good with the amount of players that were there. So we have a nice little round for Cube. 2 rounds that they've gotten by just individual fights or just early fights that doesn't allow Ambrosia to get any power of number or any map control to move within the spike sites for a plant. And now an early recon dart, trying to find the timing of when it's going to land for them to explode right after. Satellite's probably going to try to bridge that gap by dashing across too.
Ooh. Trying to figure out where this camera was on the defense. Does it see this team? Either way, from the shadows, from Smiley to come through the mid cut from A, and Satellite tries to collapse onto this defense, but Scuba, Redux stay stoic for as long as they can as Redux holds close and teleports out, and Ambrosia hesitate on their next move and have no space to work with, and now have Qbert's full attention. 50 seconds left too.
Definitely hoping to get a ping Hunter's Fury to try to get to a knife kill towards the end from the Bladestorm of Satellite, but as that plan fails, I think the next step is just to try to keep that off in the hands of Screwface for the next round. So the
30
ones with the lower
seconds left.
guns probably try to double swing out. Maybe if there's going to be an overextension on another end, Screwface can get a pick with the op. It's all up on Acreon now that
enemy remaining.
will lose his life.
Spike down A.
And Screwface cannot escape, and he's going to drop the op even on top of that. No way.
Redux still got the
so
credit.
funny. That is so funny. You love to see it. But we tie up the game 3-3, and yeah, at least they're like, hey, you're not going to be able to save the op.
Careful here.
I'm going to throw it away, but there was still an op available here already for the side of Qbert Academy, and this time it's given to Redux. Yeah, nice little try. Love that Scuba was hiding inside of his own smoke to get that pick.
It's really up to Satellite to go for the big hero play to make this unwinnable round seem winnable, but gives us entertainment nonetheless. And it's Qbert that liked these forward spots on this A defense. Kind of a crossfire too. Victor hearing danger nearby, and this teleport from Smiley could be snuffed out if he goes for it. At least he's baiting it, and there's Screwface who ends up taking his teleport, and Smiley punishes Victor in that spot, and there's no backup from Scuba. Cosmic Divide seals the back in favor of Ambrosia, but the 2 defenders will remain in. Redux, Scuba, and Governor shutting down the pivot, but also calling out that pivot that Ambrosia could be giving up A. Now everyone's actually right next to each other. The 2 Yorus are just... Wait, that's not my clone? That's not my decoy?
That's so sick.
That's the other one.
Doing a little bit of TPL at G2, and staying behind the wall also allows for him to hear the rotate
Spike
out. So
planted.
should I say Scuba runs towards the spawn. He hears it, waits for the wall to come up, but unfortunately only has a stinger, so couldn't capitalize on a full clip. But what a nice 180 there by Redux.
2v3 retake, the drone, the Redux in the window with the
Player
op,
standing.
trying to help with the flash, and it's all up to Governor with the recon. Doesn't get any info, knows someone's close, but has no smokes to really kind of isolate this duel besides the box and kind of high you. take the initiative, and Ambrosia have a small 1-round lead and an op at the last second there for Ambrosia.
And that's what we mean from the experience. This time you're seeing it from Ambrosia. At the beginning of the round when, you know, a person's out in the open, instantly swings out to break the owl drone. You know somebody's hiding somewhere. And they know, they probably didn't know that it was Victor. They probably thought it was potentially even Redux. But you go for a paranoia. The timing, the timing was a little bit off though, because Screwface TP'd a little bit too early versus the paranoia that came through. But the result still came the same way. A nice little paranoia from Smiley. Fully blinds Victor, who has no choice but to commit towards there, and they're able to open up that site. Win the round here for Ambrosia would take the lead 4-3. And an early mid control. The double smokes doesn't give a chance here for Qbert to fight through or against it. Maybe even forcing Governor to pull out an early owl drone. Until Victor says everything's fine, the smoke's dissipated. Nobody else threw a smoke, so you could still watch the angles.
Also, trips and cameras from Qbert on the A side of things. It's been a lot of hits towards the right side of the map. This time with a spike left behind. And no decisive commits, but it's Qbert that have the retake tools. There's the Hunter's Fury to just kind of see what's up and catch them in that choke point over at B. And I think I've got a ping, and either way, Satellite with the op picks off someone on the high ground, so Qbert stay on their toes.
One dead.
And then you got the dimensional drift
30 seconds
from
left.
Screwface. Get all types of info ready on A. And Qbert had the early call thanks to not Victor's camera, Mitch's camera. Waiting to entry in is Qbert out the window at the back site. Now it's a scramble, and it's Ambrosia, and a 2v2, and a neural theft advantage that is dwindling for Qbert. Now that the pings are gone, it's all up to Governor, and Satellite will hold on to the round for Ambrosia.
How the hell did Screwface stay alive throughout that chaos of the retake? Redux tried to do whatever he could here to try to get him blinded so he could get the pick. I was going to say, he hit towards the corner and he never had the blue hue around him, so I thought that Screwface might have forgotten to check that spot. But as soon as he does, takes so much control, takes the matter into his own hands, stays aggressive, keeps the opponents at bay, and again, just forces out so much utility from Redux, and they can't even capitalize on the kill on him. Instead, he still wins those fights. Huge play by Screwface. Towards the end, some nice taps.
Hell yeah.
Sorry?
It's an op and outlaw from the offense, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that too. They look at the econ. It's one shot to every single player except for Victor. And it's Akrian, it's Akrian trying to watch that on a push on the B main.
Here.
Just expecting some sort of crunch here when they're all staying back towards the spawn. I mean, so many times you've seen Redux trying to jump across here from the rope and take the control of the top of the library, so Satellite wanted to make sure that he doesn't try that again on the side of Redux. Everything stays calm and just trying to use util to flush out a couple of shots. But I love the patience being displayed here by Qbert.
Almost shot the decoy. Wait, that decoy's not supposed to run into that wall. A lot of mind games between these two teams, just like Sunset. Broja are okay to play slow and take their time. Now the op for Screwface, so Satellite can dash in. Now not a lot of time left. Dashing into the smoke, Satellite gets ready to pressure backside. Smiley with the plant. Governor shooting through the smoke and successful to kill Screwface. The plant still goes down, and Qbert have angles to take. They have everyone alive for the retake. Knife still out for Victor. So he wants to make entry, and holding close is Smiley. Not much more to say when Victor takes flight. Ambrosia playing as a team and running out of bullets. It's kind of chaotic at the front. 1 versus 2 with the Cosmic Divide. Trying to isolate as they cross the Gravwell. Trying to buy time. Don't hear the defuse go start, I guess, but as he swung out, doesn't matter. Qbert with an Intel Thrifty to get closer to Ambrosia.
I feel like we haven't called Intel out throughout this whole day, so it's nice to finally see a Thrifty come on the stream today, so we could get a little bit of bonuses in our pockets here as casters. Thank you, Intel. That said, though, yes, it almost looks like he wasn't hearing the defuse, but at the same time, I don't know if there was a call or if it was a shot that knew that the last player had an outlaw, because they didn't try to swing back out to try to fight against him. They just waited and body blocked Ikarian so he can't run through. And as soon as they bump into each other and he realized that there's somebody across the wall, Redux falls back, gets the easy kill, and Qbert brings this closer into round number 10. So one more round separates these two teams again, with Ambrosia in the lead. Recon Dart forces Smiley to just drop down, but I don't know if you heard Redux just around the pillar. But he knows better to overextend his stay. He's already falling back with the rest of his team. It almost looks like they want to go for a full hit. Maybe similar to what they did on the previous round. They have the Hunter Sphere and Bladestorm once again for Caillou and Satellite respectively. And they're hoping that this time it pays off.
Take flight.
Governor took some damage early on and was trying to go for a forward push down mid with Redux help, and now Smiley tries to react to that with the ult to get window control, and his presence was threatening, and it works out to get at least a kill, and Ambrosia start to settle into A and wrap around. They don't care about planning, they care about inserting Satellite way behind Qbert, and it's all up to Redux for the hero play in a 1v4. And on the flank too, kind of a tough one. Surprised you wouldn't want to save, but oh well. Now maybe it's a save angle.
Yeah, maybe just trying to catch one on the exit too. But man, that was a nice little exec by Ambrosia. To go for the TP inside Z towards the breakable, and then you're putting so many stars on that ground. I think it was like 3 stars. So maybe like a recall, a vulnerable, and even a stun to tie into a Hunter's Fury as they fight back from the defensive side to get all of these picks. And while that happens, Satellite is able to push through and just go behind enemy lines from security, if I'm not mistaken, to get all those. What a nice shot! To get all those picks towards security towards the end. A nice little time play like this. Double stars. Hunter's Fury comes out. Satellite, and it made through towards security. Victor was so focused on trying to opt through smoke again, funneling players across, and he gets caught off. I mean, this is once again a well-ironed Ambrosia that actually is going to make a lot of heads turn, most likely, because you're not expecting a team like this to, you know, have Qbert forced to really sweat for these rounds.
Yeah, and now because of Redux, those last couple plays, he's 2 away from the dimensional drift and could be leaning towards grabbing that A orb. And you just know how impactful these dimensional drifts are when you can get backline pressure and cause multiple angles of assault. Now Ambrosia wastes no time to get their dimensional drift going, and Screwface patrolling the high ground, every nook and cranny inspected. Paranoia still gets thrown from Smiley, but it's Ambrosia that wastes no time to plant. Qbert though have a full 5. Some Vandals in there too, so and Redux doesn't have any flashes, no recon. It's just me off the drone from Governor, and Ambrosia are just gonna play through main, and Mitch gets a big pick on the Satellite. And Redux goes unnoticed, walking down silently. So Ambrosia are down, brought down to 2. When time was on their side, and Caillou is holding it down and just has to stop the spike from getting touched, and it's Ikarian who secures the round for Ambrosia.
Oh man, the clutch coming out too for Ikarian, and it almost looked like it was going to work out, and maybe they didn't expect here for Caillou to actually get 2 kills on those jiggle peaks, because you saw that Scuba was kind of like in front of his teammates getting ready to trade off from the defuse into that spot, but then right after that decide to walk down that ramp right after there. Just miscommunication that they just put full confidence that it was going to be an instant trade on what a 2 versus 1, looking down towards that spike on that tap down towards that ramp, and you're able to clutch that out for Ikarian towards the end. But that was all about Caillou. Line up shock darts, running back towards the top of the staircase for these picks, and Ambrosia are now 1 round closer to potentially even take this one, because they are not looking too good on the side of Qbert Academy in terms of economy.
Governor Oh, the decoy flashes, and then Ambrosia get the edge, and as they jump around the corner, it's met by some backfire from Qbert, but a huge round for Ambrosia to close out the first half with the advantage that they had by 2. And the spike settled to plant, and Victor and Scuba split from each other. Scuba trying to get this flank going ASAP, and 1 versus 2 against Akrian and Caillou already anticipating this. Scuba has to go for a big hero play, and Caillou already heard Scuba coming.
1 enemy remaining.
Caillou stays stoic, and it's an 8-4 half for Ambrosia. A couple more away from the biggest upset of this tournament.
Sides.
Ambrosia were so good at dissecting that map on the attack side, and we're seeing that value and the strength of that double controller towards the end and how it kind of just countered the Cypher too. Because of the whole Astra smoke and Omen smoke, you could scale up so much, and if the opposite team is not trying to disrespect through the smoke or not using utility to try to push you back, you scale all that real estate for free. You just wait behind the trip, you throw decoys out, or you throw shock darts, you do anything here, and you're just catching opponents off guard who are trying to react off the smoke dissipating. And that was, again, just on Qbert Academy, just not getting ready for these types of hits coming out from Ambrosia. I think this happened at least like 3 or 4 times that Ambrosia has tried that strat, and they're seeing the true value of it as they got the best out of that after the Yoru clone came through. Now Qbert has a chance, double duelists as well, to dictate the pace on the attack side.
Ambrosia won both pistols on the last map too, and winning the pistol at the start of this half. Qbert making a bunch of noise and grabbing orb, and maybe pivoting towards B.
It's a double pump.
Redux and Scuba in position, but the cutoff from Satellite is huge. He's been so pivotal to the success of Ambrosia.
Wait, it worked. They threw a star smoke. Again, you're playing Astra, right? So you can smoke all the way up towards heaven, 1 owl drone, and they pulled the whole defensive side of Ambrosia over towards the A site, despite them getting first blood. Easy plant for free, and now they're trying to take forward real estate, but this might be dangerous now for Scuba.
Still got a recon if you're Governor, but coming through mid.
Concealment.
Not gonna have a chance to wrap around. Ambrosia coming in quick with this, sitting in the smoke. A 2 versus 4 engagement, and great focus from Qbert, but running out of bullets. It's still a big exchange in favor of Qbert with the spike still planted. Caillou and Akrian, no, they don't have time to mess around.
Remaining.
Akrian starts things off well. The spike is smoked off. Governor gets no info and isn't stopping the defuse from happening.
Mr. Recon was trying to land it right into the smoke, but look at how that smoke was placed. Right in the front of where you're trying to defuse so that they don't run into any shenanigans. Yes, even there was maybe somebody that was trying to go for a gamble to jump inside that smoke, but if you're jumping inside that smoke, you're still crossing out into the open. A nice little way to defend yourself on that retake for the defuse for Ambrosia. One small little change here from Akrian, and that doesn't allow here that recon dart to get any value from Governor. What a nice little play from Ambrosia on the retake towards the end. And it looked like it was going to be very doable for Qbert when they had 2 players inside the smoke and they were winning all of those duels. They were playing a 2 versus 4 pretty much inside Ivy. Difficult to do. Screwface walking down and looking for first blood.
And Vandal for Akrian over at A. And Ambrosia winning that pistol is huge. That's how they can build so much momentum, wind in their sails to continue increasing their lead. Now Akrian might have just spotted this push, and Solo on the site with his Sova smoked off, and Akrian gets away with one when there's 2 ways to look at. Akrian picks the right one, reading Victor's push well. As Ambrosia hit the retake, but actually look at this flank from Scuba, and he gets stuffed out by Akrian. He's just the GOAT, but now brought down to 21 HP. It's Qbert that have not been able to get a leg up, and Satellite taking out the legs with the Outlaw. Ambrosia look incredible.
They definitely do look incredible indeed. And again, this is just a round where you're playing an anti-eco for Ambrosia, but the confidence coming out from Satellite just to wide swing and be precise on those shots too with the Outlaw. Nice little Asus flawless. And again, it's going back to what Ethos has mentioned before. You want to see that come out from Ambrosia. They did so on their defensive side this time around. They did so on their attack side too, playing post plants and just fighting through and brute forcing through the defensive crossfire setup from Hubert and getting good success out of it. This is a whole different Ambrosia that we saw from that first map of Bind. Really woken up since that map. A dominant second one as well. And a chance here. I said chance, Liggy. To really try to get the upset against Hubert Academy.
6-round deficit. Hubert
No charges left.
already inserting Redux aggressively into A with the spike on the other side, and man, Smiley senses danger. Dimensional drift for Redux, and Smiley is just in the middle of all of this, and will take one for the road. Caillou and Satellite assist, and Ambrosia have a firm hold on B as the spike still makes its way over for Scuba. No plan Bs, not for Scuba. Takes the duel well. Smokes, and wow, Mitch catches Caillou, and definitely winnable for Hubert despite the deficit that they faced. Now it's just Acreon, at least with a Vandal. When they're playing from main, just hoping to get lucky. Trying to draw Hubert towards them so he can just engage on them faster, and spike tap could get him a duel, but still nothing. No peeks out of Hubert. Acreon can at least steal that away and just take fate in his own hands. As Mitch peeks, half HP, Acreon half defused. Oh, thought he had the lineup, but Mitch saves the day for Hubert.
Oh man, those 2 bullets to win left and right of Mitch, surviving at 6 HP remaining. What a nice little try, but I love that little jiggle to win that fight against Scuba just at the cliff. I love the moment as well from Mitch saying, you know what, I'm tired of looking at minimap and trying to call stuff for us. Let me try to get in on the action as well. And he gets a nice little entry on a 2K and this clutch in the end. I mean, one body shot. If his teammate did a little bit more, that would have been probably the clutch of the day here for Acreon over at Ambrosia. But Hubert wins that round. Have a chance to fight back up on the defensive side. Spray is coming through, and this is a nice little bait. Governor just trying to bait out Screwface so the other ones could swing at the bottom. The double duelist play. The wolf pack mentality again of getting both duelists with the Sova. Instead of using util though, they were just going for the spray for the bait, and at least it works out.
Ambrosia will hold the perimeter, and if Ambrosia could turn this round in their favor, this would help them build those last couple of rounds, especially just where the economy is at. Just a couple more rounds for Ambrosia to close out, to upset our strongest teams in our bracket. It's Smiley 1 for 1, Satellite with the op, still on the site, but the spike being planted on the other side of the box, and oh, at least the op is removed, all thanks to Redux taking care of business. 2 pushing. Acreon, Caillou thrown out. I don't know if he really had time to do that. And Hubert take another round.
And a nice lurk by Mitch that was left unattended, and it would have been nice actually if both kills were stolen there by Redux, so that those warning pings wouldn't come out to say, hey, actually the Cypher made it through and somehow he's in our spawn. So now it seems as though Ambrosia, after pinging that one, might try to focus a little bit more on middle, and they'll do so. Indeed, rather, they'll do so, as they have 2 players moving up on that side, but an eco coming through. Blade Storm potentially to try to get some value up towards that staircase. Hubert trying to answer back with 2 players of their own on that side.
Yeah, what a round for Hubert to win, like you said. Because of that save, Ambrosia most likely going to drop this round, especially with how this already boiled down in mid. Great hold.
She got the wall bang too on Acreon through the library case, through the bookshelf rather. They all still pinged another player hiding behind, so they know that there's 2 players playing here on the defensive side. Well read by Victor.
One enemy
Trying to end this round as quick as possible, and Screwface with just the classic, able to buy util. Okay, Scuba trying to respect this, flash out and catches a lot of players, and maybe in a 1v1 Screwface could have got that, but Now it's Cuber with 3 unanswered rounds, making their comeback happen.
And that's something that we mentioned going into the halftime, right? This is an opportunity for Hubert to really set the tempo on their side as they have their own double duelist play and they have their own way of like working and manipulating the map because of the Yoru on the side played by Redux. As though I haven't really had a chance to mention how, like Screwface, I gotta say he played the first half and the second half very well, but in terms of utility, he has not credited enough assists into what he was able to do for the team. But now we need him to activate a little bit more here to add firepower around his KDA so that he could really help the team close out this third map.
Cosmic Divide seals up the window. Cubert already dealt with the drone from the defense. Caillou 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. It's Cubert just have already flushed out the back of the site. And Ambrosia are down 1. The spike will be planted here in a second. This Cosmic Divide could be expiring, but it's still smoked out, so Caillou just would have to spam blindly. And even then, if he drops, it's right into the lap of Scuba. Paranoia from Smiley doesn't create any big openings as Ambrosia have to cross 1 by 1, wait for the smokes to expire. And Cuber just play from main. And is that a star? Either way, Cuber just play as hidden as possible. Shocks, recon, and a Hunter's Fury for Governor. But Ambrosia being as aggressive as they can, and the dash through. As Caillou thought there was more threats behind that jet.
Oh,
and
no.
Caillou with 3 with the Hunter's Fury.
They got it.
And the defuse comes through. Ambrosia up to 11.
Oh, another miscomm coming out from Cubert Academy. The position was perfect to play the pulse plant. Governor was watching that flank, making sure that nobody was late flanking so they could guarantee the Hunter's Fury towards the back. They had the stars on the top of it. But then somehow some communication did not happen where Victor was just focused on watching in case there was going to be some shenanigans from Satellite dashing across the gap so they could try to go for the easy pick. But then he exposed his back and it just brute force from the front from Ambrosia and it just picked everybody off. I don't know what the heck happened there. But Hunter's Fury was not enough, and Satellite even adds more nails to the coffin of Hubert after getting their first pick.
Oh man, when it rains, it pours. Ambrosia with first and second blood. No openings, not at the A site or the B site. As Cubert would have to rely on a dimensional drift, but it didn't even need it. Redux has made his way through B. The spike is on the opposite side. So at least Mitch grabs the orb 2 away from the neural theft, which could help them later on. Now with the teleport, you could have Redux be more aggressive and just get out of dodge, and Ambrosia hold their own, pushing forward as Governor and Redux.
They sense that urgency as well. They're losing right here, and they can't let this happen.
Oh, this dimensional drift from Screwface is going to call this out. Governor still goes 1 for 1, but the numbers, these trades only favor Ambrosia as a Hunter's Fury from Caillou to flush out the site. Now Ambrosia can step forward safely. As Cuber play from main, and Rita, as soon as that Hunter's Fury is gone, he pushes back in, flash, and the isolated duel, but not enough as Ambrosia get the defuse, and it's match point, series point, 1 away from the upset.
Oh my, again, I feel like that previous round, and sorry, it wasn't Victor, it was Redux that had his back exposed towards that A main. I think that is literally a backbreaker for Cubert Academy. Sensing the urgency, knowing that they have to try to win the round to bring the momentum back in their favor, to break the economy for Ambrosia on that previous round. They tried to go for the heroic play and got picked. And now Ambrosia is about to close this out. Money in their favor. Saving grace for Cubert. They could go for a death ball towards this B site because you do have a dimensional drift from Redux.
Who's next?
Taking that back.
And a judge. The drone up to help clear the right side of B. The flood begins for Ambrosia. Dimensional drift. The uncloaks right in their face. Redux is not scared of anything, and he should be. Match point, series point, judge at the front door. Ambrosia break in. And it's not without blood, sweat, and tears. Nobody on the high ground for Ambrosia. Satellite is gone.
Both
No
duelists.
util for this. Hubert 3 versus 3 for their tournament lives. And playing from main, smoked off from their own spike. They just gotta focus down these lanes. And Ambrosia are being pressed, and now from behind, it's Governor with the recon. Maybe he hears this person down below. It's a bit of a dance, and this time being wasted. It's Big Create 4! And it's Ambrosia with the clutch of a lifetime to send Qbert Academy out of the tournament. Holy cow.
Defenders win.
No way that happened towards the end there for Akron. Another clutch that came through. Yes, there was that 1 versus 2 that he didn't get, but this time around to win that on a 4K on top of that, beautifully played in the very beginning from the players over at Qbert to allow Governor to get the flank. But after he loses that fight to Akrian and everybody else were on individual portions on that ledge, well isolated by Akrian, big clutch coming through, and again, the biggest upset, as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, of this tournament.
After getting kind of rolled on Vine, Qbert stayed
insane.
Composed. And how composed is Ethos feeling right now? I gotta get your thoughts on what the hell just happened.
You look like you're about to rip your shirt on that clutch.
Oh my god. Akrian is him. That was insane. Oh my, that was actually so crazy. It was so quick. That second to last kill was just so fast. My god. And I love the fact that Ambrosia really found their footing. They understand that, yes, these guys are tier 1 professional players. They have that experience. They know what they're doing, but their guns don't do more damage than ours. We have the same guns, we have the same util, and they are not that far off. They have that confidence. They know that they can make their plays and that their plays are working. And just that last round is just a pure display of mechanical just greatness. It just shows that really, like, you know, Valorant is a game where anything can happen, and there's so many just hidden talent across the scene that people don't know about, like Akrian. Oh my lord, that was incredible. Also, I wanted to highlight on the fact that Screwface, even though he wasn't getting nearly as many kills as Redux on the Yoru, who was running a very dualistic Yoru, he still had lots of impact as again the support Yoru. And there's a lot of value there that it just kind of goes unseen. And oh my god, that is so crazy.
The hero plays.
Insane.
Holy
Insane.
cow.
And that's lack of discipline again for the remaining players over at Qbert Academy when it came down to that 3 versus 1. That shouldn't have happened. I think after Governor dies, the other two just have to play the time in their favor. I think they thought that, oh yeah, me just swinging, I have a better aim. But man, these guys, as you said here, Ethos, could shoot just as well. And that is such a good little upset. And speaking of upset, we'll have to see who's going to be moving into the finals on the other side. I think right now for Plug and for LS, it's still on that second map. It's 11-9. So we're just going to have to wait for that map in that series to finish before we could present to you all the grand final. So just before that, though, make sure that you head into, again, on twitch.tv/SOAR and spam RAZE, RAZE, raise your weapons. But yeah, you have a chance now for after match number 2, which is that right now, the Asus ROG Azoth gaming keyboard. You have to be 18 and over from the US or from Canada to win this, but just spam that out. Winner will be announced soon within the chat, so make sure you stick around inside that chat so the admins could actually contact you.
Yeah.
So with that, yeah, go ahead, Lemon Kiwi.
That's a sick keyboard to win, and we have a giveaway after our grand final, so you want to stay tuned until the very end of the day, because who knows what's gonna happen. No Turtle Troop in the grand final. Wash makes it through. No Qbert Academy in the grand final, and I'm low-key cheering for Lemonade Stand. I gotta, you know, my lemons are out there, but we gotta get some snacks. We gotta get Ethos caffeinated. We gotta get everybody settled, and we're gonna see
I want some
you.
food in my belly.
We're gonna see you guys for the grand final, or for those who dare.
One enemy
Right between the eyes.
One enemy remaining. Come now, come on. Defuse.
sky, devoid of all sensation. Feeling good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. This is going to be an intense one. We have Trust and Plug versus Ambrosia. Both fought absolute nail biters to get here, and I'm super excited to see who comes out on top for a chance at $15,000 and the opportunity to play against the likes of TSM, 100 Thieves, and once again, Mocking. But before we
It's
get
quite
into that,
insane though that our grand finals right here, Ethos and Lemon Kiwi, is not a team that we would expect even for the matches from yesterday, right?
yeah, no, actually,
Yesterday I thought it would have been SAD or Core or something like that, or
SAD,
maybe
Core.
TTR.
yeah, absolutely. There's just been upset after upset, and honestly, I like it that way. It keeps us on our feet, and it shows us that
I'm not upset
it's
about that.
always welding. There you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not sad about it either. Sorry. Okay, all right. Before this gets too out of hand, because I think Lemon Kiwi wants to kill us or something. Let's talk about
Lemon
I
kill us.
suppose.
let's talk about the final giveaway for today. And that is going to be the ROG Strix Z790E Gaming Wi-Fi 2 motherboard, presented by our presenting partner, Asus ROG. This motherboard features Intel 14th Gen readiness, a robust power delivery, speedy storage and memory, and comprehensive cooling to elevate any build. If you guys would like to enter, please type in the same keyword as before, RAZE. That is RAZE, RAZE. And to be eligible, you must be either a lawful resident of the US or Canada and also above the age of 18. Make sure to double check those facts first. Shouldn't take too long before you enter your keyword and then win and then get sad because you can't win.
Womp womp.
And also make sure that you're staying within the Twitch chat too on Soar, right? Because we're not pulling it out of a hat over here on stream. It's actually just done within the chat because we are on a delay. So if you're actually spamming raise in there, and make sure you stick around until the end of the series so that the admin could actually pick a winner and whisper you on Twitter, and then you'll get the information and hopefully kick-ass motherboard by Asus ROG.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to remind everyone, it has to be at twitch.tv/SOAR. If you're watching this from another watch party channel, your raised keyword entry will not count. So make sure to be here in this specific Twitch chat at twitch.tv/SOAR in order to claim your free motherboard.
Might as well just spam in your watch party chats as well. Why not? Let's just create some chaos in those Twitch chats.
Yeah, do that.
I'm hoping for some chaos in this first series because I think Ambrosia definitely brought that going all the way to map 3 in their semis. If you guys are wondering how Plug's journey went, well, they went to map 3 in their first quarterfinal and then 2-0'd Lemonade stand. So they are here, they're ready to play, and we have Haven as our first map.
Awesome. I love Haven. It's a game about manipulation, about, making the rotations happen, faking, conditioning, or it's also, a game of just dumping util and getting into sight. So Haven's always an exciting map for me to watch because you see some really interesting things happen, and it really comes down to the decision making at those super just quick moments.
Oh, there's a selection coming in. So it's Ambrosia with the Haven, Plug with the Bind, and our deciding one is Sunset. We've had Sunset in almost every series, but we'll see if we even get to that point. Ambrosia have been the clutch kings, it feels like. Especially I have my eyes on someone like Akrian, who pulled off that 4K at the end to close out Abyss. That was fun.
Yeah. And I've been quite impressed with what I've been seeing from Ambrosia so far. I mean, all of these 3 maps, we've witnessed it from Ambrosia as well, where you've had some great deadlocks on both Bind and Sunset, some great Viper / I think it was a Neon they were playing on that side, or a Yoru, if not mistaken, on Haven against Winthrop University earlier on. It went down to the wire too, where they unfortunately couldn't push this into an overtime, but I gotta say, they got some great looks. And it takes a little bit for them to warm up for a bit, but once they're hot, they're ready. They're just like a pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah, a pizza cube. Yeah.
Pizza.
Yeah. No.
Well, a lot of the Trust and Plug people are from the Blinn team, who upset a lot of people going into that promotion relegation tournament, including some players from Ambrosia. So looking forward to seeing how this team goes. On Haven, though, there's no tape on what to expect out of Trust and Plug, besides that they probably have a similar style of Teague playing a lot of the Yoru for that team, going up against Satellite, who had an amazing performance on Abyss. So
yeah, absolutely. And I do think that Ambrosia is coming into this, super warm. If, hopefully not tired, but super warm, because they did just end up playing against a team that has super concrete, solid fundamentals. So they weren't allowed to make mistakes. They weren't allowed to be out of position. They weren't allowed to give them opportunities to abuse them. And I felt like they really tightened up towards the last 2 maps of that series, and they look really good now. On top of that, they have some extremely well thought out set plays and strategies and just game plans in mind. So if you combine both of them, they're looking really hard to stop right now. So I'm really I'm hedging my bets on Ambrosia, maybe because we've just been watching them like all day, but I really think that they do have a good shot at taking this all the way.
Yeah, I think the mindset is also much more different for Ambrosia going into the grand finals, having to play like a whole gauntlet of the third BO3 in a row for today versus Core yesterday, right? Because Core, they played a gauntlet too. They also made it into their grand finals, but they kind of got gassed out. But at the same time, they were brought to the distance in all of those series. And when that happens and you're technically a favorite in that bracket outside of TTR to be able to win it, but you still have to fight sweat and tears to be able to make it there, it kind of like grinds on you a little bit more versus Ambrosia, who just got an incredible upset against Cubert Academy. And with that, you're running into this grand finals with a huge high. It's like, hey, if we've upset the best team in this tournament throughout the 2 days, there's nothing that could stop us here.
And with Haven, I mean, there's so many different looks of duelists. I mean, Trust and Plug, like I said, they don't have data on their Haven, but they both played Neon. They've played sometimes the Yoru fatigue, and well, I think Blinn, I mean, Vans, remembering challengers, Blinn were on the come up near the end and started to really upset some teams. So I'm excited to see how much these players have grown since then.
Yeah, exactly. I think the core of that Blinn team was still there, right? I'm thinking of, I think it's Monsi, Teague, and they brought in like Bao
Mikey
and Jerwin, right? So Mikey, yeah, is the third one that was into that one. So they lose Okeanos on top of that as like a hot duelist that really started to shine towards the end of challengers for Blinn. So they're gonna bring in potentially here a new duelist going into this team. Although they are able to make it to this grand finals right here, I wonder if it's actually Bao. Because Button Bao, if I'm not mistaken, used to play with Lemonade Stand, right? Trying to run it into challengers too. They played into the Premier, and then they made it to where they are now. So I think he was probably one of the people that is being looked at, scouted at. So I'm looking forward to being able to witness myself in the server to see how this is going to pan out. I apologize, chat, in advance, because Bao is, Vietnamese. So I'm going to have to probably pronounce his name Bun Bao, just like in the actual Vietnamese way. So it's just like, and on top of that, I get Mikey playing as the chamber, so I get to say Tour de France in French. Dude, this is awesome.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Time to give everybody a headache for the last series.
What do you think about the chamber? There is so many teleport spots on this map, Ethos.
I mean, Chamber is always going to be strong individually, but this is a map with a lot of gaps, and you saw Ambrosia. This is a deception comp, right? So if you're going to be playing a Sentinel that leaves more gaps than their competing Sentinels, then you might be running into issues here. Because again, remember what Caillou was doing. Caillou was across the other side of the map, just causing havoc, holding rotations down. And if you only have one trip instead of a turret and alarm bot, or 2 trips in the camera, then you might find Caillou somewhere in your spawn some way or another. And that's why I feel like Ambrosia might actually have a pretty good comp for this Chamber Breach Neon play. But then again, I'm not quite sure what kind of set play Trust and Plug has, because this could also be an incredibly nasty, fast-paced comp that could catch Ambrosia off.
Yeah, for sure. And if I'm looking at this so far, I don't know. I just got word here they're going to have to remake because the players picked the wrong sides. But I'm assuming here that Trust and Plug, yeah, there you go. They were on the, I think I saw the attack and it just changed the defense. So I think this is actually still a good side for you to start with here for Plug, or TIP short, hashtag just a tip. But Mikey, I think as this Chamber is going to be able to do a lot for the team, I think the composition and chaos that they want to bring with this would kind of work. because you have this breach neon that could actually do a lot of funneling into a chamber long range headhunter or not, and that gets the get out of jail free card, which is quite awesome to see on paper. So hopefully it's gonna get executed in the play itself here, Ethos.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the last time I even saw a chamber on Haven, I think was last playing it on Zeta, and that was even before the buffs. And I do think that chamber can be good, especially against a deception comp. You know, you do leave holes, but you also have more opportunities to find that lurk and kill them. And if you can kill them, then immediately the game becomes a lot more simple. So I do think that this game will hinge on Mikey's efficiency on finding Caillou, or on that lurk, on whatever or whoever is trying to be deceptive, and getting that kill and TPing away. And I think that this could really determine the outcome of the entire game. It's just the battles, the 1v1s between those two players.
Thanks so much, Ethos. Let's get into our grand final. Ambrosia versus Trust in the Plug, but do they trust in the win? Let us know in the chat also who you think's gonna win while you're spamming all the raises so you can get into our giveaway, because we only have one giveaway left until our main event next week, and only one team can advance to face the likes of TSM or 100 Thieves.
And mocking if somehow they make it to play against Wash in the grand finals, right? That would be the upset of the century for all of these underdog teams if they're somehow able to beat TSM and 100 Thieves next week going into the playoffs on Tuesday. But yeah, we're just waiting for that remake to happen. Going to be a very fun game in this series. We've seen the potential of what Ambrosia could do, and I know a lot of people watching right now have been hanging out in the Knights Arena Twitch to see how Trust and Plug has been playing. I think they've been quite fond and happy of the results of TIP so far. Again, I'm just looking forward to witness this in the server myself to see if it's a good clash that we're going to expect into a amazing BO3 as a grand finals.
Having the Viper and the Yor, you're expecting definitely that slower style from Ambrosia, but still one that felt very decisive even when they faced their last opponent just now. So Trust and Plug is that question mark of how they're going to be able to utilize the Neon, the Chamber, to go for these quick hero plays and solo plays maybe, or how they could even play in tandem, and how many teleport spots are on Haven, and how Ambrosia plan on re-clearing those if they can even catch the Chamber once he goes for those peaks.
Yeah, as more as we're waiting for this game to start, the more I'm thinking about what this chamber could really do. Because remember when we're previewing the game of Ambrosia versus their opponents previously, was it Winthrop? There's like the Viper was saying how it was so good to counter against the amount of players that are trying to find a main control, which is something that's going to happen here for Ambrosia. And then if you're trying to do that with a chamber, it's kind of tough. So we'll have to see how that's going to change out in terms of position. But at least for now, we still have to wait for everything to reset before we can get back into server. So we're going to toss things to a quick break. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Of course, we're going to add the suspense into the grand finals before we can get things off. Good old things going with the tech delays, but we'll be back as soon as possible right here for Those Who Dare, brought to you by SOAR.
Let's jump right into the action here for Haven. Ambrosia's choice of map, and they still feel confident on this one despite the 13-11 close call against Winthrop, but they'll stick to their guns and see how their guns match against Plugs on their attack.
Yeah, so sorry, it looks like it was a change of trying to switch to right side, so Plug is going to start on the attack instead, and it's going to be that peek out from Mikey, already forcing the TP away from Satellite back towards A. They're going to try to crunch him through.
Oh, the hunt down. That's the beauty of the Neon. You get beyond the chase. Good geometry too against the shock dart. And this Ambrosia that will just hold their own, and this is a forward position, an interesting one for Akron that I'm surprised he even got a kill sitting there in a 1v2. Now with the Molly in the way, Plug will be stopped from going into B, so it'll be up to Caillou to see if he can get a good catch, but he gets flashed up from Monty pushing through Garage, and Ambrosia really get away with a lot of murder despite getting surprised there by Plug. It is a 3 versus 2 on the retake. Jerwin's gonna get ahead of the game. At least calls out that there's one around the corner. He's gonna take a steadier approach, and with the jump around, there's just too much for Jerwin to focus at. As Teague with 14 HP won't live much longer, and it's Ambrosia who's always been so strong on the pistols, taking yet another one.
Definitely looked like Ambrosia was able to get away with murder, especially with, I mean, Caillou should have been picked off at least by Monty as they're trying to pinch across, but not before. You got to salute him on the nice utility that he provided in front of B main to stop the second engagement attempt for Plug to literally plug inside the B side and get the spike down. And a great delay, great stall, and then they were just in great spots to crunch and making sure that nobody from Plug could actually rotate from the B over to the C side from the link. So nicely done to start. Big bonus round coming up, or big anti-eco rather for Ambrosia. We have a Marshall coming out that's going to be looking out towards that long side, and that's a great pick. You're not the one that's playing against a Viper here, so it's a great option. We're potentially going to try to move with a double scope, actually. An Outlaw and a Marshall for both Screwface and Satellite. Blocked here by Smoke. Nicely done to start things off by Ben Bao.
Now Satellite will be able to teleport back ideally, but either way, he's just unafraid of Plug, especially with how Ambrosia are able to cause the upset earlier on against Qbert. They feel confident going into the finals, and Plug confident in their B plan, but it is a 5-person retake with better weaponry. But hey, being this close range could help the right-click classic action. A Satellite patience paying off, and now he can help assist. But wow, the drone gets shot through the right side, and Ambrosia's retake pinching from both sides just outnumbers Plug.
Ends up being a very nice Asus ROG flawless right after that. I just love the sprays through the smoke while the other one could continue to creep forward so that they could get the advantage in terms of positioning of map control here for a Satellite that's able to hold that choke, not allow here the late lurk from Monsi to engage after the plant towards that B site. But if anything, it's still nice though for Plug. They get 2 plants in a row. Great economy moving into their gun round against the bonus, which that's going to save you a lot, right? You're getting 2 plants overall. That's 600 credits. That's able to provide you full shields against the Outlaw that Satellite still brings within this round. That might have been the saving grace for you to not allow Ambrosia to really run away with the first half.
The Hawk gets great information. The Prowler, as Plug can be aggressive through A short. Info that Satellite is there with the Outlaw. So he's going to take a more backwards approach to just watch A short from a distance. 3 stacked from Ambrosia on the A side. As Mikey can lurk up through mid, and he could have an angle on Caillou. Once they're done yapping away on what the plan is. With that smoke, that'll deter him. Maybe he'll get a chance to look at Garage. But either way, this chamber, Mikey can always teleport back towards C, and Akron's been taking kind of cool angles, very forward angles as the Killjoy. Won't be getting much action unless this chamber pulls away.
For sure, it's a big responsibility for Mikey right now. He's covering 3 angles on his own on the attack, so the other ones could just really focus on fighting towards the A main. But all of this to create a diversion. Look at Benbao already rotating over here with Mikey, doubling up inside the garage where there's no turret, no alarm bot. They have to make sure they clear out towards the cubby if they're trying to move forward. not, this will be a nice surprise from Akrian.
Bomb grenade.
Yeah, thanks to this garage clear from Mikey, they can wrap into C, and Akrian hasn't been cleared, and you see Monty's just gonna stomp up, so it's an easy kill for Akrian. Now the aftershock will force him into this engagement. Great use of the util, yeah, from Teague. They just have to focus this fault line on reinforcements as Ambrosia want to try and get garage control to provide another angle of attack, or retake I should say, and Jerwin goes 1 for 1. Numbers still in Ambrosia's favor as the spike ticks down. It's Teague watching Topsider helping support garage, and Bow falls, and it's just Teague now with the fault line. Catches one, quick headshot, but quicker from Screwface for a successful retake and a third unanswered round.
Screwface is on a different level today too. I think both of them even tagged against his opponent on that 1v1, where it was almost converted here for Plug on a 2 versus 3. But again, the element of surprise and counting too much on that turret that was placed here by Mikey, that Monsi actually runs into the trap, not clearing that corner, free kill. And that aftershock, yes, that flushes out the KJ, doesn't allow for you to use it for a post plant hold or to delay opponents towards the spawn, so we're able to flood back and answer right back here against Plug on the retake. We mentioned it was potentially the saving grace for those 2 plants to be able to counter against the Outlaw, and it seems as though they had good map control and a full control of the site. It was what, a 4 versus 4 almost on that C site post plant, but unfortunately just out of position and caught and back into an eco.
But I like that Ambrosia weren't just trying to flood all through one side of the top site. Getting control of garage was a boon, but not 3 stacked from A this time for Ambrosia. Trying to give more support to C after Plug got success there. Dimensional drift from Satellite. Need an idea of where the majority of Plug are to get an advantage there.
Yeah, well, they haven't really shown anything yet for Plug. They only did the Prowler, but after that, never really overextended into Garage. So this is pretty much why Ambrosia is still posted it into these locations. And by having Screwface so far back towards the spawn that already used all that util in the very beginning, they had to be a lot more reactionary. So everybody has to kind of like stay posted up. While for Plug, they're still trying to see who's going to peek out first. And they're trying to leverage Mikey to try to create this diversion. You already rotated 3 players on that side.
30 seconds
and
left.
now you're able to pinch a 3 versus 1 on 2C.
At least Mikey could call out that Smiley's paranoia has been used, so not as many flash options. It's just Satellite and Dimensional Drift activated to try to get around this planter, and the shorty rings true, and more to come as Plug may have troubles defending this, but Mikey clutches up 2 versus 4, makes it easier for Monsi with the SMG and now the pistol. Too much for him to handle as Ambrosia, another good retake, gives him the 4th round.
Ended up being quite nice too that they leveraged the Viper wall over on the side of Caillou to just move in for a plan. So heads up play by Teague. Again, just to guarantee more credits under the bank, under the belt, in the pockets for Plug moving into this round. And still doing a lot of good damages, though. These bullets coming out from Mikey, getting a nice little headhunter shot on the top of C that was kind of clean. And they're going to be 1 away of getting an ult. Although, he's going to decide to go for a buy instead on the rifle, so they probably still want to try to power it out, especially behind a potential Rolling Thunder from Teague after that plant and that death.
Now Plug just have to be careful about how they approach A, as Ambrosia have sent a duelist, or their only duelist, I should say, especially with the op. No Viper wall up to obscure the vision of Satellite. So good info for Ambrosia. No A action as Plug storm into B. The last time they did this, and they left a 5-man retake for Ambrosia. It did not end well for Plug. As paranoia, as Plug wanted to be proactive and change it up and be different on their B post plant. Despite the paranoia, Ambrosia couldn't capitalize on the blind. And the Molly will force Jerwin back, and Plug have their sights pretty split between left and right, and Mikey can now pivot to help the right side push as Smiley and Satellite work together, but they haven't been able to dent into Plug's defenses on the post plant. Jerwin holds the backside and slips past everyone. 3 for this round. Now just has to hope to escape the explosion of the spike, and Screwface wants to hold the Odin. Jerwin was not expecting that, and Plug will get their first one on the board, and no Odin for you, actually.
Dude, just on the edge of the radius of that spike going off, and he gets picked off. So an attempt to try to save that, and they're going to be not happy with that result towards the end here for Screwface. But that said, I like the idea of what this Viper is kind of doing on the defensive side. It almost looks like they're trying to get Satellite on top of the boxes and leverage that defensive wall to use it almost like a one-way smoke. So you can try to go for a pick, TP out, play an off angle at the same time, a little bit more out in the open. But the pivot right there for Plug was to just brute force through the B main wall and then just go for a plant that didn't really catch, or that kind of caught Ambrosia off guard because they had so many of these bodies focused on this A side first to insert Satellite in that position with the op.
If you know this Rolling Thunder is coming from Teague. Yeah, I like that Ambrosia adjust. They were holding really close to A main, so that could have been devastating. Rolling Thunder is still an option, and it comes at an angle, and Ambrosia get hit off the site. Paranoias come out in retaliation from Smiley. And no good sightlines for Ambrosia to take advantage. Now it's the Hunter's Fury to try and get information and weaken this, and you get info on Teague. And with the one-way, though, Ambrosia can't really get anything going. Despite maybe having Satellite with the op in heaven, you don't want to drop it. Someone has to take over the helm in heaven, and that's where Acrean comes in. One away from the lockdown, too, which could help a lot on the retake. But just there's been so little damage done until Plug finds a target. And Ambrosia aren't really getting things going, and now it's just too late to defuse.
And that's where it gets difficult with this composition for Ambrosia. Well, with what Ethos was mentioning before, where yes, it's a nice composition, it's able to create deception, especially on the attack side. But when you don't have like that duelist that's able to try to get in, dash in, or try to go for a neon wall up, or any type of those, any type of that utility, you can't really go for that. Hey, take my op. I'm going to try to go in and create space. It's just the Yoda that's going to try to get an op for anybody that's going to be over peaking. But if you're going to stay very patient and continue these one-way smokes and then continue to just hold your angles, it's very hard for Ambrosia to get the perfect flood back into the site because you're kind of being funneled. So at that point, you're almost hoping to add a little bit more flanks from your side on a retakes, just to make sure you could pull a little bit away from those players trying to anchor on these crossfires within the site.
Ambrosia are trying to see more action earlier in the round because the retakes on A have felt very impossible, even with their numbers, and we just need to be more aggressive, especially having a Heaven player maybe even drop down if needed, something to create an opportunity for Ambrosia. Plug are being met by a bigger challenge on their way to A, and you're aware of it. Sherwin's position discovered, and Satellite doesn't get a chance with the op.
Still going to try to re-peek, though, for another opportunity, but this flash...
And the overdrive's available too from Sherwin. He's just blinded, but dances so well back and forth from the wall. And finally susses out where that corner player was. And Plug still trying to take this step by step. Mikey with a big double kill. 3 versus 2 now on the post plant. Sacrian and Caillou try to join together. Don't see an upgrade weapon for Caillou, so that's a struggle. Now maybe a chance, but Acrean drops, and Caillou will be able to go pick up that Vandal. So it's something. 1v2, I don't think you have to save. I think this is definitely possible. Great Molly to flush out the corner. Oh, the fault line and the haunt. That's pain. Great coordination out of Plug.
And you see the attack, the approach that Plug has versus what we witnessed from Ambrosia versus Winthrop earlier on. They do have an insert of somebody that's quasi a little bit more aggressive on that split. It's actually the Omen and the Chamber moving up on the on towards the sewers. So that type of like smoke orb that you see up here from the Viper that Smiley likes to cross into, he's going to cross into the other side where there's 2 players waiting after him, where versus Winthrop University, he had free real estate to just dance around and just hold behind the spots. So I like that little change. I like that differences on the approach that we witnessed from Plug versus Winthrop in the past. So they're going to have to rethink this. Trying to anchor around the sites is going to be a lot more difficult here with the way that Plug is doing it on the A site.
Oh, 1-for-1 with the overdrive, kind of the best you could ask for if you're Ambrosia on the low buy. A lot of flashes coming in. Oh my god, you're just getting slapped by util if you're sitting on this C site, if you're the defense. There's a lockdown and a 2 versus 4 with sheriffs and no upgrades in sight. Yeah, it's a tough call, but I would say a lockdown preserve for a better round would be great.
Yeah, now just looking for exits too. Try not to give the orbs away for Monsi to have a free nightfall into the next round. They had the right stack at least going for Ambrosia to not only have like a solo play towards that C site, but having 3 players trying to crossfire towards the back. But there's just great util behind that slide, behind the opponent's Viper wall that really allowed Derwin to get a lot of value on the first slide and information. So yeah, he gets 1 kill and he gets instantly traded out, but it allows for him to get such good communication for the rest of the Flood util to come through. Bunbao with a nice little paranoia on the platform. You had some flashes coming in from the default boxes from Teague. So those players playing in the back of the site had no chances to survive at that point, especially even a Prowler that comes towards that back that basically bites Satellite in the face before he gets picked off. So Ambrosia starting to see here that, you know, Plug are able to work that map a little bit better in their favor, and they're going to have to call a timeout just to try to fight back against this. I mean, they have been trying a little bit to get this early A site control by, as we mentioned before, a Satellite inserted quite early into the sewers. But outside of that, I think they found some great success pushing down towards Long C, but trying to find the stall or the hold within the garage has not really been there for Ambrosia. They kind of just want to give that for free for Plug so they can try to pinch back from Long C and from the back of the C-Link instead. So I wonder if they want to be a little bit more proactive to try to fight back against Plug in the garage control.
And it's funny because it's a 4-win streak met by then an opposing 4-win streak. We were just praising Ambrosia on their ability to retake because it was the interesting timing of it. It would come in as the spikes being planted. Ambrosia would crunch into these back-to-back B hits from Plug. And as Ambrosia are in bolstering A, then there's a C hit. So Ambrosia, if they're late on the retake, if Plug get comfortable, it's really tough. It's also who's alive for the retake. It's very important for Smiley, the paranoia, and the flashes, and well, it's important to have an op like that to start things off on a good foot.
Yeah, when the jump spot, no shots rang, thought that it was clear. They peek crouch, simple kill there for Satellite. Nicely done for him to not be preemptive and try to get a wallbang kill onto Derwin. It's going to be difficult now for Plug to try to regain control of the map because this Nightfall is solo towards the C site. They're still anchored up, trying to see if anybody's going to over peek for some information. So this might be a big pick right now, potentially, between Screwface and Mikey.
Hey, Krian. Oh, just fading into the smoke. Still a 5-4. And the spike going towards garage, but maybe needing Bao to help out.
Face your fear!
You just have the one paranoia and you need it, so the Nightfall gets called. And where's the execution? Plug just now flooding in. Maybe hoping to hear some stomps and get any kind of information, and it's Plug that are having issues getting to the second half of the site.
The flank?
And as Ambrosia just settle, Mikey has to go big here on this flank, but there's someone already turning around and his location's been discovered and the spike gets dropped. The bag has been fumbled, but Mikey could just save everything with the ace. He has a chance, 7 seconds. It has to happen now. And he's insane.
Fantastic. My ult is ready.
No way that just happened. And that is, from the way that I saw it from firsthand, it doesn't feel like there was any mistakes coming through on that hold towards the back. Isolate the front, making sure that they're playing a 4 versus 1 against Mike on the flank. I mean, there was already a smoke there, so you didn't have to commit into that. So they focus on the breach towards that front. But right here, the lineup on the first, the isolation on the other one. Maybe that last one was that re-pivot right here from Smiley to go in front of default instead, because they were trying to play that spike dropped on the ground where potentially he should have been first contact towards the logs Dark to allow the Viper to swing out or something like that. Maybe that would have been the small mistake, but what precise aim and a huge clutch that came out from Mikey. Holy crap, that was sick.
Yeah, and that gives a 5th round in the row for Plug. And now a dire buy for Ambrosia. Gonna have their Bucky hold a short. They have some, at least the Hero Vandal for Akrian. This Plug, they have to swing out together if they want Garage. And it's really just a fake in mid, and Monsi, well, distracts and does more than just distract. Causes a lot of issues for Plug, and Monsi is just on a one-man mission while the spike is over at A getting planted, and then Mikey clears short, so it's just another day at the office for a team like Plug who are about to take their 6th round in a row.
Yeah, you're gonna count your lucky stars too for Monsi by getting that full paranoia kill onto Smiley. But the idea there, inserting players, but on a lower buy, it was tough here to get good value from Caillou in that corner behind his own Viper wall, potentially just trying to swing outside the turret. But you see the power of Monsi. Maybe they're not playing with a Sova in their composition, but Prowlers are definitely good enough to answer back into that question mark that we had before. How are they going to try to fight back on the defensive side to add that pressure into the garage, and how it could be answered back? Well, it's Monsi with his own util could do just as if the owl drone or a recon dart was going inside that spot. Although something that's different from Ambrosia to be able to get that early information in garage this time was that they're actually posting a more aggressive turret that looks straight into the entrance of this garage. So we'll have to see if that continues with their gun round, as Akrian at least was able to save a Vandal into the next. Now they have 5 ults they could cycle to salvage these last 2 rounds, but it's definitely looking like Plug has full control here of their attack side.
And, well, Nodin buy is interesting here, but yeah, Akrian's had this lockdown. Akrian's had this lockdown for a while, just haven't had a good opportunity, a good buy, even just a
gift.
Setup that has had a plan yet. Let's see. Oh, just jumping over that bullet. Call out that the op is there, and the TP could be held by Bao in heaven, especially when he's had the smoke in place. Doesn't get paranoid, and he's just gonna hold his own. And then you gotta buy a Viper pit in mid.
Yeah, exactly. He's just TPing himself outside towards the A side, keeps 3 guys, forces out the owl drone, while the rest just fell back and moved towards C. Because of that speed of Neon, they could just move back with the initial engage. And it's an open C site for them to plant. I mean, we've seen this already from Caillou. It hasn't had the best results yet, but it's to instill that fear that you don't want to cross into the garage door because of that wall and that pit.
Oh, Mikey could get a cutoff as people retake, and this flank, this garage is left open. I thought purposely for Ambrosia, but they just don't have an answer for someone like Mikey. And now the longest A flank ever from Bao for the ace who's flawless. Plug are unstoppable on the offense.
Yeah, with Bao TPing on the top and staying within this smoke and just holding that angle. The only way that he could get taken down is if he's getting sprayed and luckily spammed through the walls, or if an Omen TP is on the top, which is going to guarantee win that fight, or if they actually go for a triple push towards him in the back of the spawn. But because Plug did such a good job just controlling towards the C site and tempoing up at that spot, and Bao was just sitting inside that smoke, it allows for him to have such a late lurk and this huge backstab on the pinch they had towards the end. I love how they double flipped the map there for Plug, or double aggress, sorry, towards that map in the spawn on both A and C.
Unfortunate for Satellite. Fortunate miss. Last round of the half. Now a Prowler and Bao pressuring through B. Of course, KJ util on A and B. As Plug go forth, because once Plug have set up on A, it's been almost impossible for Ambrosia to retake. There's still a Smiley paranoia, but it's going to be your best retake tool, along with the lockdown that we have still yet to see. I would love to see it. But now Screwface won't get to use the Hunter's Fury in this half. There is the lockdown. And they're still gonna plant and hope to get out in time right into the corner that they're all gonna huddle in. No detains. Oh, 1 player detained.
It's just gonna be the Neon towards the choke. And unfortunately there, they can't get the aftershock. That's a beautiful molly on the ground to take Teague out.
That works.
But still a 2 versus 4. Plug should be able to take this.
Yeah, it's just about the gunfights and how good this Guardian can be in Ambrosia's hands and how you did what he could. And it's Plug with an 8-4 half.
Switching sides.
A dominating 8 unanswered rounds. But Ambrosia's specialty has been the pistols. They've won just the majority of them. But especially Mikey has been a huge part of their success with the ace, the multi-kills, and how quick he is to react and adapt to a situation.
And even just a turret towards the post plant. Good enough that if it gets shot, they know at least the audio of 1Q and they can maybe swing out on top of that. And then the person swinging at default is close enough to get hit by the trademark. That's crazy in terms of how nerdy that could be to play that post plant on the side of Plug. But yeah, full control of their attack side. We'll see if they could do the same on the defensive side. But for Ambrosia, it's 5 ghosts. They're definitely not going for a full side execute. They just want to try to bundle up as a team here and try to go for some nice little trades if they could.
Got a fault line ready for T coming out of garage, and Jerwin who could slide around and take advantage with just a courtyard crunch set up for Plug, and Mikey who just stands and delivers. And Ambrosia try to fight back, and it's just a Mikey pug match, it feels like, with him starting with a 3K.
Dude, he gets a 1 tap off a headhunter and swings out with a classic for a double kill. Did he only buy 1 bullet? I'm gonna have to look back at the replay because I don't know how the hell that happened. Then he got 2 easy kills off a classic right after with a nice little transfer on both players jumping outside the window. But that is definitely a stronghold that we just witnessed there again from Plug. And you are right, it is Mikey that seems to just be on point in terms of the shots today. I've not seen this type of Mikey during challengers.
Yeah.
It definitely looks like a Mikey I'm fearing now.
And we talked about these Blinn players being on the come up, sort of a late bloom, but one that we were looking forward to seeing this challenger stage and see what the future is of this team. But future of this grand final is definitely bright for Plug, as Ambrosia are still trying to challenge this mid after Mikey put on a clinic there,
Right there.
with the outlaw in his hands. He's more looking at Ace short as Ambrosia flood in. And now we're just getting hosed down, and there's a prowler, and with the Ares multi still gets a kill. Ambrosia are just getting crushed. Now there's a paranoia from Bao, and Plug just janitors out there cleaning up the entire site within a heartbeat.
Almost seems from that plan too, they weren't looking to play a spam towards the post plant. The Viper Wall is helping them out to go for a plant and then staying as a group. I'm pretty sure they're trying to flood back and take control here of A-Link. But there's just too much counter utility coming about from Plug. Great shots in the end. And an anti-eco that is actually quite good here for Plug. Outlaw now out for Mikey. And that's a scary thought in itself. A 4-player stack in that area for Plug. And is that how they want to counter the Viper Wall?
Shocking.
Yep.
Important round, and yeah, another first blood for Plug, and maybe Ambrosia are just a map 2 type of team. Just hoping to use now this Viper Wall to scurry into A shore, and well, they have to wait out the Prowler and the Haunt from Monsey. Once that's done, Ambrosia still have a drone, but Screwface is over in mid, being the one to lurk. They've left the spike behind, so they're not committed anywhere.
I was gonna say, I think at this point, maybe just wait out the time on top of that, because they're in a situation where they pretty much just have to save unless these type of things happen. Overcommitment, over aggression out of Plug that punishes a lot of players, that could punish a lot of players right here. Boom. So now that's a turning point. Screwface inserted in, almost got to rotate across. If he wins this fight against Ben Bao. Oh my, okay, good. He's got help. But this is a doable situation now because of that.
Yeah, was it what, a 5 versus 3 for the defense? And I mean, Acreon is on his last life for sure with this 10 HP.
30 seconds left.
Monsey as an Ares, so it's oh, Caillou looks the wrong way. Okay, with the crouch, Caillou gets the edge. Now you get a plant. Flash is ready. No paranoia, but
player
smokes. And wow, Bao! She's got the peekaboo on Caillou. Now Akrian has to defend this with 10 HP. Unfortunate too with the Bucky where the sun don't shine. There's Plug up to 11.
Not the cleanest one for them to play though against Ambrosia right there. It was at least a great start, yes, and still they're able to convert their bonus round. But this could have been probably free upgrades for at least like 4 or 5 players going into the next round. But thankfully Banbao's there. These shots, I mean, quite simple that you saw. Everybody's just peeking out across their own Viper wall and just met by a Guardian and an Outlaw. There's really nothing you could do.
Last player standing.
You're almost hoping that where Screwface was at, where everybody was inserted in this 3 versus 5 for Ambrosia, that their shots would hit because they had the perfect reads after that. Just unlucky, unfortunately, with the RNGs of trying to shoot their opponents, crossing over and rotating back.
Plugger making this a quick one. They haven't lost in 11 rounds, and they got an overdrive. Plug from a walk to a sprint. In this best of 3, it could be a marathon. We'll see how Ambrosia, what they can do to react off this ping. The last ping didn't happen as a teleport, so Bao to have an angle with his paranoia. As Teague is there too. So Plug just on full prevention protocol as Ambrosia not even gonna mess with that.
Again, it's Monkey's util that's covering a big portion of the map on the defensive side. Himself as a human turret that seems to be able to land shots and cast a curse. But if not, the turret was able to support on sewers. Counter aggression, it's a double prowler and a paranoia. But this allows here Ambrosia to kind of re-hit towards the B site if they wanted to, because there's less util for Plug to hold out the second wave. But they pivot towards C instead.
Ambrosia just trying to outrace Plug on rotations and get there before Plug are settled, and now it's a bloodbath and the spike is down. 2 versus 2, and Monty has to reload. Takes a second to do so as there's the challenge from Caillou, and right click, nasty shot from Monty. 11 seconds, anti-flash, couldn't do it. Plug 1 round away from a swift take on Ambrosia's map pick.
And Ambrosia went for a force buy within that last round. They don't want to play for the OT, so they gambled into a heavy buy into this one. A great opener to kick things off. But like I said, just decide to pivot away instead of trying to re-hit towards less utility on that B site. You're running into a site where you're not too sure how many more players are anchored up inside that C site. They got caught off guard by the player playing in the back of the platform, and it ended up having a beautiful crossfire between Jerwin and Monsi to just hold out the last push and the last stand of Ambrosia towards the C site. Now full confidence pushing out. Akrian is so low.
Ooh. Wait, when Akrian's back's against the wall, his aim only gets better. I swear, it just reminds me of like the 4K from that Abyss. Like, Akrian should have died there low key, but
100%.
Ambrosia will not give up. They've played at deficits. I mean, think about how they got smashed on Bind. And guess who came out on top on that series? Ambrosia. They know how to forget the previous round and to reset, to take each round anew. Amonsi and Bao in 2 versus 5. It's a good start for Bao with a sneak up on Akrian. As Monsi,
Bring them down.
the jig is up and the Prowler to see how close they are. Is there anyone in hell? Checks every corner. Monsi really approaching this in a smart way and gets really lucky shots through the smoke. Not cleared through hell, but as the smoke dissipates, Monty could be in trouble. But these duels are all isolated despite Ambrosia having the numbers. It's a 2v5 comeback.
And they're isolated thanks to the smokes also that are being thrown by Buttonbow, where Monsi could just play on the edge of these smokes, push players out, and just win all of these duels. It's been the Mikey show for the whole game, but it's been Monsi for the last 2, and that's a dominating first match that we've just witnessed here by TIP.
We're gonna have to go wake up Ethos from the couch because this was a quick one. 13-4 in favor and trust in the Plug. And I'm trusting in this process because 13 unanswered rounds on not even their map pick. Y'all want to stay tuned for what's next, because guess what? We're going to the plug playground. I don't like that sentence. It's Bind coming up next, so everyone stay tuned.
Welcome back to the For Those Who Dare Grand Finals. We just witnessed
Thank
an
you.
I almost said hashtag just a tip. Sorry.
Well, you ended up saying it towards the end.
He's conditioned you. Oh my god.
No, trust in plug. It is. But that was incredible, especially seeing, you know, how Ambrosia had such a great Haven before when we saw that. I had a lot of faith in that, especially because it is a non-meta pick, and I think that they played it very well. And honestly, like from the start of the game, they were doing so good. They were up 4-0. They were definitely leaning into the strengths of that comp, playing confidently, playing deceptively, and holding that site, flooding in with your teammates, staying alive. They were really doing well. But the second that Trust and Plug started to kind of adapt to it, and obviously there were miracle plays like this from Mikey, which was absolutely bonkers, I felt like the panic started to ensue, and they started to become less confident in themselves, and they stopped making as many plays for themselves, which is a bad thing because on these types of comps, you need to be able to take initiative and maneuver around yourself versus just staying still. You want to constantly be ratting around and moving your own smokes and staying alive. But honestly, I do think that it was an issue of them trying to not lose the entire time, and then especially on attack, they tried oversimplifying too much where they're focusing on fundamentals, which is not a bad thing. You know, keeping people together, taking fights together is never a bad thing. But if you oversimplify too much, you're now counteracting the strengths of the comp that you, and that's the whole purpose of your comp, is deception and complication, and basically delivering that fear to the back of your opponent's heads that, oh, I have no idea what kind of aggressive timing my opponents are going to take. But they weren't taking those aggressive timings. They weren't taking those individual plays because they're trying so hard to just keep it simple, which basically just ruins the whole point of that Viper comp. And you know what? Before going to that map, guys, I thought that Mikey was going to be like the police officer, right? Basically there to limit the danger of the lurks. You know, he was there to control all the bats from happening. Little did I know that, as it turns out, Mikey, he is the danger. That guy himself was the threat. He's not there to limit threats. He became the threat.
He was incredible. I also felt like Ambrosia I felt like Plug just got any map control they wanted. We've already established that, but especially in Garage, which gave them so many offensive options to either wrap all the way behind, which is how Mikey got that ace. Even though his position was discovered, he still got it done. But it was a lot of Garage openings for Plug, which gave them multiple points of attack. And you had someone like Akrian who would play a more forward Killjoy on that C side. And you had Ambrosia try to contest more at C long, but ultimately it was a lot of Plug first bloods that bled over into very successful first plants. And Ambrosia had 4 consecutive rounds at the beginning of the half that were off of retakes, but then I don't know what happened, that just all cracked down.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about how Plug had free reign also. Remember that highlight reel that we just saw here where Jerwin was able to get a 4K and set the B site. So when you're looking at the other side of Ambrosia and they're trying to play the retake towards that B, they weren't as coordinated. And then you have to hit right after where they're getting flooded on the C side. Then you have the ace that happens that from Mikey that shouldn't have happened. Then you're trying to adapt to say, okay, well, if they're going to be that aggressive, let's try to give them that space and we could rotate and we could play the retake. And when they do that, well, they actually have a TB for button battle towards A, and then they have a pinch, a crunch somehow from C, Garage, and from the A lurk to crunch into the spawn and take you. So really, it kind of comes to show that Plug had full control of that map from A to Z. And it was so difficult from an IGL's perspective or from a team's perspective to just try to adapt and try to go back into the flow and take control back into the game, because you're just trying to play catch up every single time. And I think it comes back to what you're saying here, Ethos. You have to try to dictate your own pace, but when you're not given a chance to even breathe on a different type of play that you're trying to do, it's just a result that we saw towards the end.
Yeah, and I wanted to touch a little bit about how Plug actually went about countering that game plan, because it did seem like they had a very good understanding of how the Viper comp actually plays out, which is surprising because the Viper comp isn't played that often, especially anymore. So it seems like they knew exactly what Ambrosia's game plan was and knew exactly what they wanted to do, so they were making damn sure that they weren't going to let them do it. And one of the ways was to first try to basically bait people out into positions in the open on the site where they would be vulnerable to their utility. Because the big issue, what you want to do with the Viper setup is to be able to dodge utility, stay alive as long as possible to basically delay time for the flood to come in, and then you guys can fight together with the smokes up. But Satellite was getting drawn out into the open by the Neon constantly, and then once he was out in the open by default, that's when the utility would come flying in, and then he would get caught off guard, and then there, boom, delay is gone, the flood can no longer happen. Another thing too, exactly, the 4K on B site. They get the site, but they know exactly what they're trying to do. They want to flood. So what does Jerwin do? He gets into A-Link. He's there to cut off the life support, the rotates. If you cut that off before they can even get there in that position, then the smokes are useless. The smokes aren't even in A-Link. So you're there, you're up in an advanced position, you're cutting it off. There's just no chance for a flood. There's no chance for you to get any value out of your utility because they're just in too deep. And that's exactly where I felt like they started to panic because they couldn't react to that. And they didn't know what to do because they couldn't stall long enough and they couldn't get those floods in as they planned.
And we'll see how they react on Bind, which is the choice of map from Plug. And there was already 13 straight rounds out of Plug at the end once they kind of were sat at their seats and ready to game. Like, they took over the map. So wondering if this is going to be a quick final. Of course, there's no tape on Plug's composition for Bind, but we did see unfortunately how Ambrosia dealt with Bind, which was a slow start in the semi-final against Qbert, losing eventually 8-13, but it was a 9-3 half in favor of Qbert on their offense. So wondering if Ambrosia can get a sense of confidence there, or is it going to be like PTSD? Like, what can they learn from that?
Well,
yeah, I think just to add in on to that as well is I think thinking back on that game against Qbert Academy, they were in multiple occasions in order to play on a defensive side stuck of just playing within the spawn, you know. So as I was trying to say, like Screwface. I don't know why I said Scarecrow again. Screwface did a great job being in the forefront of using his deadlock utility to delay, stun, kill as much as he could. But as soon as he's committed so much into those areas of around hookah and towards long, the other ones are still in a long rotate coming back from A over to B. So whenever they were getting picked off and they couldn't hold or stall long enough, the other ones that have to rotate, they're getting stopped by like brimstone smokes, and they had no opportunities to swing back through the smoke against a team like Qbert Academy. So I'm hoping at this point, and it's just very similar to what happened here against Plug. Whenever they're stuck in spawn, they can't get back out. So I think at this point it is to add that confidence, fight with everybody else, and fight with Screwface so you could actually get more out of the value of the deadlock, just like they did, for example, on Sunset against Qbert.
No, absolutely. And I do think that this might be a good change of pace. I know they didn't do as well as they probably wanted on Bind last time, but they will have better utility now. On Haven, they have more smoke so they can play around. It's more position focused. Now they're more util focused, so they have more util to actually help supplement their fights and to get kills with that utility. But I will say that a key part of this is that Screwface and the entire team cannot focus on that deadlock wall. We saw how Qbert Academy easily just dealt with that deadlock wall. That deadlock wall is there just to simplify the defense for just as long as it's up. But once that's down, if they're playing to break it, then things get real tricky. And if you're just playing around spotting with your bodies, you're not in a good position because your comp is, the strength of it is comboing your utility together. So they need to be quick on their feet. Their game plan cannot be focused just on the wall. They need to be setting up traps around the map and looking to take aggressive fights with their utility if they want to take this map back.
I'm just wondering if Plug are going to want to still play a standard composition, because we see sometimes variety on a map like Bind, but when you kind of feels like you essentially 13-0 a team because it was 13 straight rounds, like as a player, Ethos, would you just want to maybe swap and kind of not play standard when you're just that confident, when you feel like you are just the better team?
As Ambrosia or as Plug?
As Plug.
Well, no, I think you would. A big thing is like, win or lose. you should take strength in playing your game, because your game is built on the foundation of your strengths, right? There's a reason why you guys are playing this comp. There's a reason why you guys play the way that you do, is because you're trying to min-max each individual player's strengths. Remember, even if you're down, even if you had a bad game, whatever, you still have strengths about you that make you the competitor that you are. And I think that they should continue to play to those strengths. Screwface is a great support player and a great aggressive player as well, but he should not like start defaulting to just throwing his wall every single round in the same spot, or just trying to always solo together. You should be a part of the fights, and they should be, again, they should be playing their own game the entire time. They shouldn't be worrying too much about what they're doing. They should adjust, of course, but really, again, we saw what they did to Cooper. They are good players. They know how to make good plays. They have amazing aim. They just need to lean into that a little bit more.
I'm wondering if we're going to get a single or double controller from Plug at the end of the day, because Mikey does have a Viper in his back pocket. Of course, they could just bring out the Sentinel of the Deadlock. We're going to load it to Aegis soon, so we don't have to guess too much. But then both these teams are very known for their Neon, so we could easily go back to that, or Raze, or even some Yoru, because Teague likes his Yoru as much as anyone else, including you, Ethos. But hey, we get some Vice out of Monsi, okay.
All right. Wow. Is this the first Vice of the tournament? That's
on stream, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because they've actually used it on different maps too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play a Vice on Abyss as well. So this is going to be very fun to watch. I think if you're looking at, you know, the thorns that you could throw, very similar to how you could grab players towards the long B side and do some trap plays, could be kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
What do you think, Vice? Is Vice viable?
I think
get the Ethos vote.
I think Vice is actually a great agent, especially in organized Valorant. I think Vice can be used in a lot of different ways, but the thing is, it's not like a regular Sentinel. It's a flexible Sentinel, a Sentinel that you can move around with and actually take engagements with, versus Killjoy, Cypher, Sage, you're more so stationary and you're playing to stall, delay, and hold down the site. So I'm going to need to see this Vice pick up his feet and move around, but I'm excited to see what they cooked up.
All right, it is series point for Trust the Plug. Can they trust that they can get this win? It's their map pick, and Ambrosia have to revisit this map after a slow start. But you know, Ambrosia were just the map 2 team in their semifinal. The comeback happened after this. We'll see what Ambrosia learned from their semifinal.
Well, they learned that they want to press forward and try to bring the momentum back right away from the pistol round, playing a very cautious default. Neon's not even the one activating in the first place. He's just watching that push all the way back from the spawn from Satellite, while the rest of them are trying to use Prowlers to try to get information up towards the hookah. But look at this lineup that you currently have from the 4 players of Plug.
Satellite still gets one? Okay, well, the trade still happens, and this could be the ghost sign for Ambrosia off the Prowler. But because of that orb, it limits Ambrosia, but it gives them the element to pivot over, have this window of opportunity to push up on the lurk that Screwface has established. Looking for the net.
There, I'll find you.
Don't think he got the pull. Dog gets shot down, so Teague's in trouble, hoping to get some backup, and he plays anti-flash, and Smiley still does good damage. Monsi walks away with 3, and it's Plug that pull off the retake.
I just love the run up and to play the anti-flash, already expecting the flash to come up here from the defensive end for Teague. But yeah, just trying to come through those thorns. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a lineup this time around. You just place it on the ground, you're throwing it up towards the window, you're making sure that you're able to have your anchor player, which is Teague pretty much at this point, just focus on one side of the map while the thorns were up, because everybody's just going to get detained in that area trying to run through. And that's just enough delay for the rest of Plug to move in, and for the last one to pick up the kill rather, and get the defuse. So a nice little fight back from Plug despite the first blood from Ambrosia. An Outlaw looking down the sides. Jerwin's just avoiding the Dizzy to peek back out, but unfortunately misses a shot.
Yeah, Jerwin's gonna have to rotate back into U-Haul, but now the action has gotten pretty close. And wow, Screwface and finish off what he started. 8 HP is all Jerwin has left. 2 down for Ambrosia after being so close to at least getting 1 kill in this round despite having a bunch of pistols.
Concealment.
Ambrosia, they're gonna keep on trucking on, hoping to maybe rotate through U-Haul and make these engagements as close as possible. And the Sheriff works out, finishing off the 8 HP Jerwin. The spike not successfully planted, docking up. It's Plug, making this as difficult as possible for Ambrosia. 4 versus 2. Ambrosia just have a Bucky. And Smiley, if they can draw them into U-Haul. Oh, it's the Bucky now that forces Smiley to engage. And it's Plug with back-to-backs.
That's one way of stopping a Neon rushing through with the wall up towards U-Haul. Just place the thorns on the ground and just be like, ow, 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 my toes! And just like lose all the HP as you're running across and just die. That was kind of fun to watch. I wish I saw it in the POV of the Neon just trying to glide through. But yeah, that's a great way to stall things in. I like the idea because now you have this. You're not playing against a Viper on the side of the attack, so you can't go for the walk lurk up towards the Viper wall. You're trying to tempo a little bit up towards the timing that you had from the wall. These is looking to be good utility coming out from Monsi, and a good idea to have this Vice against the Neon on this map.
Ace Ambrosia is able to buy up and use the Prowler to cover down B long. You heard Teague sprint away.
I got the spike.
Ambrosia cut all noise, and they'll even have a sonic sensor. If Ambrosia decides to pull a fight in Gardens, this is going to give Ambrosia the edge. Now playing at the edge of Hookah. Gotta be worried if Plug could come through the teleporter, so you don't want to stall around Hookah for too long. Just kind of causing panic there with the shots because of the flash. Plug realized that Ambrosia are pretty close to entry and they seem pretty committed, but the spike is leaving out of Hookah and no one from Plug took the teleporter to go for any kind of pinch play. Now the spike pivots to A.
Again, through the thorns one more time, but at least this time around there's no outlaw that's going to put you down to 10 HP before the thorns come out. It's not enough of that timing to delay that spike, but at least the Vice is there to drop him.
Man, that wall, the thorns, it's so good. Get to know Vice a little bit better. Monsi finds the isolation kill.
10 seconds
And now
left.
you just don't have time to plant, so Ambrosia are gonna save their Vandals.
This is Haven all over again, but even more difficult from the point of view of an IGL or a coach, because this is probably not a composition that you're used to practice against. This is the first time that Plug brings it out here for those who dare, and they actually dare bring out a Vice and this type of composition to play against Ambrosia's comp, which again they've used it against Hubert earlier on. Even though they lost, there was still some great aggressive push that you could do. You know, on paper, what Screwface could do on his Deadlock, or the Deadlock itself, not just Screwface, and how it can really contain the spawns on your hit. But they're getting hit by so much of this utility from Monsi on whatever site they're trying to hit so far.
I'm out of here.
Especially that A short has to be a no-go if you're Ambrosia. Maybe a Showers push could help provide some alternate fire to try and deal with this Vice, but for now it is a B long hold with Prowler going through Hookah. Interesting sonic sensor, but either way. Ambrosia trying to get sight lines. Now the wall is up. Plug want to play right below Hookah. And well, the nade thrown from this raise, Ambrosia just have to scramble to get out of it.
Definitely a sonic sensor now to just prevent a TP so that he could play a little bit more of a forward angle inside Hookah. And if he's actually going to get pressured, he can hold back and hopefully get a stun when people are trying to run across. But the execution's coming in. Mikey's safe actually out in the open for now.
Hey, Ambrosia is gonna steamroll the site, and rotations came so late for Plug. They have not taken the teleporter to get to B any quicker. Now with the barriers, it's pretty cooked. I mean, Bao is so rich that could go for it, shoot through the barrier. But it's just not getting any targets in their sight. Well, until now, I guess found an angle on satellite somehow. Wait, Bao's kind of different. No, someone is in box and wrapping around for Monsi to finish the job. No, someone's in box and it's a Bulldog at least, and doesn't have time, but was a really nice attempt. Plug made that very expensive.
Yeah, nice little shots there by Bunbao. And that kind of resets things for a bit. It's calmed down the what could have been a downward spiral, at least here for the side of Ambrosia, that they went for a forced buy around Stingers, at least a half buy around Stingers, and got great value out of it with this drive-by that they did. Nice little entry on top of that from Smiley towards the back of the site. So that dwindles down the economy that you have here from Plug's side. And you have more on your end. You have 3,300 all across the board because of the round win and the spike plant.
Mosh pit.
An opportunity to reset things, and you're hoping that you've got some good pistols here because Monsi does have an ult for the retake.
Gonna get the overdrive too for Satellite. And oh boy, Dog came up and disrupted a lot of things. Great job for Teague, but not something they can capitalize on, but something to shake up the confidence for Ambrosia. The spike not committed in any type of direction. No extension out of Plug, just keeping Ambrosia in their place.
That's a good way to stop the first wave. Forces out the wall. I don't know if it missed there from Screwface, but it can't re-enter into showers. But one ult, and they're still able to hold all of their utility for the rest of the round for now for Plug.
I am gonna recover this Gecko ult and keep entering through B, although Plug want to contest and give trouble to Caillou, and even through the net, Teague holds his own and goes 1 for 1. Now with the smoke, Ambrosia can still go for the orb, and Caillou can't use Thrash because he's dead, so plan B, going through a short.
Just die.
And Satellite, just, man, this Vice Monsi is such a nuisance on the A hole.
Down A.
And Ambrosia try to deal with it. 2 versus 2.
Nice
Numbers
answer.
even with a plant going down.
And Nightfall 2 after the plant. The Boombot spots the first one, the wall bang, and now he's stuck alone.
In Nightfall, you try to give the element of surprise, but then got spotted from the player in heaven, and Plug. Great retake after Ambrosia flip-flopped back and forth, even with the use of the Gecko and everything. Wasn't enough for Ambrosia.
Work of art.
You almost kind of wish it was Acreon that was planning that spike so that Smiley, that already had the Nightfall before the spike went down, potentially could have used it to get information. Instead, I guess they caught and they saw Acreon maybe somehow posted himself inside triple, got wall banged, and then it makes it so much more difficult for your fate to try to win that 1 versus 2 for Smiley. Right over here, doesn't matter if you're deafened, the shots are clean for all of these players. So far, in this whole game, the crosshair placement and adjustments coming out from all 10 in this server has been awesome to watch.
Here we go.
The score may not dictate it, but this is very, very competitive.
One away from the orbital strike, so Acreon could grab the orb. Oh, jeez. Just with all the smoke, the Satellite couldn't dance around the walls, and there's only so much Screwface can help with just a classic. You still have a Vandal from Acreon. You see how much you can dwindle down, like someone like Mikey, someone like Teague isn't in the best financial position. But Plug
Enemy remaining.
backs against the wall, just take care of Ambrosia at a distance. And it's just a matter of time. 5-1 now for Plug.
And because of that force or half buy that they had, the thrifty win that they had throughout the with the Stingers, and doing some good econ damage with the Sheriffs now, they have forced a couple of gun buys to come out from Plug. If you look at it here, the Banbao probably has to drop a weapon here for Mikey, or it's Jerwin. So you know the economy is going to be potentially swinging towards a half buy if they lose this round, and that means you want this timeout to result into, what, 2? You're calling for the next 2 rounds here with this timeout, pretty much. Trying to figure out how you could fight against Monsi's utility. And it's quite unfortunate, too, because if you're looking at Ambrosia's composition, they're not playing a Raze, they're not playing a Sovas, they're not playing anything that's really able to break the Thorn setups that's currently being set towards short by Monsi. So just so far, it almost seems like you simply have a comp diff for Plug versus Ambrosia just on paper. So now it's for them to figure out how they could actually start breaking this utility or avoid it or force it out early. And when you're trying to fast pace with a neon wall to take control towards short A, that again, seems to be what they're trying to do to replace the Viper wall. If you're not getting hit by Thorns, you're still isolating the Neon because you have the wall that's been set up by the Vice.
And I was thinking, if Ambrosia wanted to try and counter this Vice, he could wrap around showers. You only had Teague Dog up there maybe once or twice, but most of the time he's been at B long. So Ambrosia taking showers control, and at least they have someone looking at heaven, someone figuring out where Monty is, but B has been a better spot for Ambrosia according to them. But even getting hookah control is tough when you have the Viper wall up.
Here.
You just don't know when that's gonna drop and what awaits you on the other side, how close they are, if they're below hookah, are they at the back door, who's an elbow. There's so much for Ambrosia to clear. And then there's flashes, there's dogs, there's Teague, there's very good aimers on the plug side. This is a raid boss for Ambrosia to take down.
In the lineup that you have, similar pistol round too. And off contact, you probably have Monty that can pop a bloom here to try to flash in the front. But this is a good raid by Ambrosia. Slow things down, contact, running up towards the side, realizing that there's nobody inside the B site. So very important for Teague right now to anchor up towards the elbow. Although there's not going to be any real pressure because there's already an early wall that was thrown here by Screwface so they could get the plant.
Smiley's watching the flank and hookah. Another opening for Jerwin. The pinch from both sides, but Jerwin on the flank taken care of. Ambrosia on the post plant, dealing with the retake beautifully. And this is how Ambrosia found success now, of course, after the timeout, is to keep Screwface alive on the post plant and to just delay the flood out of plug through that back site on B.
And off the timeout, it seems as though Plug were anticipating that Ambrosia was going to try to fight back against that, you know, what we mentioned before, the full util that the Vice creates here on that short A. But I think just from that timeout, it's probably a call for Ambrosia to say, look, we can't really stop the full util setup from the Vice. Let's just focus more towards this B side. Maybe do a lot of these rounds, you can even finish towards that B side. Because somewhat, if you cross that wall and the wall comes up, you can just TP into Sands and you've wasted out that wall, and you could always reset things right after to re-hit later on towards the A site. There's good ways to think on the fly here of how you could deal against this Vice wall. But now they have to deal against a Viper pit, where thankfully they have Annihilation and an Orbital Strike, so it might not be the best round for Mikey to choose to ult here towards short A.
Bring them down.
This Viper's pit is barely getting around this corner. It's pretty far forward for Ambrosia. I think, well, they can't put Vice stuff in the pit, so we just got to find where this pit is. And Mikey snuffed out from the Orbital Strike.
Missed
and
the wall.
Ambrosia, yeah, the barrier not in the most ideal spot, and the spike is down. Ambrosia didn't get good U-Haul control. Bao is alive and well, and Ambrosia had the head start, and they have to go toe-to-toe as Bao got away with a lot holding U-Haul. Ambrosia now 2 versus 1. Should get a safe plant.
30
Teague,
seconds
Flash,
left.
and Dog. Not worried about U-Haul. Crossfire. Spike not even down, and Teague gets shot through the box, and now the jig is up. Caillou and Screwface working together. Teague, good swings.
10 seconds left. Spike
Plant.
planted.
Teague was just trying to hope to play for time, and how much more Teague could do. It was a good attempt. 5-3. It's Ambrosia not going down without a fight.
And thankfully, you have Screwface that sit alive here to have the redemption and making sure that you're able to convert the round towards the end. Because, again, they had a nice combination. The Fate that tries to clear close range, you're trying to run away as a Viper. The Prowler's still going to follow you. So you have an idea and an opportunity to even preemptively place where you want the Orbital Strike to be to get the most value out of it. And on top of that, Screwface was even able to cocoon the Viper with the Annihilation. So they got that kill, but with the wall missing, that really threw a wrench in their own strategy. But thankfully, there were heroic plays that were attempted here by Plug, good trades that came through, and they could breathe for a bit.
Ooh.
Except now, 145 damage long range with the Sheriff on this Chico that you have from Plug and a hero rifle from Jerwin. It looks here that Plug has some pretty decent map control around the A side.
And Acreon's like, you're gonna have to come to Narnia if you want this Vandal. And he calls over Satellite from Fountain to trade up. This Plug, we're extending out of showers, and with the Outlaw, it's gonna help a lot at range too. So now you have Bao going back towards the site. You just had a dog from T come out through B long. Mikey rotating towards A as Plug now have a balanced defense. And a thrash
It's not the
from
best weapons,
Caillou.
unfortunately, from this spot. But thankfully, at least Ben Mao was able to pick up that rifle that was left behind by Jur, so he could still do
30
some heavy
seconds
damage.
left.
You saw the previous round what he was able to do with the Guardian. Now, if he's able to avoid all of this util, he's not going to get flash. He's going to be able to isolate the fight on short.
Okay, Satellite slips past the defenses. Get a plant. 3 versus 5. 1 upgrade now gone. Bao loses the Vandal. Watching the flank is Smiley.
Enemy
Monsi
remaining.
had to check the corner. Better timing out of Smiley. And Ambrosia had a better buy anyway, so surely the round was going to go in their favor. And now they keep themselves within 1.
Yeah, you're definitely starting to see a little bit of fight come back from Ambrosia, and a similar storyline from what we would just witness on the previous series when they played against their opponents here at Keyword Academy. And that's just unlucky timing. They just bumped into each other walking back, and I guess they felt like they were staying a little bit too long in that forward position outside of the Viper wall and trying to fall back. Unfortunately, got timinged by the Outlaw. First timeout coming out as well here from Trust and Plug. And it's a rare one because you've seen how one-sided it was on that first map of Haven and how well it started for Trust and Plug for this first half.
And Ambrosia haven't lost a round since their timeout, so Trust and Plug are hoping for the same buff. 1 away from the Cosmic Divide, couple more rounds left in the half. Thrash still available for Caillou, so is that going to be still used for the B-long push that they like so much, or are they going to try and test Monsi and this Vice setup at A short, or how they can use Thrash to flush out showers and
Rip and tear.
get access to someone holding close? A lot of options for Ambrosia.
It almost feels like since this timeout from Ambrosia that we haven't really seen this Viper Thorn setup towards the short A, and Plug themselves are trying to find something different to just try to counter the whatever calls that could possibly come out here from Ambrosia. So
Find
it
you.
almost feels like they're kind of like outgaming themselves and overthinking what was working so well for them. So if you're looking at Monzi here, there's no Thorns being set up once again towards short. He has 1 Bloom, and with his buy is just doesn't have too much to work with. He's got 1 Thorn that he sets here towards a hookah. That's going to help out Mike, who was forced to fall back after being spotted by our Prowler. But if not, also, Jerwin hasn't had a chance to really activate since the timeout to get another early showstopper to
Oh,
really try to
Thrash.
suffocate this push from Ambrosia towards Long B.
Thrash maybe hoping to catch T, who just dogged up and couldn't catch up to him in time. Now with the wall up, it delays Ambrosia. But still, wall up benefits them because they were able to pick back up their Gecko ultimate. Or at least I thought so. Come on. But Ambrosia sliding through shower. Satellite. Oh, I thought he had the jump on Bao, who stays stoic, and Thrash again through shower, so he did pick it up. And now it's the alternate fire. We wanted to see Ambrosia come through showers and get access to Monsi, who
Last player
falls,
standing.
but not before a big bite back from Teague and Mikey. No util left. Nakreen, who tries to regain control of this real estate with the smokes,
One enemy remaining.
spots the cross, and Nakreen almost clutches, but it's Plug back in the driver's seat.
And that other ding out to Mikey, thankfully, was through a box as well, but that could have been doable there for Acreon. Another one of those highlight reels that would come out from the series that they've been playing. Remember that, it seems so long ago from today, but that 1 versus 4 on Abyss that he was able to win almost wins this 1 versus 2. Good timing, good pendulum swing, good 3-2-1 call to make sure both players are ready to wide swing and go for the instant trade. And Plug off the timeout is able to convert back in their favor. But despite this round win, look at how low the economy still remains here for the defensive end.
not playing as close. Plug respecting the flashes that could come out of Ambrosia from Caillou and Prowler. Or Prowlers. Ambrosia, happy to get the orb and the usual B-long dog, but Jerwin pushing up with the op, taking advantage of the quietness. Could get a jump on Smile. Oh, the jiggle peek, just to be smart on the re-clears. Ambrosia taking this fully seriously.
They ping out the op, and with that, they're like, okay, well, let's avoid the op. Let's try to tempo back towards the A site, but it's a stronghold on that end for Plug. The thing is, there's none of those thorns. Both of them are set up towards this B site, so you could potentially try to go for the Astra Star so that Monty could play around the smoke. He has a Bloom to work with.
Yeah, Monty has to adjust, but Ambrosia's flood is just too good at how they adapt mid-series. Didn't happen last map, but Ambrosia at deficits is a different beast. Now in a 5 versus 2, Jerwin's gonna save the op, and Teague's on his way to do damage with still a flash in his back pocket, but satellite at a distance won't be. The SMG's not gonna do much damage at that range.
Still gonna decide to save it too, because that's the best weapon that he could carry over into the next round. Kind of wish. Oh no, the nice little lurk by Smiley towards the end. I was gonna say, you kind of wish that the op shot did actually connect in the first place for a full kill onto Smiley when he went for the jump peek.
Give it back! Give back the op! Take it to leave.
They're chasing.
He's out.
Last round in the half.
He's out.
Don't save anything. Last
One round separates these two teams. One map advantage for Plug. 1 round left in the half. And we got an op back on the defense. Cosmic Divide and the Steel Garden. Kind of an interesting ultimate. Doesn't allow you to shoot for a couple seconds.
Yeah, your main weapons, you have to play the pistols. But again, I'm still scratching my head around my mentality is saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they're going back with the same setup as they did on the previous round. Thorns to support the aggressive push, the aggressive angle here from Durin with the operator. There's a little bit less in terms of what they could use on the actual hold within the A site. Because if you're looking at it from Benbao's position, like, he's still got 2 stars in hand. And he's not placing it towards the ground where he could actually try to delay like a Gravwell or Concuss on an actual split from the A site.
And the Vice Walls and showers this time. And Satellite is like conditioned to expect Bao there, and Satellite has been met with trouble. So they've had to Prowler up just to make sure, and if Ambrosia cross, it's gonna be a problem.
That's at least a little bit better, right? To have a forward wall that goes into deep into the showers, so it's not allowing players to run through first. You're isolating the first one, trying to get the entrance. You're countering now, ult to ult.
Annihilation. Who's the lucky guy? Okay, no one. Screwface is looking for a target.
Mikey's caught.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, little man.
Saw this Deadlock die so fast. Was sure Plug. Still have an op. Back.
See ya.
Oh, and it's gone. I cursed it. Oh, wait, Kai's kind of different. 2 versus 1. Teague with a flash, and now no flash. 6-6 half.
Okay, we're kind of back here for Ambrosia. I was starting to fall asleep at the wheel with how it was one-sided for Plug on the first map, and then how it looked like Plug was going to run away with this one. But since that timeout being called in, round number 6 for Ambrosia, they found some life. They found some fight. And if you're looking at their approach, I guess it kind of makes sense from Plug's side that they tried to put the Thorns in different spots, because the only time that they really went for the aggressive push towards the A side was maybe like once or twice on those splits. But it wasn't enough. They tried to control more towards showers for Ambrosia, and it worked out in their favor. A good read on how they countered the setups and the conditioning that Plug was able to do. So we're on a clean slate in the second half of the second map. And Plug now has the attack side with this composition. Looking forward to see what they could do with this one as well. Monty's saving on to his wall, so potentially could be one of those deadlock type of styles, so they could use the wall on the to like block out the rotate and the flood on the rotate. But it's gonna be difficult for him to make it across that back side of the map if they want to go for the exec.
Oh, the dog just gets immediately blown up, and with the jiggle peek, you spotted numbers at Belong, and off the Prowler, Broja still stacked at that door, but wanting to also maybe keep an eye on Hookah. They'll just have to leave that as an unknown and commit forward for the orb. Covering their bases, making sure Hookah isn't getting jumped by someone like Jerwin.
Oh, nice shot. A little bit of what they were doing previously here for Ambrosia against
30
Plug.
seconds left.
And it was Mikey, the one that got caught there, I think on Satellite on the top of the boxes. And this time he's able to do the same thing onto Screwface. And because of that, pulls out the rotating. You're playing bind. Fast rotates. Already 2 players inserted inside the spawn. Nice little sandwich through the smoke. Jurin with the kill. And pretty much a guaranteed round here for Plug.
Yeah, Caillou and Satellite. Someone's at a distance, and with the flash, okay, Teague's gonna take care of business. Another Plug pistol goes their way.
And I'm just afraid that this is going to be very similar just by witnessing this pistol round of what we saw on that Haven side, where Ambrosia is trying to play a little bit further back and giving up so much space, is taken over right now by Plug on everywhere that they manipulated, right? They had the late insert towards that B site. They had free jump ups on the short A side to get the pick onto triple. Free TPs, no pressure onto Hookah. I don't want to see this fall flat here for Ambrosia on the second half.
Yeah, Smiley's love to jiggle peek and gets information. Hasn't been punished, but on the chase. Teague Dog. Someone's still hanging around on the defense. Even shooting through the wall, gets some damage in. No retaliation from Ambrosia yet. Still a Prowler and a Haunt. Smiley. He's got the back of the whole team, but someone swung early, so Acreon is sacrificed, and Plug still paved the way towards a plant, but Satellite's in the corner, and a quick reaction from Mikey takes care of that. Now with all the bases covered, it's a plant 4 versus 2 on the post plant, with the defense coming through mid. At least assembled together. Still a flash, and Screwface is in the corner with not a good trade opportunity for Caillou unless he adjusts. Screwface is baiting. Works out. It's just Screwface though this time with a Sheriff.
And Monty doesn't want to lose the Bulldogs. All right, you tagged me twice, 90 damage, I'm running away.
This will be a 2-round lead in a second. Ambrosia have kept this so close. And having deadlock on defense, we'll see if that'll have the same delay potential that Monty created, which forced Ambrosia to shift so many of their plans around this A short Vice business. And we'll see if Ambrosia can force Plug to play off their game.
Well, Monty, no matter what, still ended up losing rather his Bulldog at the end of the day. And it almost looked like you were kind of questioning why the hell his pathing was kind of weird, but it kind of made sense. Screwface kind of stopped peeking from short A into the A site. So Monty thought that Screwface was going to rotate all the way back towards Showers to try to fight against him, who was only at 7 HP. And then with that, gets caught rotating across back towards the A site, clock going down while Screwface is trying to fight that 1v1. So it ends up being a pretty nice eco towards the end for Ambrosia. So you're looking at their gun round much stronger in the second half versus what Plug has here in their bonus. Plug is playing the default, slowly scaling up towards the Hookah. It's not going to be up too much opposition. Just trying to play a little bit of a headshot angle towards the back. Screwface sees it.
Here.
But again, look at how the red team is currently so far. They are doubling up. They have a buddy system to look back. I think they saw the barrel of a gun of Acreon, which is why it's being pinged. Just waiting for the aggressive peek.
Not ready
And
yet.
because of that, you're too afraid to try to peek out to get your own information. The Haunt doesn't get the right information towards Showers. Prowler misses. Oh, this is gonna be a nice surprise ending for Plug.
Scout destroyed. Out of
He
time. 30
dogs
seconds
up
left.
and another Haunt comes out with a Prowler in the back pocket, and Ambrosia just buying time for rotations, and Acreon is gonna play off contact with Smiley with all the smokes. The half of the field is for Plug. Not successful with the plan, all thanks to the mollies or the molly thrown from Acreon. That time is running out, and Ambrosia have established themselves,
Spike
and
down A.
Plug, you thought they took the right steps to get this going, but they're just gonna try and fight their way through, and it's in favor of Plug, but time is running out, and they couldn't kill Caillou in time. But it does get planted, actually, at the last second. Caillou be forced away from the molly. And Monty is so low. Caillou gets it done for Ambrosia, but they had a better buy, so this was closer than I expected.
That was actually really good for Ambrosia towards the end. So you took your time to really work that map here for Plug, but when you went for, I thought it was going to be a contact play that would surprise players inside U-Haul because they dodged all that util that gave no information there for Ambrosia. But they decided to pull the dog out, which gave their position away. Some stalls started to happen, but the real stalls really happened when Acreon threw a molly at the default spot, got Teague off the spike. Teague tries to go for a plant. The Asher smoke's about to dissipate right at this spot. He has to run back in when the smoke dissipates, but then you have a deadlock net that gets thrown. He's forced to pull it out. When he pulls it out, he gets sprayed through the smoke by Satellite. Just to stall around that, to not allow here Plug to get a plant down, was Giga Chat there by Ambrosia to be able to slip through to delay so much when all of Plug was around that A site. You gotta be angry for Plug as to like how the hell were they able to do all of that when he had so many bodies of our own team inside the A site and not being able to protect our spike planner. We'll see if that's gonna bite them in the ass later on in the game.
Yeah, and the scales could be tilted economy-wise. Oh, that's a kneecap that is apparently not part of the hitbox, but oh, it was. Actually, Satellite's injured, but kneecap gone. Defense barely there is retained from Caillou. Some more in Showers, and Ambrosia's trying to follow through, and eventually they capitalize. Showstopper! And Jerwin lives on and gets healed up by Teague. And a healthy spot for Plug. And a 4 versus 2. To extend the lead.
Gotta go.
I'll give Ambrosia the respect. This is going to be a free kill no matter what. This should be a round for Plug, but even if Ambrosia loses that round, I'm still going to tip my hat off to them because I just mentioned after that piss around, I don't want to see them fall flat and like fall back into these situations where they look like they're kind of playing scared. So yeah, the kneecap was sticking out and Satellite gets caught, and on top of that, and because of that, the element of surprise wasn't even there for Ambrosia anymore. So Smiley's the one that even dies first inside Showers. But after he dies, they were not afraid to pinch inside Showers, to go for the flashes, push across, pinch from the back, and try to go for as many trades as possible, and hopefully win these gunfights. Unfortunately, they fell short, but I do respect that they were moving forward to fight. And this is good too. With Satellite moving forward and realizing and hearing the hue of that wall from the Vice, he doesn't want to cross it yet, so he doesn't want to let Plug know that that's where potentially the wall could be to watch that flank. So that's going to be communicated for Ambrosia for the later rounds if you have Monsi continuously putting this wall at that spot. Like he's even pinging the danger at that area. So be careful, be wary of that, guys, whenever we're trying to play the retake, whenever we're trying to flank, that potentially the wall is going to be here.
There. You got Steel Garden coming up too for Monsi.
Are you a Steel Garden kind of girl or a Savage Garden kind of girl?
Savage Garden.
Do you not know Savage Garden? It's like a little alternative pop band from like the 1990s.
Oh, it was a boomer thing.
Truly, madly, deeply do. It's a banger track.
Okay, I'll Google it for sure. I'll check it out. I'm more Steel Garden for now. I don't like guns. Pistols only, please. Trying to win.
I'm out of
Their flash out through B long, and Ambrosia just playing as a team, especially with these classics, but that means a free A short. The gamble didn't work out for Ambrosia, and Plug get a free plant. They could even get a chase down on Screwface.
Tight angle held though.
1-2 punch. Oh, caught with a nade in the hand, and Korean can't do much about it. Prowler follow up, but just uses bait. Smiley gone. Gonna be a quick round for Plug, getting up to 10, couple more away from being, for those who
Again, you don't
dare,
wanna cross
champions.
this.
Yeah.
There you go. I like that as well from Caillou. So this is 2 rounds in a row now that they know the wall is there. And Caillou also doesn't want to let Plug know that they know that the wall is there. So he's going to go for the full lurk outside of showers. Could actually catch one, which would stop the flawless.
Full upgrade. Oh, never mind.
Not with
Ooh,
that.
shiny. That would also be me running towards the weapon. Yay! 10-7. Ambrosia haven't let a lead slip by. What, it was 5-1, I think was the biggest lead that Plug had. And it still ended up being a 6-6 half, so don't count out Ambrosia till the map is done. Got a pit too. Could be huge for the post plant.
Yeah, they're already pinging all of this. This is looking to be a fairly fast tempo up towards short.
Ooh, I'm learning so much about Vice through Monty. Now the garden on the other side, forcing Ambrosia on their side of the B half. And now with the pit still available, I mean, you don't even need it. You just send Teague to clean everybody up. The annihilation from Screwface. Trying to weaken this offense from Plug, and it's all up to Caillou, but can't be the hero, not this time. Plug up to 11.
ability.
I'm still loving these rounds, though. I'm still loving that Ambrosia is really just fighting and trying to do as much as they could. I mean, you saw that 2 of them got caught inside showers from that steel garden, forced to fall back with pistols, counting down the seconds so they could pull out their gun again and just book it back into their original position so that Ecrean could maybe catch somebody off guard. But unfortunately here, Teague was able to slip through between APC and Triple to get the backstab on so many players.
Gotta go.
Annihilation did catch one, but not enough here for them to add more around those that were trying to save the one that was being cocooned. And now they're going for a force buy. 11-7. Plug getting fairly closer to win the series. Even closer after this opener from Mikey. And already 3 players have inserted towards the A site. The wall is not going to do much. This is just almost free real estate, rather, especially with the smoke going down. Try to go in for a plant, but instead they pivot back towards the TP at the B site. And Ecrean probably has no choice but to fall back here.
Caillou just needs a second to get back that thrash too, and now there's a pit for Plug at the B site. This thrash could help if Caillou
Spike drop.
wants to even go for it, but they're gonna decide to save, and look, who's just not gonna allow that to happen. But the knife is out from
Spike
Val.
planted.
And Jerwin gets a plant, so that's gonna get him closer to the showstopper as well. Smiley almost crossed, but baits it out. Okay, that's... I mean, to do that this time when you're trying to save your weapons, they were never able to use that type of wall to counter back in some sort of element of surprise. Never had a chance really to get to that moment where they have a player advantage to leverage that wall in their favor.
Oh, the detain. Just
Gonna
enough
have
for
to
Caillou
force
to
out a
escape.
thrash on top of that to hit those 2 so that these guys could save their last 2 Vandals.
Oh, can maybe get a surprise on Jerwin if he's not gonna shoot through this wall. It was a little scary. You see the bullets trail by. Last check from Monty. Oh,
Match point.
not gonna shoot. Aw.
Yeah, in case there was somebody else right next to there. They're again. I was talking about. I love how they don't want to play scared, but they were definitely fearing for their lives to
No
making
charges.
sure they wanted to keep their weapons in the next.
Listening.
And thank God that Smiley went for the TP, because you definitely saw Jerwin making his way towards showers and going for that spray. And after he hears the TP, he's like, oh, again, shiny, goes after what he hears. And it's kind of like a zombie. It's like a clicker in The Last of Us. Tries to run after the sound and you're able to save the weapon.
The overdrive.
Jump across doesn't force out the wall. So it's still up right here on the attack as at map and series point for Plug.
Just been not able to be aggressive here, Satellite, because of this Vice. Well, and also because how good Plug is. I would not want to play fast and loose against them. So Ambrosia just going to play reactive at A, the Sonic Sensor too. Meanwhile, Plug, they're spiking Hookah with a nade that Jerwin could still throw if he wanted to pressure back the door, but gonna save it for a better time.
We might see very similar scenarios here where the Haunt is not going to get info towards showers, and it might be a late pump back towards the A side. Prowler not getting any information, but the difference this time around is this Sonic Sensor that's being placed. There's not that many times where Plug just exploded and there was a Sonic Sensor to hold him back. So there you go. That stuns him in the first place. He's stunned towards the U-Haul, but it was already given up towards the back here for Ambrosio, so they couldn't punish on those satchels.
30 seconds left.
Fake to
Huge
fake.
round for the win. 25 seconds before we could have our champion. And Jerwin escapes the orbital strike from Acreon. And the spike still needs to be planted. And Caillou shutting the door on this round. And now with Teague around the corner, Spike is down. This round is done. And Ambrosia will live on.
Go, go, go.
Caillou for the last 2 rounds too, and Ethos flawless this time around as well.
Get ready. I go
Just great
fast.
spots, doesn't want to go down without a fight, and also just wants to make sure that they don't lose. This is
Over
the
there.
second map here, and there's still potentially a third map if you could come back in this game for Ambrosia. And this is where you want your hype man to just say, hey, look, we just got some amazing rounds and some amazing holds for us on the defensive side for the ones that we actually did win. So let's make sure that we try to manifest that for the remaining rounds so that we could try to push this into overtime.
Down you go.
You just break in with, well, a showstopper, and Acreon is getting so lucky, spamming through the smoke. Ambrosia is so proactive in these early rounds. And Mikey just gets the slow walk up, and Caillou is coming alive for Ambrosia. 2 big rounds for him back to back, and Monty's in a 1v4. Pretty rich, so losing the gun wouldn't be a huge deal.
Yeah, still looking pretty good on the econ. It's actually on the side of Ambrosia that they have a little bit less. He's finding the timing on the jump peaks here to be able to move up and potentially just surprise Screwface, but this type of stop and go that they're trying to do here on the A side executive short is getting punished quite easily. Well, I guess it was unexpected here that Acreon was going to swing out and get those kills with the Vandal through the smoke on the first one. But maybe the walk up here is
30 seconds left.
giving too much respect and too much confidence in trying to get through what potentially could be the deadlock utility.
Launching thorns.
Let's see. Oh, Smiley snuffed him out. 12-9. Does Ambrosia hold on? Just Acreon with the double spamming through the smoke, but you still got the same options if you're Plug with the showstopper Cosmic Divide.
Down you go.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, okay. The second one wasn't with the smoke, but still, disgusting proactive play from Acreon, and we'll see if Jerwin will be able to showstop her in, or is it going to be more reactive to information? Just explode onto the site? Leaving the
They
spike
are putting a
behind.
star right into the window of Hookah as well. So they have an opportunity to maybe even start scaling up a little bit more, but now we're going to have to wait a bit. I think this is actually quite nice. You'll take that any day. Put a star down, you force out an early wall out of Screwface. You could even reset here into that showstopper hit that you were mentioning before. There's not going to be too much stalls remaining after, and you're going to have to be precise on Screwface with the net when the hit is actually going to happen.
Depends on how scary things get. If Smiley wants to use the Nightfall just to force Plug out of the site before the even gets planted, and Jiggle Peek again. And here's the chase down with the Showstopper, but Smiley escapes and Screwface stays at elbow and hoping to get out. The Nightfall, slow Plug down, and to just triple down this aggression. The spike still got planted. 4 versus 5 on the post plant, with the Cosmic Divide still to be used. Surprised they didn't even want to use it to seal up this doorway. We're worried about elbow, and wanting to know what's on the other side is important for Plug. With the flash from Caillou, they still have to swing out of smoke one at a time. Screwface still gets the turn and burn, and it's a 2 versus 1 to end this. And Bao has done it. Plug will be your Those Who Would Dare champions.
And unfortunately, there was a tether on the person in the back of the site, and not paying attention through the chaos, looks into the wrong angle, but trust in Plug and Mocking are your 2 teams that are able to qualify from both open qualifiers from Those Who Dare. And that was sick to witness. Again, a bunch of upsets that we've seen throughout the 2 days, and it's nice that we have some fresh bloods, not some tournament favorites in these open qualifiers, to see if they have what it takes to play against TS700 Thieves.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Ambrosia, but it's a good fight at the end of the day to go 13-9. Let's get Ethos back in here from the analyst couch. Well,
Wow.
it was nice to see Ambrosia still had gas in the tank after how map 1 ended.
Yeah, I could tell they were still thinking. They were definitely adjusting to Plug's game plan, and overall, they were making strides to staying alive and kind of correcting and figuring out what Plug would allow, would not allow. And overall, I still think that they did an amazing job. And I know that, it's not the result that they wanted, but they should still be very proud of themselves because they did put up a great fight. Sure. And they were definitely thinking the whole time. They weren't just getting down on themselves. And I really like that map a lot more than Haven. I feel like they were making a lot more adjustments, and they were making the right calls too. Maybe just perhaps not quite fast enough. But then again, Plug's overall game plan just seemed more robust, had a lot less weaknesses, and they didn't really need to adjust. They just were confident in what their game plan was and kept playing their own game. And in the end, sometimes that just works out.
And a big congratulations to Trust and Plug and Wash to qualify to our main event to face TSM and 100 Thieves for $15,000 up for grabs. But don't worry, they are not the only winners. You in chat better be spamming raise in our twitch.tv/Soar chat if you want a chance to grab the big motherboard by Asus ROG. Of course, we already gave away the keyboard, but this is the one we've all been looking for. We saved the best for last, so come in here, spam raise. Maybe people are asleep, so this is your chance to get good chances in this giveaway.
Yeah, I just typed it in myself actually, so.
You know what? I'm gonna do it too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/Soar. I'm gonna type out raise. And then if I get that, I got a second PC upgrade. Let's go. I think that motherboard is actually quite a kind of kick-ass. So yeah, make sure you guys stick around the chat too for us when we announce the winner within the chat. Our admins will actually DM you, so it's not us that's pulling it out of the hat. But dude, I think this has been an awesome 2 days so far, and a great opportunity to have a preview of what to expect here for next week, guys. I think for the last 2 days, it's been quite awesome. I think this is also an amazing tournament put up so far by Soar Gaming. A big shout out to them because, again, just as we mentioned top of show yesterday, they've done a great job supporting the tier 2, tier 3 scene during the VCT circuit of the off season, and we couldn't be able to do this and to witness these amazing games without them. So thank you so much for Soar, Asus ROG, and also for Intel, and we'll catch you next week where we have the playoffs for the top 4 teams with 15K up to grabs for Those Who Dare in the playoffs. And for Ethos, Lemon Kiwi, and myself, Van Sizzles, have a good night and see you next week.
Bad sizzles, all right.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Ult ready. You dead. Just what? Stop it. One enemy remaining.
See ya.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I've got your truth.
One enemy.
Down you go.
Player standing. Attackers win.
Live for nothing. I am a failure. And I love it. Deviant.